Porcelain Vows, Tarasov Bratva, Book 2, Lisa Lovell.
Chapter 1. Stella Strip. I stare at Gianni like he's out of his mind, which I'm pretty sure is the case. The man is insane. What I say hoarsely, then repeat. What more clearly as I find my voice? No, I shake my head. There's no way. No fucking way that I'll let this pig put his stinking hands on me again. You'll do as I say. Puttana. His face twists into something cruel and ugly. I still can't believe I once found this man appealing. Everything about him repulses me now. I'd rather die. You piece of shit, I snarl. Rage rising inside me like a wave of heat. I don't mean it. Obviously. There's no way I'll do anything to harm my child. But I won't let him think he can push me around either. You think I won't do it, he sneers. I don't care if you do. You'd me out. It took me long enough to wash your stench off me the last time. I won't let it happen again. His expression darkens. Beside him, Sophia gives a ladylike snort. This is a waste of time. Gianni. I told you, a sharp, crackling sound stops her mid-sentence. Shouts ring out, and something or someone falls to the ground with a low thud. My heart stands still. Gianni's head snaps toward the open doorway, and Sophia's eyes fly wide. Alexei, it has to be, even though he's the last person I would have gone looking for right now. The thought of him coming to save me has relief washing through me. Fanculo. Gianni barks out, hastily pulling his pants up and zipping his fly. There's more crackling gunfire. Screams. You idiot, you said they'd never find us here? Sophia yells at him. Shut the fuck up. Gianni's looking around wildly. The shots are echoing through the building in staccato bursts. Someone yells, a string of curses that are cut off sharply with another burst of gunshots. Footsteps ring out. Footsteps that are coming closer. Gianni, Sophia's voice is shrill. I said, shut up. And you stupid bitch. He turns away from her, snapping out a hand and gripping my wrist. Don't you touch me, I snap, trying to tug my wrist free. His grip tightens, and he yanks me forward against his chest. I struggle, but it's useless. He's too strong. Fucking stay still. He growls at me. I'm about to fight him some more, but the feeling of cold steel against my temple stops me short. The footsteps are near now, thundering up the metal stairs that lead to the door to the room we're in. Gianni is so close I can feel the heat of his body against my back, and his breath hot on my ear. Yeshua. Fear and disgust warring within me. I swallow hard and squeeze my eyes shut, then open them just in time to see two huge figures looming in the doorway. Alexei appears, a pistol in his hand, murder in his eyes. Behind him, Sasha follows. Alexei's eyes lock with mine, and for a moment, I forget everything that drove me here. The lies, the deception, the fact that he murdered my father. For one sweet moment, I'm overjoyed to see him. He raises the handgun. I wouldn't try anything if I were you. Gianni says from right behind me, Alexei hesitates. His eyes flicking from mine to Gianni, and then back again. Drop the gun. Maranzano. You're outmatched. His voice is like ice. Behind me, Gianni laughs, his grip tightening on my arm. The barrel of the gun presses harder into my skin. I don't think so. Taraso? He pulls me more firmly against him. You're finally where I want you, trapped between your precious cargo and your famous fucking reputation. Alexei's gun remains trained in our direction. I'm pretty sure it's aimed at Gianni's head. but it still feels a lot like I'm looking straight down the barrel. And it chills me. Let her go. And we can settle this, like men. His voice is so calm. You'd think he was discussing the weather. This is between us. Oh, I disagree. Your little bitch here has been a problem for both of us. Did she tell you how she begged me for money to save his little brother? How she'd do anything, maybe I should keep her after all? Everything inside me stiffens. He's talking about the way he used me as if it's some sort of joke. As if it was funny that he held my brother's life in his hands and used it as a bargaining chip to force me to do things I never want to do again. Bile rises in my throat. Suddenly, all I want is for Alexei's finger to tighten on that trigger. Somehow, I don't think he'd miss. Shoot him. Just fucking kill him. I want to scream the words. But I don't. 3 seconds. Then I put a bullet through your skull, says Alexei, still cold as ice. Try it. See who drops first. Me, or your pregnant girlfriend. There's garlic on Gianni's breath, and it makes my stomach churn. Just fucking kill them. Gianni Sophia's voice cuts through the standoff. You promised. Revenge. Not this fucking shit show. Gianni goes tense and then twists to the side slightly at the sudden interruption. That's all Alexei needs. Before I realize what's happening, there's a violent explosion, and Gianni jolts away from me, screaming as his weapon falls from his hand. Blood sprays my face, and then he's clutching his hand. Ah, Gianni howls. Move, I hear Alexei shout to Sasha as I leap to the side, away from where Gianni is still screaming. Ah, vaffanculo. Gianni screams a moment before Alexei silences him. He moves across the room with such speed that I can barely register what's going on before he plows into Gianni. I'm vaguely aware of Sophia screaming as Sasha grabs hold of her, slamming her against the nearby wall. I back away, clutching my arms around my middle, my thoughts now consumed by the tiny life growing inside me. Alexei has Gianni on the floor by the throat, his grasp so tight that Gianni is gagging and choking as he fights for air. Alexei, I scream. I'm oddly sickened by the thought of him killing Gianni with his bare hands. Over me. His head spins to the side, and he focuses on me. For a moment, I'm flooded by that warm sense of relief yet again. He came for me. He saved me. He saved our baby. He also murdered your father. Stealth. My breath catches in my throat. Before I can say anything more, there's a familiar sound. It's Alexei's phone. He freezes, and I know why. It's the ringtone he uses for Bobik's doctor. An eerie, unnatural silence descends, broken only by the sound of the phone. Alexei's expression flickers, and for the first time ever, I see indecision color his features. I wonder if he felt the same hesitation the day he ordered my father's death. The relief I felt begins to ebb away as pure rage takes its place. Our eyes lock, and this time, I can't suppress the hate that's been building. Alexei is releasing Gianni, who's writhing on the floor, his face battered and bloody. Watch them, he says to Sasha before straightening and stepping away to take the call. I watch in alarm as he leaves me in the room with Sasha. Sophia. And a better Gianni. Sasha drags Sophia against the wall, keeping his gun trained on her while his eyes dart between her and Gianni. The air feels thick with tension after Alexei's abrupt departure. I stand frozen, unsure of what to do as my mind races with conflicting emotions. Gianni's face is a bloody mess from Alexei's beating. He's curled on the floor, wheezing and spitting blood, one hand still clutching his bullet wounded. One. Sophia's mascara runs down her cheeks in black rivulets as she struggles against Sasha's grip. "Don't you fucking move," Sasha orders in his thick accent. "Either of you—" I press myself against the wall, trying to make myself invisible. My heart hammers against my ribs as I watch Gianni's body language shift. Something in his posture changes a subtle tensing that sends alarm bells ringing through my head. "Sasha," I start to warn him. But it's too late. It all happens in a blur. Gianni's good hand darts to his sleeve. And suddenly there's a small pistol in his grip. He rolls and fires in one fluid motion. The gunshot is deafening in the enclosed space. Sasha jerks sideways, his reflexes saving him from taking the bullet straight to the chest. Instead, it tears through his upper arm, spraying blood across the wall. Pizda Sasha roars, stumbling back, but keeping his weapon raised. Sophia screams and dives for cover as Gianni fires. Again, the bullet misses, embedding itself in the wall inches from my head. I drop to the floor, covering my stomach protectively. Sasha steadies himself, blood soaking through his sleeve. His face remains impassive, despite the wound, his gun never wavering as he adjusts his aim toward Gianni. "Drop the fucking thing," he commands, his voice deadly calm despite the blood dripping from his fingertips. Now Gianni's eyes are wild, darting between Sasha and the door where Alexei disappeared. He's calculating his chances, and I can see the desperation written across his battered face. It's desperation that leads to bad decisions because he swings the gun up again. Shots explode in the small room. The sound so deafening I can barely think. Bullets ping against metal and thud into the walls. I press myself flat against the floor, arms wrapped protectively around my belly. "Fuck you," Gianni screams, firing wildly despite his injured hand. Sasha returns fire with deadly precision despite his wound. His face, a mask of cold concentration. The acrid smell of gunpowder burns my nostrils. I need to move. Need to find cover. My eyes dart frantically around the room, searching for an escape route. "Alexei," I scream instinctively, but my voice is swallowed by the gunfire. I'm dimly aware of a shadow looming, before something hard and heavy slams into the back of my head. For a moment, everything turns white, like I'm in a void. Pain explodes through my skull like a bomb going off. My vision blurs instantly. Then I'm falling, off my body suddenly too heavy to hold upright. The concrete floor rushes up to meet me, but I barely feel the impact. Through tunneling vision, I see a body crumple to the ground, can't tell whose. Blood pools beneath them, spreading across the concrete like spilled wine. Darkness creeps in from the edges of my vision, consuming everything. Voices fade to muffled, underwater sounds. My last coherent thought is of my baby, my hand still cradling my stomach as consciousness slips away. And then, darkness sets in.
Chapter 2. Alexei. The antiseptic smell hits me first. It's that clinical, sterile scent that promises both healing and death. It clings to everything in this private medical facility. I stand motionless before the glass partition, watching my son's small body nearly disappear among the tubes and wires. The harsh fluorescent lights cast shadows across his pale face, making him look like a ghost. My hand presses against the glass, the closest I can get to touching my boy. Moisin. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He was supposed to come out better, stronger, ready to run out and take on the world on his own 2 feet. Not be in here, facing death. I should have done something. I shouldn't have allowed Malhotra to talk me into this fucking operation. The steady beep of the monitors punctuates the silence. Each sound confirms he's still alive. Still fighting. But he looks so fucking small. Too small for all this medical equipment to invade his fragile body. The ventilator pushes air into his lungs with mechanical precision. A rhythmic whoosh that makes my chest tighten. The sterile hospital air burns my nostrils. I've spent my life surrounded by gore. Death. Dealt it with my own hands. Yet nothing prepared me for this. Watching my own son hover between worlds. Unable to reach him. This was supposed to fix him. Give him a normal life. I press my forehead against the cool glass. The experimental AI spinal treatment was his best chance. His only chance to walk. Now it might cost him everything. Footsteps approach from behind. The soft shuffle of expensive leather shoes against linoleum. I don't turn. Dr. Malhotra's reflection appears beside mine in the glass. His face drawn with exhaustion. His white coat rustles softly as he clutches his clipboard to his chest. Mr. Taraso. His voice carries that distinct Oxford polish. I wish I had better news. Now I turn. Malhotra looks exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. His normally immaculate appearance, rumpled from hours of emergency surgery. The dim hallway light catches on his wire-rimmed eyeglasses as he consults the clipboard in his hands. What the fuck happened? Malhotra. The doctor sighs, adjusting his glasses. The neural interface triggered an autoimmune response we couldn't have predicted. His body rejected the implant, violently. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. We've induced a medical coma to reduce brain activity and inflammation. But what the words scrape against my throat. His system has been severely compromised. We're doing everything we can to save him. A muscle twitches in my jaw. In my world, failure has consequences. People pay with blood. But here, in this sterile prison of beeping machines and antiseptic, I am powerless. The doctor's face reveals more concern than his words, triggering a wave of cold fear in my gut. Will he? The question dies in my throat. I can't bring myself to finish it. The next 24 hours are critical. Malhotra's voice softens. His body has undergone significant trauma. But children are remarkably resilient. Innodvonse, jaw clenched so tight that the muscles in my throat ache. I picture Bobik as he was a week ago. His face alight with joy, as we played badminton together. A game he played from a fucking wheelchair. And yet, he did it with a smile. My boy's a warrior. He'll make it. He's going to make it. The surgical team is on standby if his condition changes. I've called in specialists from 3 countries to consult on his case. The doctor hesitates. I'm not giving up on him, on his case. I will never give up. I need you to know that I give another wordless nod. What's there to say right now? His hand lands on my shoulder, a gesture that would normally warrant breaking fingers. But I barely register it. Mr. Tarasov, perhaps you should rest. We'll alert you immediately, if no. I bark the word out. The doctor visibly flinches but doesn't back away. Most men would, but he's the one person who holds my son's life in his hands. I give him leeway. I'll return shortly with the latest results, he says quietly before walking away. his footsteps fading down the corridor. As Malhotra leaves, I remain frozen. A storm of contradicting emotions raging inside me. Rage at my own helplessness. Fear I haven't felt since childhood. And an overwhelming need to inflict violence on those responsible. Except no one is responsible. Aside from fickle fucking fate. The beeping monitors become a torturous rhythm, marking each moment my son fights for life. He's going to make it. Fight. Bobik, I lean against the cool glass once more. My breath fogs the surface, obscuring my son's face for a moment. I wipe it away with my sleeve, desperate to keep him in sight. I should have protected you better. Sinok. Heavy footsteps approach from behind Sasha's distinctive gait. I don't turn. Just rasp out, Stella. My voice is hoarse, revealing more vulnerability than I'm comfortable showing. Even to my most trusted man. Still unconscious. Sasha stands at my shoulder, his reflection appearing in the glass beside mine. He's been keeping me updated since I rushed back to the hospital. It was a fucking shit show in that place after I left. Blood has dried on his shirt sleeve where a bullet grazed him. Doctor says it's a severe concussion. She'll need to stay a few days. The words hit me hard. Each one a reminder of my failure to protect what's mine. My chest constricts, making it hard to breathe. The baby. My voice cracks slightly. Please. God. Please. Unharmed. A miracle. Considering what happened, Sasha shifts his weight. They're monitoring both closely. I release a breath I didn't know I was holding. Good. I exhale. My shoulders drop a fraction of an inch. The only outward sign of my overwhelming relief. Not that their well-being had anything to do with me. Both of my children faced death today. And I did nothing to help either of them. I'm a fucking useless parent. Just like the pathetic piece of shit who fathered me. Pizdets. I mentally shake myself and get my head out of my ass. This is no time for self-pity. My children needed protection. And I failed them both. The taste of bile rises in my throat. Bitter and familiar. I swallow it down with the rest of my weakness. Later. I'll punish myself properly hours in the gym until my muscles scream. Or perhaps target practice until my hands bleed. For now, I need answers. Gyan I ask. Though I already suspect the answer. My jaw clenches at the mere thought of his name. A burning hatred building behind my sternum. Dead. 2 chest shots. 1 to the head. There's a clinical detachment in Sasha's voice that I appreciate. He glances around us before turning back to me. His body's been disposed of. The others. 2. Cold satisfaction washes through me. 1 threat eliminated. At least. And you said Sophia got away. Her involvement was a complication I hadn't expected. Another loose end dangling before me, threatening to unravel everything. My jaw tightens as I consider the implications. She knows too much, has seen too much. During the gunfight, Sasha's stone hardens, a rare crack in his professional demeanor. Probably scuttled back to her father. I suppress a growl of frustration. Sophia, running to Novikov, changes the equation entirely. The old man has always been a problem. But with his daughter feeding him information about tonight's bloodbath, he becomes an immediate threat. I run my thumb along my jawline, feeling the tension building there. Yebanaya suka. I snarl. My jaw clenches as I imagine what I'd like to do to her. Pure rage circles inside me as I process that the woman who hurt Stella, my Stella, is still breathing. You want to get rid of her, Sasha asks. I could send a team. I jerk my head. No. That would start a war. One I'd be quite happy to finish. But I need to consider the consequences. Taking out the daughter of a family boss will cause a shitstorm that even I don't want to get caught up in. Not now. At least, my fingers tighten into a fist. Knuckles, straining with the force of my restraint. Every instinct in my body demands retribution for what she did to Stella. The Novikov family has too many allies. I growl, rolling my shoulders to release some tension. It doesn't work. We move against them directly. Half of the East Coast families will align against us. I run a hand through my hair, considering our options. For now, we watch. And when the moment is right, I don't need to finish the thought. Sasha understands. Patience has always been one of my most lethal weapons. But right now, it's stretching my nerves to snapping point. Rage boils within me, threatening to explode. Fucking Novikov. Without warning, frustration boils over, and I slam my fist against the wall, startling a passing nurse. The pain radiates up my arm, but it's nothing compared to the agony tearing through my chest. I should have been there. I growl, self-loathing evident in each word. Images flash through my mind, Stella bleeding, calling for me, while I was nowhere to be found. The Pakken, the protector, absent when it mattered most. You couldn't have known I should have. I cut him off. This is on me. Sasha. He falls silent, knowing better than to argue. I see the resignation in his eyes, the subtle shift in his posture. Sasha knows me too well, knows when I've made up my mind. After a moment, he speaks again, his voice lower, more measured. The men are waiting for orders. We should return to the manor. Boss, you need Niet. My response is immediate and final. I can't. I'm staying here with my son and with Stella. My voice is unyielding. I will be here for them. For perhaps the first time in my life, I choose to sit with my fear rather than destroy its source. Sasha studies me for a long moment before nodding. I'll have security tripled and bring you a change of clothes. And have Diana bring Bobik's books. I don't take my eyes off my son. The ones about space. I want to read to him when he wakes up. Konechno. Of course. Sasha retreats, his footsteps fading down the corridor. I remain standing guard between the two hospital wards containing my entire world. My face settles into a mask of grim determination. I'll be here. When they open their eyes, I'll be exactly where I should be, between them and any threat, ready to burn the world down to keep them safe.
Chapter 3, Stella. The first thing I notice is white. Blinding. Sterile. White. That burns my retinas even through closed eyelids. I try to move, but my body feels heavy. Disconnected. Like I'm floating in thick syrup. A steady beeping cuts through the fog and my mind rhythmic, mechanical. Insistent. Slowly. I force my eyes open. The ceiling swims into focus. stark and institutional. My throat feels raw, and there's a metallic taste in my mouth that makes me want to gag. Where am I? I try to remember, to grasp at any recent memory. But there's nothing, just emptiness. A vast blank space where memories should be. Panic starts to rise in my chest as I realize I can't recall anything, not how I got here. Not what happened. Not even. My hand flies instinctively to my stomach, and I feel the firm swell there. Relief floods through me. I'm pregnant. At least I remember that. But everything else is just gone, like trying to recall a dream that slips away faster the harder I try to hold on to it. The beeping speeds up, matching my increasing heart rate. I try to sit up, but my head throbs with such intensity that I have to lie back down. The movement must have attracted attention because someone dressed like a nurse appears in my field of vision, her face professionally concerned. "Why is there a nurse in here? You're awake," she says, checking something on the monitor beside my bed. "How are you feeling?" My voice comes out as a croak. "Where am I? You're at Blessed Angels Private Hospital. We're a specialist clinic." Specialist clinic, how did I get here? Who brought me? Nothing makes sense. She pours water into a plastic cup and helps me take small sips. "What's the last thing you remember?" I shake my head. Then immediately regret the movement as pain shoots through my skull. "No. I can't remember anything." "Why am I here?" The nurse's expression shifts subtly. She busies herself adjusting my IV line. "Let me get the doctor." "Wait." I call after her, but she's already gone. Why isn't she talking to me? What can't she tell me? The room feels too large, too empty. I look down at my hands. They're mine. I know they're mine, but they feel like they belong to a stranger. The wedding ring I expect to see isn't there. Was I expecting a ring? I'm not sure anymore. If I'm pregnant, surely there should be a ring. And a husband. I can't remember being married, loving someone. All I feel is this overwhelming blank space where the memories should be. Minutes crawl by like hours before the door opens again. A distinguished-looking Indian man in a white coat enters, followed by the nurse. His salt and pepper hair is neatly combed, and he carries a tablet. His eyes focused on the screen before finally lifting to meet mine. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across his face, highlighting the tired lines around his eyes, the mark of someone who's probably been on shift far too long. My heart thuds against my ribs as I straighten, hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly. "I'm Dr. Malhotra." He introduces himself, his accent carrying traces of British education. "How are you feeling?" confused. I admit, everything's blank. My fingers twist nervously in the thin hospital blanket, seeking something familiar to hold on to. He pulls up a chair beside my bed, his manner gentle but professional. "Can you tell me your name, Stella?" At least I remember that much. "Stella," I falter, reaching for my surname, but coming up empty. The absence feels like a physical hole in my mind, a dark space where something important should be. The doctor frowns. "Fairmont," he supplies, but it doesn't mean much to me. "Can you tell me what year it is?" I shake my head and then wince at the lancing pain that shoots from temple to temple. The throbbing intensifies, making my vision blur momentarily. The doctor's frown deepens. "Who is the current president?" Another blank. My chest tightens with anxiety. How can I not know such basic information? I'm an educated woman. I know this about myself somehow. But the specifics remain frustratingly out of reach. "What's the last thing you remember?" I close my eyes, trying to focus. I know I'm pregnant. I can feel the baby. But everything else is just fog. My hand instinctively moves to my abdomen, cradling this small swell there. This connection feels real, undeniable, the only thing I'm certain of in this moment. Doctor. Malhotra makes notes on his tablet. You suffered a severe head trauma. Memory loss is not uncommon in such cases. Often, it's temporary. Temporary. Oh, thank God. The thought of feeling like this indefinitely fills me with dread. Living in this half-state, where I recognize my own body but not the life that inhabits it. How long my voice sounds small, even to my own ears. Vulnerable in a way that feels unfamiliar. That varies from patient to patient. The important thing is to rest and not force the memories. They often return naturally with time. He continues asking questions, but I can feel myself drifting. The medication flowing through my IV makes everything feel distant, dreamlike. His voice fades in and out like a badly tuned radio. I try to focus on his words, but they slip away like water through my fingers, leaving me floating in a hazy sea of uncertainty. Sleep takes me. Miss Vermont, Miss Vermont. The voice is insistent. I try to focus past the fog. There's a man looming over me and a nurse at my side. What? My throat is dry. My tongue bitter. We're taking you for an MRI. Dear, this nurse is older, more motherly. Everything is gonna be fine. Okay. I croak, because it's clear that I have no say in the matter. Though I don't have any urge to resist them, I want them to do whatever is necessary to get rid of this emptiness in my head. Now, I'm being wheeled down a corridor. The ceiling lights flash past overhead, like Morse code, sending sharp pains through my skull with each bright pulse. I close my eyes against the brightness, letting the movement lull me into a half-conscious state. The gurney squeaks beneath me, wheels catching occasionally on the linoleum seams. Just relax. Dear, the nurse is saying as I feel myself being shifted and manipulated. This will all be over before you know it. Time becomes fluid, meaningless. I drift in and out of awareness, catching fragments of conversations around me that make no sense. Medical terms float above me like bubbles I can't quite catch. Concerned voices murmur about possible cranial trauma and temporary amnesia. Someone mentions a name I should know but doesn't register it, slides away before I can grasp its significance. My thoughts scatter like leaves in a breeze. Impossible to collect or organize. The medication makes everything feel distant, as though I'm experiencing the world from underwater. Sounds muffled and distorted. When I surface again, the quality of light in the room has changed. It must be later in the day, evening, perhaps. Though I have no real sense of time passing, something's different. There's a presence in the room. Pain shoots through my eyes as I rotate toward the chair beside my bed. The man sitting in it makes my pulse skip. But it's not because of the heady cologne or expensive Armani. The tailored suit can't disguise the predator beneath muscles coiled beneath Italian wool. Jaw carved from granite. Dark hair. Strong features. Intense eyes fixed on me with an unsettling focus that makes my skin prickle. Something about him seems familiar. I like a word on the tip of my tongue that I can't quite grasp. A half-remembered dream slipping away. I bite my lower lip, fighting against the fog in my mind, trying to place where I might have seen that face before. The steady beep of hospital monitors seems to fade into the background as those eyes dark and knowing hold mine with an intensity that feels almost invasive. But along with that vague familiarity comes something else, a deep, instinctive unease that makes my heart rate spike. Yet again, The monitor betrays my reaction with faster beeping, the electronic tattletale announcing my discomfort to the room. His expression changes slightly, concern, worry I can't read him. There's something calculated in the way his features shift, like he's selecting the appropriate response rather than feeling it naturally. My fingers seek out the hospital blanket once more, finding something to anchor me as that unsettling gaze continues its assessment. I've always trusted my instincts, and right now, they're screaming at me to be careful. Stella, he says softly, reaching for my hand. How are you feeling? I pull away before he can touch me. I don't know why, but everything in me screams that I shouldn't let him near me. The monitor beeps faster still. My throat feels dry again. Who are you? A strange expression flashes across his face so quickly that I might have imagined it. He sits back, his hands falling to his sides. I'm Alexei, he says, his voice carefully controlled. I'm the father of your baby. No, that can't be right. It doesn't feel that way. I stare at him. The words should mean something, should trigger something, but there's nothing, just that same unsettling feeling of wrongness that I can't explain. My hand moves protectively over my stomach. Oh, I exhale. That's good. Then, it's not good. Though, nothing about this is good. He nods slowly, as if he expected this. You've been through a lot, and you're confused. It's okay. Zajic. You'll be better once you've had some rest. The Russian endearment makes me wince, though I don't know why. He notices. Of course he notices, and something dark passes behind his eyes. Yes, I say feebly because I don't know what else to say. My hand remains on my stomach, feeling the slight movements of the baby within. At least that feels real. Feels right. Everything else is like trying to read a book with half the pages torn out, fragments that don't connect. Stories without beginnings or endings. The only thing I do know is that I'm carrying the child of a man who somehow makes me feel terrified. And I have no idea why.
Chapter 4. Alexei. I watch Stella stir in the hospital bed, her eyelids fluttering open as she fights her way back to consciousness. The harsh fluorescent lights cast shadows across her face, making her look more vulnerable than I've ever seen her. I resist the urge to smooth the hair away from her face. Touching her seems too intimate. Somehow, my chest tightens as her eyes finally open and find mine. For a moment, we just look at each other. Tears begin to stream down her face, and I feel a strange twitch in the corner of my eye. Something's wrong. The way she's looking at me, it's like she's seeing a stranger. Stella. Sai, reaching for her hand, which is clenching around the hospital blanket. How are you feeling? She tugs her hand away, and I feel it like a physical pain. Who are you? She whispers. The words suck the air from my lungs. I furrow my brow, trying to process what's happening. Who am I? The question echoes in my mind, heavy with implications I'm not ready to face. I'm Alexei. Isai, keeping my voice steady. I'm the father of your baby. Oh. Relief washes across her features. But it's not the kind of relief I want to see. It's the relief of someone receiving good news about a stranger. That's good then. My jaw clenches. She doesn't recognize me. The woman carrying my child. The woman I've moved heaven and earth to protect. Looks at me like I'm nobody to her. I give a slow nod as I process this. Must be the shock. And the medication. It's played tricks with her mind. You've been through a lot, and you're confused. I tell her, it's okay. Zaychik, you'll be better once you've had some rest. Yes, she says, almost blankly. Her hand is resting over her belly, over our child, as if she's shielding that small life from something dangerous. From me. Biod. Not only does she not know me, but she doesn't trust me. Either? I'll let you rest now. I manage to say. I lean in to kiss her temple, a gesture that somehow comes as naturally as breathing, but she flinches away from me. The rejection stings more than I care to admit. I stand up and leave the room before I can do or say something I'll regret. The corridor feels too small, too confined. The walls pressing in on me. My chest burns with an emotion that feels foreign to me. I need answers. And I need them now. Before I tear this fucking hospital apart. As if summoned by my thoughts. Dr. Malhotra appears. His white coat wrinkled from what must have been a long shift. I guess that's largely my fault. I've threatened his entire staff with death. If anything happens to Stella or Bobik, dark circles shadow his eyes, and his shoulders slump with exhaustion. Not that I give a shit about his comfort right now. Mr. Taraso. He greets me. His accent still crisp, despite his obvious exhaustion. What's happening to her, I demand. My voice rasping with barely controlled fury. She doesn't know who the fuck I am. My fists clench at my sides. If he doesn't give me something useful, something that will fix this nightmare, I might just put him through the wall. He gestures toward a quiet corner, away from passing nurses and orderlies. We've completed the scans and run a series of tests. He begins, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. It appears she's experiencing temporary amnesia. The trauma she endured has caused her brain to protect itself, so to speak. Protect itself. I narrow my eyes on him, and he shifts uncomfortably from one foot to the other. Yes. Well, when a person is exposed to severe stress, it can happen. He purses his lips. I'm assuming that the events which brought Miss Vermont to our care were stressful. I gather my thoughts before answering. Yes. I finally say. Stella was taken against her will by a business rival with a grudge against me. I say, he says carefully, and from her condition on arrival, I would assume there was violence involved. Her injuries, yes, I say tersely. Her life was threatened, and she was held at gunpoint and beaten. He adds, my jaw sets. I do not need another reminder of how I failed her. Yes, Malhotra. She was kidnapped, threatened and beaten. I grit out, my jaw clenched so tight I can feel the muscles straining beneath my skin. Because this is the world I've brought her into. The world I've ruled for most of my life with blood and power. The world where people are taken and hurt because of who they're connected to. And there are parts of it that would implicate me in activities the good doctor doesn't need to know about. Yes, this makes sense, he says, adjusting his glasses with clinical detachment that makes me want to shake him. A traumatic event like this can trigger memory loss. It's actually an incredibly sophisticated defense mechanism. The brain essentially walls off traumatic memories to protect the psyche. It's quite remarkable, really, how the mind shields itself. But she doesn't remember me at all. I growl, my hands curling into fists at my sides. The rage I feel isn't directed at him, but at the situation, at myself. How is that protecting her? The scans showed minor damage to her frontal lobe, the part of the brain that structures information. We expect her factual memory to be fragmented for a while. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. His clinical detachment is making my blood pressure rise with each passing second. However, the emotional centers of her brain are intact. This means, while she may not remember specific events or people, she'll retain emotional memories, feelings, moods. Meaning what? Exactly, I demand. My voice sounds low and controlled, despite the storm raging inside me. My fingers flex at my sides, seeking something to grip, to ground me. She may not remember who you are or how you met, but she may well have the same feelings for you as before. They're just disconnected from their context. Doctor. Malhotra adjusts his glasses again, the gesture so maddeningly calm. I have to force myself not to reach across the space between us. I think about how she flinched away from me. The fear in those green eyes that once looked at me with desire, with something that was beginning to feel like trust. The memory cuts deeper than any blade. And if those feelings aren't positive, something flickers across his face, understanding, perhaps, a moment of humanity breaking through his professional facade. That's also possible. Emotional memories can be complicated. Complicated would be a fucking understatement. I turn away from him, staring out the window at the manicured grounds of the clinic. Complicated is what we were before, when I was keeping her in my home while our child grew within her. This is something else entirely, something that I have absolutely no control over. I fucking hate that. Will her memory return? The question comes out with more urgency than I like. Perhaps with time. We can't make any guarantees. But there's no significant physical damage to her brain. That's a positive sign. For now, it's likely temporary. I absorb this information, turning it over in my mind. The baby. My voice is tight with tension I can't fully conceal. Stella may have forgotten everything, but that child is still there, still growing inside her. That was our first concern. I assume the baby is perfectly fine. And he allows himself a small smile. We can now confirm it's a girl. A girl. My mouth opens and closes. The words leave my head spinning. But in the best possible way. A daughter. I'm going to have a daughter. For a moment. I forget everything else. The memory loss. The trauma. All of it. I'm just a man learning. He's gonna have a little girl. Something unfamiliar swells in my chest. Something I haven't felt since Bobik was born. It's warm and terrifying all at once. A daughter with Stella's green eyes. Perhaps a tiny, fragile thing who will depend on me completely. And Bobik I ask, dragging myself back to reality. My mind is still reeling from the news about my daughter. But my son, my firstborn, remains at the forefront of my mind. Do you have any updates on my boy? The immediate danger has passed. Malhotra says, sending relief surging through me. His confident tone loosens something tight in my chest that I hadn't even realized was constricting my breathing. He'll need to remain in the sterile room for at least 2 weeks to prevent any infections. But he's stable. I exhale slowly, measuring my reaction. 2 children to protect now. 2 lives utterly dependent on me. The weight of it settles on my shoulders, not unwelcome, but heavy nonetheless. My boy has survived the worst of it. That's what matters for now. He studies me for a long moment, his expression softening. Mr. Tarasov, you need to go home. You're exhausted, and having 2 loved ones in the hospital is taking its toll. Get some rest. Come back tomorrow with a clear head. I want to argue, to insist on staying. But even I can feel the bone-deep weariness setting in. My body feels like lead, and the sharp edges of my thoughts have dulled to a dangerous fog. This isn't like me. I never show weakness, never falter. Yet here I am, swaying slightly on my feet, while a doctor tells me what to do. You'll call if anything changes, I demand. My voice slightly hoarse. Of course, I'm personally overseeing both of their cases. They're in good hands. Malhotra's calm confidence is the only thing keeping me from ordering my men to surround this place. Inod, knowing he's right, but hating it anyway. The thought of leaving either of them makes my chest tight. But I'm no good to anyone in this state. I've pushed through worse gunshot wounds, knife fights, pre-day negotiations, but this kind of helplessness drains something deeper than physical energy. It strips away the control I've built my entire life around. As I walk toward the exit, my mind races. A daughter, a little girl who will need protecting in this dangerous world I've built around us. And her mother, who looks at me like a stranger or worse, like someone to fear. The irony doesn't escape me. Stella's memory loss might be a blessing in disguise. She doesn't remember anything from before. Doesn't remember how I practically locked her up. Doesn't know why she might want to hate me. But the thought brings no comfort. Instead, it feels like another betrayal to add to my growing list. I reach my car and sit behind the wheel, not starting the engine. The events of the past few days crash over me like Waves Bobik's failed operation. Stella's kidnapping, the shooting, and now this. It's too much. Even for me, for the first time in years, I feel completely powerless. I can't shoot my way out of this problem. Can't threaten or bribe or manipulate the situation to my advantage. All I can do is wait and hope, 2 things I've never been good at. I start the car, its powerful engine rumbling to life. As I pull out of the hospital parking lot, I make myself a promise. Whether Stella remembers me or not, whether she ever forgives me or not, I'll protect her and our daughter with everything I have, even if that means protecting them from myself.
Chapter 5. Stella, I trace my fingers over the yellowing bruise on my forearm. A mark from something I can't remember. Days have passed since I opened my eyes in this hospital bed, greeted by strangers in white coats and a mind wiped clean. Textbook recovery. Doctor, Malhotra said this morning, checking my chart. Your body is healing nicely. He's right. I no longer need to grip the wall when I shuffle to the bathroom. and the ice pick behind my eyes has dulled to an occasional throb. And there's more? Yesterday, I lay on crinkly paper while cold gel spread across my abdomen. The ultrasound technician pointed to the monitor, her voice bright with routine joy. "There's your daughter. See those tiny fingers?" I nodded, watching the grainy shadow pulse and move. A baby girl, growing inside me, perfect and healthy. I should have wept or laughed or felt something profound. Instead, I stared at the screen like a tourist viewing someone else's family video, wondering when the real mother would step in and claim this life that supposedly belongs to me. Each afternoon finds me tracing the garden's perimeter. My legs are steadier now, but mind is still adrift. Today, I pause beneath a flowering dogwood to watch a middle-aged couple share sandwiches with their recovering son, memorizing how they interact, as if their normalcy might teach me my own. The gardeners have created a sanctuary. Here, roses, climbing trellises, jasmine spilling over stone walls, creating pockets of sweetness in the sterile hospital air. I've claimed a bench beneath the largest oak, where I sit with eyes squeezed shut, lungs full of fragrant air, waiting for the sense to unlock a birthday, a holiday, a single memory of before. Nothing comes but the distant laughter of families who remember. The doctors run test after test MRIs, CT scans, neurological examinations. They're thorough. I'll give them that. Every result comes back normal, except for one, my memory. That remains stubbornly, terrifyingly blank. What's strange is that while I can't remember facts or events, feelings linger like ghosts. Feelings. I glance over at the flowers at my bedside. The sweet scent of roses lingering. The man who calls himself Alexei visits daily with small gifts and speaks to me in that low, careful voice, asking me about my day, telling me stories about things that I'm supposed to connect with, but don't. It sounds like someone else's world, someone else's stories. But the feelings are always there. My body responds to his presence in confusing ways. My heart rate quickens around him. My skin prickles with awareness. There's definitely attraction there. A gut-wrenching pull I can't deny. He's undeniably handsome, with those dark eyes and broad shoulders, and the way he looks at me, like I'm something precious he's afraid of losing. Am I precious to him? It's a question I can't help asking, because beneath that attraction lurks something darker. Sometimes when he's near, a chill runs down my spine that has nothing to do with desire. It's like my body remembers something. My mind won't let me access something about him that should make me wary. Occasionally, when he mentions certain things or makes specific gestures, I get flashes of, not memories exactly, but emotions. Grief, fear, anger. They're connected to him somehow. Why? Why does he make me feel anger or fear? He tells me he's the father of my baby. And I believe him. There's no way he could lie about that. But it's frustrating not remembering how we met. Or when we fell in love. Did we fall in love? Or even the moment we created this child growing inside me? How can I not remember making love to him, the intimacy we must have shared? I try to piece things together. But it's like trying to complete a puzzle when most of the pieces are missing. And the few I have don't seem to fit. Every time I think I'm close to remembering something, it slips away like smoke through my fingers. Now, lying on my hospital bed, I stare at the ceiling and try to make sense of it all. The door opens, and Dr. Malhotra enters. Teblen hint. Good news. Miss Vermont, he says. All your tests have come back clear. Apart from the memory loss and some residual effects from the concussion, you're perfectly healthy. We can discharge you today. I sit up slowly. But my memory may return with time, he says gently. The brain is remarkably resilient. The important thing is not to force it. Memories often return naturally when the mind feels safe enough to process them. So, I'll need to feel safe, I ask. How will I feel safe if I don't know where I'm going? Or recognize the people I'll be with? You'll settle in soon. Dear. And then it will only be a matter of time. Temporary retrograde amnesia. Dr. Malhotra says, tapping his pen against the chart, is your mind's way of erecting barriers against trauma. He gestures toward his temple. Memories could be triggered when you face familiar circumstances or emotions. That's not going to happen here. He smiles gently as if to take the edge off. What about my family, I ask. Surely I must have parents. Siblings. Friends. He consults his tablet. Your primary contact is listed as Alexei Tarasov. Just him. The question comes out small. Vulnerable. Yes. He looks at me sympathetically. Would you like me to try contacting anyone else? I shake my head, not knowing who to suggest. The reality hits me hard. I'm about to leave this safe, sterile environment and go. Where? With whom I have no memory of any place feeling like home. Azifonkwe? Alexei appears in the doorway. He's wearing a tailored suit that molds to the lean. Hard lines of his shoulders and chest. The dark fabric accentuating his imposing frame. Every inch of him radiates that unnerving power. But there's something almost vulnerable in the way he looks at me. A softness around his eyes I haven't noticed before. Ready to go home, he asks softly, his deep voice carrying that distinctive Russian lilt. Home. The word feels foreign to me, hollow and uncertain. What does home even mean when you can't remember having one? My stomach knots with anxiety. Sûr, Isai, pressing my lips together in the semblance of a smile, hoping he can't see how my hands tremble slightly at my sides. I have no choice but to trust this stranger who claims to know me. The discharge process passes in a blur of paperwork and instructions. A nurse rattles off care guidelines while I nod mechanically, barely processing her words. Something about watching for signs of infection, taking prescribed medications, following up with a neurologist. I try not to fidget as Alexei takes control of the situation, briskly flipping through forms and signing them with a flourish. I find myself captivated by those hands, imagining them touching my skin, exploring me. Cut it out. Stella, that unsettling tightening in my core is happening again. How the hell can this man turn me on at the same time as he scares me, God? What if I'm some kind of sexual freak? You're not... Get a grip. It's not my fault that my thoughts are racing. The fluorescent hospital lights seem too harsh, making everything appear slightly unreal, as though I'm watching this scene unfold from somewhere outside my body. I should be asking questions, but my mind feels wrapped in cotton, still struggling to connect the fragments of my shattered memory. Take care. Miss Fairmont. Dr. Malhotra says as he scribbles his signature across the forms. I'll see you at your follow-up. I nod mutely. My brain feels far away, struggling to process anything beyond the immediate moment. Before I know it, I'm sitting in Alexei's luxury car, a sleek black Bentley with butter-soft leather seats that seem to envelop me, watching unfamiliar landscapes scroll past the window. Palm trees and modern buildings blend together in a disorienting parade of shapes and colors. None, triggering, even the faintest hint of recognition. My fingers anxiously trace the stitching on the seat as I try to ground myself in this strange reality. Where are we going, I ask. trying to recognize anything in the passing scenery. To the manor, he replies, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The manor, I repeat. We live in a freaking manor. He glances at me, his expression gentle. It's our home. Zaczek. In Los Angeles. Our home. My voice cracks slightly. I don't remember. Surely the thought of home should switch something on in my brain. He reaches over and takes my hand. His touch warm and somehow familiar despite my memory loss. It's okay. Stella, you've been through a lot. The doctor said your thoughts might be foggy for a while. Foggy. Yeah. Right. The word almost makes me laugh. Foggy suggests something you can see through if you try hard enough. This isn't fog, it's a complete blackout. Tears well up in my eyes before I can stop them. Hey, Alexei says softly, squeezing my hand. You're safe now, and that's what matters. We'll take it slow. Yes, I nod, not trusting myself to speak. His words should be comforting, but something about them sends a chill down my spine. Safe now. Safe from what? From whom was I not safe before, as we drive on in silence? I rest my free hand on my swollen belly, feeling the baby move within me. At least this still feels real, this connection to the life growing inside me. Everything else might be blank. But this, I know I'm going to be a mother. What I don't know is whether I should be afraid of the father. The rational part of my mind says no, he's been nothing but gentle and concerned since I woke up in the hospital. But there's another part of me, something deeper and more instinctive, that whispers warnings I can't quite hear. Like my body remembers something my mind won't let me see. I look at our joined hands resting on the console between us. His is so much larger than mine. Strong and capable, with expensive rings glinting on his fingers. A hand that I sense could protect or destroy with equal ease. Which has it done to me, I wish I knew.
Chapter 6, Alexei. The car glides to a stop at the entrance of Blackwood Manor. I turn off the engine and sit motionless for a moment. Doctor, Malhotra's words about Bobik echoing in my mind. My son's diagnosis hangs over me like a dark shroud. Experimental surgery. Slim chance of success. And I put him through that. It doesn't matter that he'd begged to do it. I am the parent. I have the final say. I sink back into my seat, forcing myself to breathe slowly through clenched teeth. My son deserves better than coin flip odds. The Bentley's leather seat creaks as I shift, the silence of the car amplifying the storm in my head. The doctor's final words keep replaying in my mind. We will get him up and running. Mr. Tarasov, trust me. But trust isn't something that comes easily to me. I push the thoughts away. Right now, I need to focus on Stella. Circling around to her door, I open it smoothly and look down into the car. She looks up at me. Those green eyes that once flashed with desire and rage, now clouded with confusion. My jaw tightens. I'm a stranger to her now, a blessing in disguise. Maybe. We're here. Isai, extending my hand. She hesitates before taking it. Her fingers cool against my palm. As she steps out, her gaze travels up the imposing facade of the manor. Nothing in her expression suggests recognition. I watch her carefully, noting how she pulls her hand away a moment too quickly. That instinctive withdrawal from my touch, it's irritating. This woman who once knew every inch of my body now shrinks from the barest contact. The wind catches her chestnut hair, blowing strands across her face. I resist the urge to brush them away. Such a gesture was never one we shared easily. I'd made sure of that. But now, it's something I want to do. I don't... Instead, I straighten my shoulders and step back, giving her space to take in my home in all its cold, symmetrical glory. "This is where we live," she asks, her voice small. "Yes. Blackwood Manor." I watch her face carefully for any flicker of memory. Nothing. Something instinctive stirs within me as a thought takes hold. This could be a second chance. Before, she looked at me with apprehension. I was the man who'd forced her into my world to bear my child. Now, that slate is wiped clean. We can start over. Let me show you around. Isai, guiding her toward the entrance. We move through the grand foyer, my steps measured and deliberate. I maintain perfect composure, despite the storm inside me, my son's failed operation, Stella's memory loss, the opportunity it presents. My hand hovers near the small of her back without touching her, maintaining the illusion of distance while keeping her within my orbit. This is the main house, I explain as we walk. There are 2 wings, the right wing, where my personal quarters are, and the left wing, where you've been staying. We don't stay together. She glances at me and then looks away, her cheeks turning pink. Bjod. This is something I hadn't considered. Why would a couple live in separate parts of a house like this? My business has me keeping odd hours. I tell her, improvising, and you need your rest. For the baby. I glance down. It's a sketchy explanation, but it will have to do. She nods, absorbing the information without comment. Her eyes drift over the artwork, the furniture, searching for something familiar and finding nothing. I watch her carefully, trying to read her thoughts as she takes in the opulence around us. The way her gaze lingers on certain pieces, the Russian artwork, the antique grandfather clock, tells me she's processing more than she lets on. "It's beautiful," she says finally, her voice soft, with what might be awe or apprehension. I can't quite tell which. I'm glad you think so. The words come out more sincere than I expected. For some reason, her approval matters, which bothers me. I shouldn't care what she thinks of my home. Yet I find myself studying her face for any hint of genuine appreciation. I lead her through the manor, pointing out rooms and spaces she should know intimately by now. The kitchen, where I once prepared a meal for her, watching her eyes widen in surprise that a man like me could handle a knife for something other than violence. The library, where I've built up a small selection of science books for her and Bobik, texts on neuroscience and experimental treatments that she devoured in days. The pool where I've seen her swim, her body gliding through water like she belongs there. The sunlight catching the droplets on her skin in ways that made my chest tighten. Each memory cuts deeper than the last. They're mine alone now. Alone. The weight of them settles in my gut like stones. Reminders of moments I didn't appreciate enough when they were happening. Beyond. When did I become this sentimental, this weak? Yet I can't stop the flood of images. Each one more vivid than the last. When we reach her bedroom door, I pause. Images flash through my mind, Stella beneath me, her hair spread across the pillows. her nails digging into my back. Stella reading by the window, her face peaceful in the morning light, the scent of her skin after a shower, that mixture of vanilla and sweet woman that I've found myself seeking in empty rooms, the sound of her laughter rare at first, then more frequent, as she settled into life at Blackwood, the way she looks at Bobek, with such genuine care that it makes something in my chest constrict painfully. I remember her curled up in my bed, vulnerable in sleep, her guard completely down. The thought sends a surge of possessiveness through me that's becoming dangerously familiar. I push the door open. "This is your room." She steps inside, her movements hesitant. Her eyes scan the space, the king-sized bed with its silk sheets, the antique dresser, the bookshelves filled with science volumes she selected herself. It feels like I should remember it, but I don't. She mumbles. A spike of something dangerous runs through me, relief mingled with guilt. Her confusion means my secrets remain safe. She doesn't know my role in her parents' deaths. Doesn't realize how much she should hate me for what I'd done. Perhaps I'll carry my guilt to my grave. I watch as she explores the room, running her fingers over unfamiliar possessions. Every object holds a story she's forgotten, a story that ultimately paints me as the villain. "You should rest," Isai, noticing the fatigue in her eyes, the slight droop of her shoulders. "The doctor said not to overwhelm you with too much at once." My voice sounds gentler than I'm used to, a weakness I rarely allow myself to show. She nods, sinking onto the edge of the bed. "I am tired." Her fingers curl into the silk sheets I specifically ordered because I wanted her to come home to complete comfort. Another strange gesture I'd never expect from myself. There are clothes in the closet. Bathroom is through there. I point to a door on the right, watching how her gaze follows my gesture. There's a wariness when she watches me that I wish wasn't there. "If you need anything, just press the intercom button by the bed. Someone will always answer." My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, too soft, too concerned. She looks up at me. Her expression, a mixture of gratitude and caution. Her eyes search mine, looking for something I'm not sure I can give her. "Thank you." I nod and turn to leave, mind lingering on the door knob. "I'll check on you later." I hesitate, fighting the urge to say more, to stay longer. Instead, I step into the hallway, allowing myself one last glance at her sitting on the edge of the bed before I close the door behind me. "You're getting fucking soft." Tarasov. I shake myself to get rid of the unfamiliar feeling. When I return an hour later with a tray of food, she's asleep. The medication they prescribed at the hospital has knocked her out. Her breathing deep and even. I set the tray down silently and approach the bed. She looks peaceful in sleep, though her brow is slightly furrowed, as if her body remembers what her mind cannot. My fingers hover near her face, almost brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. But I pull back, even unconscious. She seems to sense my presence, shifting slightly away. Tak krasivo. For one unguarded moment, I allow my expression to soften into something few have ever witnessed: vulnerability, tenderness, regret. Then the mask slides back into place. Alexei Diana's voice in the hallway startles me. I move away from the bed and step outside, pulling the door nearly closed behind me. My sister stands in the corridor, her posture rigid as always. Her eyes flick to the bedroom door, then back to me. "How's she doing?" Diana asks. "Resting. The medication makes her drowsy, and her memory still gone. Doctor, Malhotra still says it should be temporary." Diana nods, processing this information with her typical efficiency. I have prepared Bobik's rooms for when he returns. "Horoshi." "Good. How is he?" she asks, her voice softening slightly. "Did the doctor give any more updates?" I feel my expression harden. "He'll be okay." The answer is deliberately vague, and Diana knows better than to press. We've communicated this way since childhood, saying more with silence than words. "I'll check on Stella later," Diana says, turning to leave. "Let me know if she needs anything." As she walks away, I stand alone in the corridor. My fingers drum against my thigh in a rare display of agitation. I eventually retreat to my office and pour myself 2 fingers of vodka, but don't drink immediately. Instead, I stare at my reflection in the glass cabinet, the face of the man responsible for the death of Stella's father, and indirectly responsible for the death of her mother. Indirectly. As if that makes a fucking difference. The man who now harbors their daughter under his roof. The man who wants her to fall in love with him. The contradiction doesn't trouble me as much as it should. Nor does this revelation. Love is not something I ever saw in my future. I downed the vodka in one swallow, feeling it burn a path down my throat. Some secrets will stay buried not just for my protection, but for hers, for our child's, for this new beginning. My reflection shows a slight, dangerous smile forming. Perhaps fate has granted me something I never deserved, a clean slate with a woman who never knew I'd already stained it with blood. She must never, I ever know what I've done. She doesn't have to know the reason. Either now that her father is dead. There is no point in telling her Tomas Larkin caused Bobik's condition. Some things are better kept secret forever.
Chapter 7, Stella. It's a new day. I'm sitting on the plush sofa in the sitting room, with Alexei beside me. He's looking at me intently, surveying my face like he's trying to read my mind. We sit in quiet contemplation for some time, allowing the surroundings to sink in. I shift slightly, feeling the soft velvet of the sofa against my bare arms. Alexei's presence beside me is overwhelming, his body heat radiating across the small space between us. God! He smells good. The thought comes out of nowhere, and I push it away. This is no time to give in to the strange attraction I feel to him. There's more at stake here. Things I need to understand. I can feel his eyes on me, studying every tiny expression that crosses my face. It's unnerving how he seems to see right through me, as if he's cataloging my thoughts before I've even registered them myself. I resist the urge to fidget under his intense gaze, wondering what he's looking for or what he's already found. The room is oppressively beautiful crystal chandeliers casting prisms of light across antique furniture, oil paintings in gilded frames, and velvet curtains that puddle on the polished floor. It's the kind of luxury that should impress me, but instead makes me feel small and out of place. As I take in the opulence of the room, a faint memory surfaces, a suitcase filled with money. Me giving it to Alexei. an overwhelming sensation of anxiety washing over me like ice water down my spine. My hands trembling as I pushed it toward him. His dark eyes unreadable. Calculating. The image is vivid but disconnected from any context. Floating in my mind like a photograph torn from its album. I try to grasp at the surrounding details, where we were. What words passed between us. Why I was giving this man a bag of cash, but I can't pin down the memory. Just that single, crystalline moment remains. Sharp-edged and unsettling. Refusing to fit into the puzzle of my fragmented past. There was something else in that suitcase, too. Something I can't recall what. I turned to him. The question forming before I can consider its implications. Did I give you any money here? His eyebrows lift slightly, surprise flickering across his face before his expression settles back into careful neutrality. You paid off your brother's debt. My stomach twists at his confirmation. Another piece of the puzzle clicking into place. I remember the weight of that bag now. How my arms had ached from carrying it. How each stack of bills represented something I can't quite grasp. For Nick? Always for Nick. My brother. I remember that I have a brother. But I don't know where he is right now. The word brother conjures a face younger than mine. With the same green eyes but sharper features. A crooked smile that could charm anyone. Nick. Isai. The name emerging from somewhere deep in my memory. Do you know where he is? Alexei's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. No. There's something in his tone, a finality that suggests this isn't a topic he wants to pursue. Why not his shoulders have tensed? His fingers curling slightly against his thigh. I sense I shouldn't push further. So I drop the subject. Something about Nick clearly troubles Alexei. And the way his jaw tightens when I mention my brother's name makes my stomach knot with worry. There's history there, something Alexei isn't telling me. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a lot Alexei isn't telling me. My throat feels suddenly parched. My lips dry. The tension in the room makes it hard to swallow, and I need a moment to collect my thoughts. May I please have some water, I ask. I'm grateful for the excuse to change the subject. My hands fidget in my lap as I wait for his response. Wondering what secrets he's keeping about Nick, and why the mere mention of my brother's name can transform Alexei's expression from concern to cold detachment in an instant. His expression softens immediately, the hardness in his eyes melting into something that looks almost like tenderness. It catches me off guard. This sudden shift from intimidation to care. And I find myself drawn to the way his features transform stern lines, easing into something more approachable. More human. Of course, you must be hungry as well. I asked the cook to prepare something for you. His voice has changed. Too, gentler around the edges. And I realize how desperately I need both water and food. My stomach gives a traitorous little growl at the mere mention of a meal, reminding me I haven't eaten properly since this morning. Remember, you have a baby to feed too. He rises with fluid grace and returns moments later with a glass of water. I take it gratefully, our fingers brushing during the exchange. The brief contact sends an unexpected jolt through me, and I nearly spill the water. I drink deeply. I was aware of his eyes on me, watching with an intensity that makes my skin warm despite the cool liquid sliding down my parched throat. When I finished, I set the glass down on the nearby table with a soft clink. My hand trembles slightly, whether from hunger, nerves, or that unexpected touch. I'm not certain. My stomach feels hollow, a persistent ache reminding me that I'm responsible for 2 lives now. Not just my own. What happened to me, I ask, then touch my head briefly. Nobody in the hospital would explain anything to me about it. What happened when I pinch my lips together, knowing that this is going to open up something I may not want to know? He studies me for a long moment before responding, "You were kidnapped. It was a traumatic experience, and it seems your brain has suppressed or deleted some of those memories." His words hang in the air between us, heavy and dangerous. My chest tightens as fragments of memories, flashes of darkness, muffled voices, all the taste of fear, try to surface but slip away. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the room's warmth. Kidnapped, I repeat. By whom, why my voice sounds distant, as if it belongs to someone else. Part of me wants to know everything, while another part recognizes that these blocked memories might be my mind's way of protecting me from something unbearable. Yet the questions tumble out, my need for answers overriding my caution. "Gianni, your ex-fiancé," he tells me, his voice hardening. "We took care of him." Gianni. The name stirs something, a flash of dark eyes, a cruel smile, hands that grip too tightly. But the memory vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving me with nothing but an overwhelming sense of unease. Took care, I repeat, uncertain what he means, although a small part of me suspects it can't be good. He doesn't elaborate, and I don't press. There's something in his expression, a darkness that warns me not to dig deeper. Instead, I ask the question that's been weighing on me since I woke up in the hospital. And where is my family, my parents? It feels impossible that there could be no one out there for me. A brother who's in the wind. No sign of my mother or father, though I can feel their presence so clearly. A long silence follows. Alexei seems to be choosing his words carefully. "Gone," he finally says. The simple statement hits me with unexpected force. "Gone." Gone, I repeat the word that's ringing in my head. "Yes. Zajic." He puts a hand on my cheek, and I find myself pressing my face into his palm. Some time ago. My parents are gone. Tears spring to my eyes as his words sink in. I have no memory of their deaths, no recollection of grieving them, yet the pain feels fresh and raw. I'm mourning people I can't even remember. "And who are you?" I finally ask, clearing my throat when my voice cracks. "To me? I mean," the question hangs between us, loaded with implications it seems. Neither of us fully understands. He meets my gaze, his dark eyes revealing nothing. "Someone who wants to help you," he says after a pause. It's not really an answer, yet something about it rings true. I sense there's more, much more, but I don't have the energy to press further. My head is beginning to throb again, and the emotional weight of everything I've learned is exhausting. Alexei seems to notice my fatigue. "What do you need right now?" he asks, his voice gentler than before. The hardness that usually defines his features softens just slightly, something almost tender beneath his guarded exterior. He's really quite beautiful, in a brutal kind of way. I consider for a moment. What I need is my memory back, but that's not something he can give me. The gaps in my mind feel like physical wounds. Rough, fresh, and painful. I think I could use a long soak in the bath. I say instead, running my fingers through my tangled hair. My body aches in places I didn't know could hurt. And even though I've showered since I got here, it feels like the scent of the hospital is still clinging to me. Notes. Something flickering in his eyes. Relief. Perhaps. At the change of subject. Or something else entirely. His dark gaze lingers on me for a beat too long. "Okay. Wait for me." His deep voice fills the space between us, and I notice how his hands flex briefly at his sides. as if he's restraining himself from reaching out to me. I want him to touch me. I blink in surprise at wayward thought. I can't understand how I could want him when I find him so unnerving. As he rises to arrange my bath, I remain on the sofa, trying to reconcile the fragments I've gathered. My parents are dead. I have a brother named Nick whose whereabouts are unknown. I was engaged to someone named Gianni, who apparently kidnapped me and tried to kill me. And Alexei, this intimidating, attentive man who watches me with such intensity is... what is he? My protector, my lover, the father of my child. He's keeping things from me, that much is clear. But whether it's to protect me or himself, I can't tell. All I know is that despite my confusion and wariness, there's something about him that draws me in with an unnerving force. A pull that feels both dangerous and inevitable. As I watch him hovering for a moment, I rest my hand on my swollen belly, taking comfort in the one relationship that still makes sense to me. Whatever else I've forgotten, this connection remains intact, this love for the child growing inside me. My daughter. Our daughter. The rest will have to come back piece by piece, like assembling a puzzle in the dark. For now, I'll have to trust the one person who seems to hold all the pieces, even if I'm not entirely sure I should.
Chapter 8. Alexei. A sudden, intense wave of need washes over me at Stella's words. The thought of her naked body, slick with water, her pregnant belly swollen with my child, it hits me with unexpected force. My pupils dilate, and my breathing shifts subtly, betraying the surge within me. Slowly. Mudak. I have to be careful. This isn't just any woman, this is Stella. Carrying my child. Vulnerable and stripped of her memories. Wanting her like this, when she doesn't remember our complicated past. Feels wrong, but I can't seem to resist the pull she has over me. Okay. Isai. My voice carefully controlled. Wait for me here. I stride toward her bathroom. My movements purposeful. This is what I do. Control every variable. Create the perfect scenario. The bathroom is a masterpiece of luxury Italian marble. Gold fixtures. A tub large enough for two. I run the water, testing the temperature until it's exactly right. Not too hot for the baby, but warm enough to soothe. Look at you. Zasranets. All domesticated. I measure the bubble bath precisely, watching as the water turns milky and fragrant. The lighting needs adjustment. Too bright, feels clinical. Too dim suggests something Stella might not be ready for. I settle on a warm glow that softens the edges of things. Every detail matters. This is how I've always operated. Whether in business or pleasure, when everything is perfect, I return to the sitting room. Bath is ready. I announce, my tone casual, despite the heat building inside me. Stella looks up, and I catch a moment of hesitation in her eyes, a flicker of vulnerability that both satisfies and troubles me. I extend my hand to help her rise, establishing physical contact while giving her the illusion of choice. Her fingers are warm against mine, her touch light, but not reluctant. The bathroom is filled with steam when we enter, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. Without overthinking, I lean down and kiss her. Her lips are soft, yielding. I am searching for any sign that her body remembers what her mind cannot, the times we've done this before. The passion that always simmered between us, even when she hated me. Alexei. She sighs against my lips, stiffening against me slightly, and then yielding, as if making some silent decision. I take that as permission to continue, my fingers finding the buttons of her blouse. I undress her slowly, my touch lingering over the swell of her belly and the heavy curves of her breasts. Her body is different now, fuller with pregnancy, but no less beautiful, more so, perhaps, knowing she carries my child. Our eyes lock as the last of her clothes fall away, and she gnaws on her lip. Will you join me, she asks, her voice husky. I pause, considering this. She's been distant since she got back, but something has changed. I narrow my eyes on hers for a moment, then nod silently. I undress myself with efficiency, aware of her eyes on me. My body is a battlefield of scars and tattoos, each marking, telling a story of violence and power that I hope she won't ask about. Not yet. The onion domes of St. Petersburg skyline across my back. The dagger wrapped in roses over my heart. The Bratva stars on my shoulders marking my rank. We stand facing each other for a moment, taking in the sight of each other. Her nipples are puckered, darker than they were before. I touch one with my fingertip and she sucks in a breath. Goose flesh rippling over her bare skin. Get in, I tell her, reaching for her hand as she steps into the tub. The water embraces us as we sink in. I position myself behind her, curve back against my chest, her head resting on my shoulder. From here, I can see us both in the ornate mirror on the opposite wall, her pale skin against my darker complexion, her softness against my hardness. I am surrounding her completely, protective and possessive. You're mine, Zaychik. I don't say the words, but they're reflected in my touch, my posture, my breath against her ear. I take the washcloth and begin to clean her, starting with her shoulders and working my way down. My touch alternates between soothing and claiming. When I reach the swell of her belly, I pause, my hand splaying across it. My territory. Marked and claimed. My child grows within her. The thought sends another surge of desire through me. Krasivaya? I murmur against her ear. Beautiful. Water droplets trace paths down her skin, and I follow them with my fingertips. Her breathing changes, becoming shallower. I can feel her heart racing where her back presses against my chest. My cock is rock hard, pressing against her lower back. But I exercise restraint. This isn't just about physical release, it's about reclaiming what was almost lost to me. I let her desire build as I touch her, waiting until she turns in my arms, seeking more intimate contact. Only then do I stand, lifting her from the water. I leave wet footprints across the marble floor as I carry her to the bedroom. Water trailing behind us in pools. In the bedroom, I lay her on the silk sheets, taking a moment to devour the sight before me. Te samu duruhu. To umnya jest. I murmur roughly. She stares at me. I'm precious to you, she whispers, echoing my words, then frowns. Wait, I speak Russian. Her eyes are wide when I nod at her. Of course she does. She was born there. Grew up there before her asshole. Father fled with his family in tow. But this is not the time to discuss that. If I have my way, we will never discuss it. Isai, putting a fingertip to her lips. Water droplets still cling to her skin, catching the dim light like diamonds against her flushed flesh. Her nipples are tight and swollen, begging for my mouth. The heaviness of her breasts makes my cock throb painfully against my stomach as I position myself above her. Krasavitsa. I breathe. Beautiful one. Mine. Her eyes are liquid heat. Pupils blown wide, with desire. Long lashes flutter against her cheeks when I trace a finger down the valley between her breasts. Over her belly. Her chestnut hair fans around her face, still damp from our bath. Seeing her here, in my bed, carrying my child, it's a conquest more satisfying than any business deal I've ever closed. The curve of her pregnant belly rises between us, a reminder of what we've created together, of what belongs to me. I run my palm over the taut skin, feeling a flutter beneath our child, responding to my touch. Something possessive roars inside me. I bend to press my lips against that sacred mound, tasting the water still clinging to her skin. Inhaling her scent. Alexei, she whispers, her voice thick with need, hands reaching for me. I move up her body deliberately, savoring each inch of contact between us. Her thighs part for me instinctively, welcoming me home. Her pussy is already slick and swollen, ready for me. Her body, remembering what her mind cannot. Byod, you're so wet. I growl against her throat, nipping at the tender skin there as my fingers explore her folds. Always so ready for me. Her back arches when I gently slip 2 fingers inside her. She's tight, hot, gripping my digits like she never wants to let go. I curl my fingers forward, finding that spot that makes her gasp and clutch at my shoulders. Her nails digging half moons into my skin. Please, she becks, grinding against my hand. I take her with a mixture of passion and restraint, replacing my fingers with the blunt head of my cock. I push in slowly, inch by inch, watching her face contort with pleasure. Her tight cunt stretches around me, accommodating my size with a resistance that makes my jaw clench. I'm careful of her condition, yet unable to fully restrain the possessive hunger that drives me. Fuck. Zaychik. I groan when I'm fully seated inside her. So fucking tight. So perfect. I establish a rhythm deep, measured thrusts that have her mewling beneath me. One hand is braced beside her head, the other cupping her breast, thumb flicking over her nipple until she's whimpering. Her legs wrap around my waist, heels digging into my ass, urging me deeper. Her body responds to mine, as it always has, perfectly, instinctively, even if her mind doesn't remember. There's a rightness to this that goes beyond memory, a connection that exists on a level deeper than conscious thought. I know exactly how to touch her, where to kiss her, when to slow down, and when to give her everything. I grip her hips, angling them slightly, to hit the spot that makes her eyes roll back. Her walls clench around me, and I feel her climbing toward release. My teeth find her shoulder, marking her as mine, while my cock claims her from within. Come for me, I command, my voice rough as gravel. Let me feel that sweet cunt squeeze my dick. Malishka. Her orgasm crashes through her in waves I can feel around my cock pulsing, gripping, milking me. I fuck her through it, holding back my own release until her aftershocks subside. Only then do I allow myself to follow, emptying myself deep inside her with a guttural groan. I collapse beside her, careful not to crush her or the baby, pulling her against me. My hand splays possessively across her belly as our breathing gradually slows. In this moment, I allow myself to feel something beyond desire or calculation, something dangerously close to tenderness. The mask of the Pakan slips, just slightly, revealing the man beneath. Time trickles by as we lie there in silence, until I wonder if she's fallen asleep. Tell me about yourself, Stella suddenly asks, her voice soft in the dim light. I want to know about you. Where is your family, your parents? The question catches me off guard. My body tenses slightly, the brief moment of vulnerability evaporating as I consider how to answer. The truth is complicated, ugly, but a complete lie might backfire later. I don't really know. I say finally. I think they're dead. You think yes. I pause, deciding how much to reveal. My father was an asshole to our mother all his life. I watched their fights all through my childhood. I had a brother who protected us in the early days, but he was sent off to school. You have siblings, she glances up at me. I nod. Vasya is my older brother, and Diana is my twin sister. She is 10 minutes younger than me. And you're close, she asks. Yes. I acknowledge, realizing how true this is. My brother and sister play key roles in my life. But your parents, she trails off. My voice hardens as I continue. Memories surfacing that I usually keep buried. Our mother disappeared one day. My father said she had to travel far away, and that she would never be back. From then on, if any of us asked a single question, we were beaten. So, we tried not to speak. Now my father is gone too. I realize my hand has formed a fist, and I consciously relax it. These are not the controlled half-truths I usually dispense. There's too much real emotion bleeding through. But perhaps this honesty, limited as it is, will help build the foundation I want with her. Stella listens carefully, her expression thoughtful. So, we are both orphans, she says eventually. The observation hits me hard enough to leave me speechless for a moment. You told me my parents died. She pauses, and I brace myself for questions I can't answer truthfully. But instead, she says, at least we have each other. Bozhemoy. What the fuck do I say to that? Her hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining. The simple gesture, the trust it represents, makes something twist painfully in my chest. Here she is, offering comfort for a loss that's real, while I am the very reason for her own loss, a truth she can never know. I watch as her eyes grow heavy, sleep claiming her quickly. Pregnancy and recovery from her injury have left her easily exhausted. In the shadows of the room, I allow my expression to show what I could never reveal to her waking eyes: self-loathing, guilt, and the terrible knowledge that everything between us is built on blood. My hand moves to stroke her hair gently. The tenderness of the gesture at odds with the darkness of my thoughts. This woman trusts me, depends on me, might even come to love me, all while not knowing what I'm capable of. I am the worst fucking criminal ever born.
Chapter 9. Stella. I wake up alone. In a bed that isn't mine yet, smells of me. Morning light filters through heavy curtains, casting golden patterns across rumpled silk sheets still warm from another body. Alexei's body. My hand reaches across the empty space beside me, fingers spreading wide as if to capture the lingering warmth. For a heartbeat. Panic flutters in my chest. Where am I? Where is he? Then I inhale deeply, and something settles inside me. Sandalwood. Expensive cologne. And something distinctly male Alexei's scent. My body relaxes before my mind understands why. Responding to some deep-rooted memory my consciousness can't access. It's instinctive. This recognition, like my cells themselves, remember the weight of his body against mine. The heat of his skin. The tension in my shoulders melts away, replaced by a humming awareness that spreads through my limbs like warm honey, even as my mind struggles to make sense of where I am, where he's gone. My traitorous body already knows, already craves his return, as if we've been dancing this dance for lifetimes instead of days. I sit up slowly, wincing at the slight soreness between my thighs, a pleasant reminder of last night's lovemaking. The ache is delicious. My body's way of preserving the memory of him in my flesh, when my mind still struggles to process everything. God. Stella, I don't know what made me do it. But yesterday, something drove me to delve deeper with him. As if the uncertainty that had been plaguing me had to be exorcised somehow. And the only way I knew how to do it was with sex. Not just sex, but that raw, desperate kind that strips away pretenses and leaves you vulnerable. I needed answers my rational mind couldn't provide, so I sought them with my body instead, hoping the physical connection might bridge the emotional gap between us. What I learned has left me more confused than ever. Me fingers treffen to me lips, still tender from his kisses. Images flash through my mind like photographs from someone else's album, Alexei's hands gripping my hips, his mouth at my breast. Russian endearments growled against my neck. Zaychik. Kresivaya. He said that I am precious to him, and I understood him because I speak Russian. The intimacy of the moment had stirred up something that felt instinctively familiar. I get flashes of family meals around a dinner table, happy chatter in my mother tongue. I'm Russian strange. I don't feel Russian. But then again, what would that feel like anyway? Perhaps I should be wearing it the way he does. Alexei's national pride is unmistakable in his rolling vowels and gruff mannerisms. The hard edges to him. Me, I just feel lost. Although now, my body remembers his touch with such clarity that the cognitive blankness surrounding it feels like a cruel joke. How can I remember the exact pressure of his fingers against my skin, but not how we met? How can I recall the precise sensation of him moving inside me, but not when we first made love? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we can just be. Maybe I should just stop thinking about it. It's giving me a headache. I squeeze my eyes shut, then exhale slowly, urging the tension to ease from my neck and shoulders. The pressure builds behind my temples, a dull throb that matches my heartbeat. I've always carried stress this way, locked in my body, turning questions into physical pain. What good is obsessing over lost memories anyway? The harder I chase them, the more they seem to evade me. Another deep breath. I roll my shoulders back, trying to release the knots. Sometimes the body remembers what the mind forgets. Right now, my body is screaming for relief from questions I can't answer. Get up, Stella. It's not like he's coming back anytime soon. Reluctantly, I swing my legs from the mattress, inhaling one last breath of the scent of us on the sheets. The morning air feels cool against my bare skin as I slip from the bed. I find a silk robe hanging in the closet. Was it mine before, and wrap it around my swollen belly? The fabric whispers against my skin, luxurious and unfamiliar yet somehow right. I pad into the hallway, my bare feet alternating between the cool marble of the corridor and the plush warmth of scattered rugs. Each sensation pulls me more firmly into the present moment. The manor stretches before me, grand and imposing, filled with doorways that might lead to answers, or to more questions. My fingertips trail along textured wallpaper, feeling the subtle raised patterns beneath my skin. Each door I pass becomes a potential portal to my past. I hesitate before turning each knob, heart quickening with both hope and apprehension. What might I discover? What piece of myself might be waiting on the other side? Most rooms reveal nothing but more luxury guest bedrooms with untouched linens, sitting rooms with perfectly arranged furniture, a library with books whose titles blur before my eyes. Nothing triggers recognition. Nothing clicks into place. It's like walking through a museum dedicated to someone else's life. Until I reach what appears to be a study. His study. There's no doubt in my mind of it. Early morning light streams through tall windows, illuminating dust motes that dance in the golden beams. The room smells of leather and paper, with undertones of the same sandalwood that clings to Alexei. A huge walnut desk dominates the room, its contents carefully ordered in rows. Pens and notepads neatly lined up. A laptop aligned precisely with the edge of the table. I run a fingertip over the smooth surface as I look around the room. Bookshelves and filing cabinets take up practically all of the available wall space. Framed photos take up the remainder. Alexei with a group of similarly grim-faced men who appear to be business associates. Alexei with an older version of himself, who must be the brother he mentioned. Alexei with a woman who could only be his twin, beautiful in a cold, almost brutal way. And finally, Alexei holding the hand of a small boy who seems to be awkwardly seated beside him. I frown at the picture for a moment, taking in the same determined jaw and intense eyes that they share. Could it be? I shake my head, turning back to the room and taking in the rest of it. There's a dark leather Chesterfield sofa in a spacious sitting area in the center of the room. A coffee table in front of it holds piles of business magazines. Forbes, Times, The Wall Street Journal. A newspaper lies carefully folded on a mahogany side table beside the sofa, open to a feature article as if deliberately kept that way. Something about the headline catches my eye. Heartfelt evening charity. Gala raises record-breaking funds for sick children. I move closer, drawn by an inexplicable pull. My heart nearly stops when I see the photograph beneath the headline. It's me, undeniably. Me in an elegant outfit that hugs every curve. I look confident, glamorous. My arm linked through Alexei's, as camera flashes illuminate our faces. The date on the publication is months ago, meaning he must have kept this all this time. Why to remember this moment? Perhaps it was special to us. My fingers tremble as they trace the outline of my image. A memory flickers the weight of glittering earrings, the taste of expensive champagne. Alexei's possessive hand at the small of my back as we pose for photographers. Then it's gone almost as quickly as it emerged. Damn it. I whisper, frustration knotting my shoulders. So close. I was so close to grasping something real. I hover beside the table, the newspaper still clutched in my hands. My jaw clenches as I stare at the photo, willing it to unlock more memories. Nothing comes. Just that brief flash. That tantalizing glimpse into a life I can't remember living. Carefully setting the newspaper back where I found it, I leave the study and return to the hallway, making my way back to my bedroom in the opposite wing. It doesn't feel like home to me. I'd rather be back in his bedroom, in his bed. But somehow, I'm not sure if I should go back there now. Instead, I wander around my room, exploring it more closely than I did on arrival. Like everything else, it doesn't feel familiar. The clothing in the dressing room tells of a woman with a taste for casual clothing, nothing like the glamorous evening wear in the paper. Of course, most of it is maternity garb, thanks to my condition. All the best brands, perfectly matched. There's a yoga mat rolled in one corner, and an entire section of exercise clothes. Still, nothing feels like something I would have picked out for myself. A drawer in the closet is slightly ajar. Without thinking, I pull it open, revealing a simple phone tucked inside among the items of lingerie. It's not the latest model, nothing like the sleek smartphone Alexei carries. This looks older, more basic, curious. I turn it on. The screen illuminates, showing several missed calls from someone named Hannah. The name resonates somewhere deep inside me, stirring something that feels like recognition. Hannah. Red curls. Infectious laughter. Fierce loyalty. The images come in disconnected flashes, gone before I can fully grasp them. My thumb hovers over the callback button, heart racing. Who is Hannah to me? A friend, family, someone who might have answers should I call her? What would I even say? I hesitate. Then power down the phone and slip it into my robe pocket. Something tells me to keep this discovery to myself, at least for now. It feels strange to have a secret from Alexei when he's the only solid connection I have in this fog-filled existence. But the impulse is too strong to ignore. Fatigue suddenly washes over me, my body reminding me of its limits. Pregnancy and recovery demand rest. Regardless of my mental turmoil, I make my way back to my bedroom and lie down on the bed, my body sinking gratefully into the mattress. The simple act of becoming horizontal brings immediate relief to my aching back. I place both hands on my swollen belly, feeling the taut skin beneath my palms. Then she moves. Oh, my God, my daughter shifts beneath my touch. A solid reminder that not everything is lost in the fog of my memory. A small foot or elbow presses against my hand, and tears spring to my eyes, unbidden. This connection requires no memory. It exists purely in the present moment. I love her with a fierceness that takes my breath away. Hello, little one, I whisper, circling my thumb over the spot where I felt her movement. At least I haven't forgotten you. She responds with another kick, stronger this time, as if acknowledging my words. I smile through my tears. This simple interaction anchoring me when everything else feels adrift. My thoughts shift to Alexei. Despite the memory loss, my body responds to mere thoughts of him with an intensity that's both thrilling and confusing. I recall his gentleness last night, the careful way he washed my body, the kisses he placed on my pregnant belly, the protective arm he wrapped around me as I fell asleep. He's not that bad. Surely, there's tenderness in him that seems at odds with his intimidating presence. His dark eyes soften when he looks at me. His touch becomes gentle despite the strength in his hands. He treats me like something precious, something he's afraid of losing. Yet beneath this attraction, this inexplicable connection, something whispers from the recesses of my subconscious. A warning I can't quite hear. A shadow I can't quite see. It's there, in the way my heart sometimes, Chapter 10 Alexei. I drive through the hospital gates, hands tight on the steering wheel. The Bentley purrs beneath me, but I barely notice the smooth ride. My thoughts are fixed on one thing bringing my son home. We will have him up and running. Mr. Tarasov, trust me. Malhotra's words echo in my head, his voice confident and reassuring when we spoke yesterday. But today, as I park in the private section reserved for VIPs, I'm not exactly optimistic. Running. Right. I stop myself from snorting in disgust. The hospital's gleaming facade looms before me, all glass and steel and false promises. I've spent too many hours within these antiseptic walls, waiting for miracles that never materialized. My jaw tightens as I exit the car, straightening my suit jacket out of habit rather than necessity. Inside, the staff recognize me immediately. They should. I've paid enough to own a wing of this place. A nurse leads me through corridors I know by heart now, her shoes squeaking against the polished floor. The sound grates on my nerves, but I keep my expression neutral. Control est ofse. Control is everything. When I reach Bobik's room, Dr. Malhotra is already there, clipboard in hand, speaking quietly to my son. They both look up when I enter, and something in Bobik's smile makes my chest tighten painfully. The raw hope in his eyes hits me hard. He's so small against the white hospital sheets. Dark hair tousled, his thin arms resting on top of the blanket. For a moment, I see his mother in the curve of his cheek, and the memory claws at me. Papa. His voice brightens the sterile room more effectively than the fluorescent lights overhead. The sound reverberates through my chest, cutting through the antiseptic smell and medical machinery hum. I nod curtly to Malhotra before moving to Bobik's side, my footsteps heavy against the polished floor. I adjust my cuffs, a tense habit I despise but cannot seem to break. My father's hands used to fidget the same way before his rages. The comparison makes my jaw clench. Papa. His face lights up, pale but animated. The shadows under his eyes have lessened since yesterday. Doctor, Malhotra says I can go home today. He's hopeful and expectant, waiting for my reaction like it's the most important thing in the world. That's right. Isai, moving to his side and ruffling his dark hair gently. Everything's ready for you. Sinok. I force my voice to remain steady, businesslike. The relief flooding through me at his improved condition is an unfamiliar weakness I refuse to display. My hand lingers on his head a moment too long, betraying me despite my best efforts. I withdraw it quickly, adjusting my cufflinks again as I straighten to my full height beside his bed. Malhotra nods at me, his expression carefully composed beneath the fluorescent lights of the room. We've prepared all the medications and instructions for home care. The follow-up appointment is scheduled for next week. His voice maintains that clinical precision that both reassures and irritates me. I appreciate his thoroughness, it's why I hired him, but his detachment sometimes makes me want to grab him by his pristine lab coat and demand he acknowledge what this means. My son is coming home. Bobik is finally well enough to leave this sterile prison. I pay little attention to Malhotra. My focus is entirely on Bobik, still confined to the wheelchair that was supposed to be temporary. The experimental treatment was meant to be his liberation, his chance to run, to play, to live like other children. Instead, we're right back where we started. I swallow the lump in my throat. Vulnerability isn't something I'm used to. But between Bobik and Stella, I'm turning into some kind of pussy. Pizdets. Let's get you home. Sinok? I manage. My voice comes out rough, so I clear my throat. The discharge process passes in a blur of paperwork and medical jargon. I sign where directed, listen to instructions I already know by heart, and focus on keeping my expression neutral. Inside, rage simmers at the doctors who promised miracles, at the technology that failed, at myself for believing. As I push Bobik's wheelchair out of the hospital, I grasp the handles too tightly. Each step is a reminder of his shattered hopes. The sun is too bright, the air too fresh, mocking the heaviness in my chest. All the fucking money in the world. And I can't give him the one thing most people take for granted. I struggle to keep my emotions and my anger in check, conscious of my son's presence. Keep it together. Dolboyup. Not here. Not now. I help Bobik into the car, folding his wheelchair and stowing it in the trunk. The routine is familiar, too familiar. It wasn't supposed to be like this anymore. Once we're on the road, silence fills the car. I adjust the rearview mirror, catching glimpses of my son gazing out the window. He looks tired, his eyes shadowed. But there's still that spark in him, that stubborn light I've always admired. Dad. Bobik's voice breaks the silence. Small but steady. It's okay. I'm fine. Really. I meet his eyes in the mirror, surprised by the strength I see there. My son, my brave boy, is trying to console me. Biod. I should be the one consoling him, not the other way around. He's been through hell surgery, recovery, to the crushing disappointment, yet here he is, worried about me. I know you are. Usai, you're the strongest person I know. He smiles at that, a genuine smile that reaches his eyes. Stronger than you, much stronger. I confirm, and I mean it. This child has faced more challenges in his 10 years than most men face in a lifetime, and he's done it with a strength that humbles me. As we turn onto the private road leading to Blackwood Manor, Bobik perks up visibly. His eyes brighten as the familiar landscape comes into view, the manicured gardens, the symmetrical buildings of the estate, the long rectangular pool glittering in the sunlight. Finally, he exclaims, pressing his face closer to the window, I've missed home so much. Home. The word hits differently when spoken by my son. This place, this fortress I built with blood, money, and brutal negotiations becomes something else when I see it through his eyes. Something almost sacred. I park near the entrance to the left wing, where Bobik's rooms are located. As I help him into his wheelchair, he's already chattering excitedly about his plans. Can we stop by the library first? I want to see if the new astronomy books came. And I need to check my computer. I was in the middle of a simulation when we left for the hospital. Oh, and I want to show Stella my new telescope model. His enthusiasm is infectious, lifting some of the weight from my shoulders. One thing at a time. Sinok. Isai. Unable to suppress a small smile. Let's get you settled first. Inside, the manor is quiet and cool, a contrast to the sterile brightness of the hospital. Diana has prepared everything, meticulously fresh linens on Bobik's bed, his favorite books arranged on the nightstand, a small vase of sunflowers brightening the room. My sister understands what my son needs. Even when I struggle to articulate it myself, I settle Bobik in his specially designed apartment in the attic of the left wing, making sure he's comfortable. The space has been customized for his needs, wider doorways for his wheelchair, ramps instead of steps, technology within easy reach. Despite being hidden away for his safety, the rooms are filled with light and color, a sanctuary rather than a prison. Chess, he suggests, gesturing toward the ornate board set up by the window. It's our ritual. One of the few normal father-son activities we can share. Inot, settling into the chair across from him. We play in companionable silence. The familiar rhythm of the game, soothing us both. I watch his face as he considers each move, his brow furrowed in concentration. He's brilliant. My son, his mind sharp and quick despite all the limitations his body had imposed upon him. He captures my queen with a move I should have anticipated, his eyes lighting up with triumph. Checkmate in 3, he announces. I examine the board, recognizing the trap he's set. Well played. Y concede, knocking over my king in surrender. He wins most of our games these days. His strategic thinking, outpacing mine. Pride swells in my chest, alongside a twisting ache. Hours pass as we talk about everything and nothing, his science projects, a documentary he watched in the hospital, a new theory about black holes he's been reading about. We carefully avoid discussing the failed operation or what comes next. Today is about being home, about finding our footing again. Eventually, I notice his energy flagging, exhaustion creeping into his pinched features despite his attempts to hide it. You should rest. Sinok, Isai, rising from my chair. The fact that he doesn't argue is proof enough that he's reaching his limits, so I help him wheel his chair from behind the chess table and then accompany him to his bedroom. The hallway feels longer than usual as I guide him, one hand resting protectively on the back of his chair. When we reach his room, I carefully maneuver him beside the bed and lift him into it. I can do it. Papa, he says, straining to get beneath the covers. I stand silently as I watch his thin arms trembling as he struggles to lift his legs up. First one, and then the other, a hand beneath each calf. Finally, he looks up at me, his lips pursing. Okay, maybe a little help. He says it with a smile, but I can see the sadness behind his eyes. This homecoming was supposed to be different. You're tired. Malouche. I lift him in my arms and rest him back against the pillows, hating how small and fragile he feels. You've been through a lot. You need a bit of time to rest. That's all. He gives a nod but says nothing as I straighten his pillows, making sure they support his small frame properly. As hard as he's working to hide his disappointment, I can feel it radiating from him. I lean down and brush my lips over his forehead. As I turn to leave, he catches my hand, his small fingers wrapping around mine with surprising strength. Papa, he says softly, his eyes meeting mine directly. We'll be okay. This isn't the end. Something shifts in my chest, a tightness I've carried since the operation loosening slightly. I squeeze his hand gently, marveling at his resilience. This child, who has every reason to be bitter and angry at the world, chooses hope instead. You're right. Malouche, I manage to say, we'll be okay. He hesitates, then asks the question that's clearly been on his mind. Where is Stella? I consider my answer. She's been resting, but you'll see her soon. I'd like that. He smiles. I'd like to see her all the time. Papa, she's staying with us for good. Right. The question gives me pause. Stella's situation is complicated. Her memory loss, her discovery of her parents' fate, the tentative truce we've established. I don't want to burden Bobik with these complexities. Not when he's just returned home and needs stability. Yes, I say simply, meeting his hopeful gaze. She is. That's good, he says softly. I like her. His expression is hopeful, and I'm reminded that it was only months ago that he lost his mother. He's faced so much in his short life. Too much. Don't worry, I say firmly, injecting confidence into my words. Stella's not going anywhere. I just hope she feels as pleased about this as Bobik does. OchenoffPDF.com, Chapter 11, Stella. A soft knock on my door pulls me from the hazy limbo between sleep and wakefulness. I blink against the afternoon light streaming through the curtains, momentarily disoriented. Come in, I call, pushing myself up against the pillows. A woman stands at the door, and I recognize her as Alexei's sister Diana, partly from the photo in his study and partly because a memory flickers at the sight of her. The two of us are sitting at the pool. We're friends, of sorts. Diana enters, immaculate as always in a cream-colored pantsuit that makes her look like she stepped out of a fashion magazine. Her dark hair is swept into a sleek chignon, not a strand out of place. She carries herself with such composed elegance that I feel rumpled and disheveled in comparison. Even though I'm wearing one of the expensive maternity dresses I found in my closet. How are you feeling, she asks, her voice carrying that same slight Russian accent as Alexei's, though hers is softer, more refined, better. I smooth my hand over my belly absently. The headaches are less frequent. Diana notes, her dark eyes assessing me carefully. Bobik is asking for you. He returned from the hospital yesterday. Bobik. I repeat, the name triggering a flash of warmth. A small face, intelligent eyes, a smile that could light up a room. The boy from the photo holding Alexei's hand. His son? Yes. I'd love to see him. Something in Diana's expression shifts relief. Perhaps good. He's missed you terribly. She tilts her head. Alexei told me about your amnesia. How much do you remember? Not a lot, I say ruefully. But things are coming back to me in flashes. Some things more slowly. But I think I'll be fine. I say it with more confidence than I feel. She gives a nod, then waits as I rise from bed and straighten my clothes self-consciously. It seems all I do is sleep these days. As we walk through the corridors of Blackwood Manor, Diana fills the silence with careful conversation, explaining the layout of the left wing, mentioning routines and schedules in a way that suggests I should already know them. I nod at appropriate intervals, trying to absorb as much as I can, desperate for any information that might trigger my memory. Bobik's apartment is on the upper level, she explains as we climb a gently sloping ramp. It was renovated specifically for him. Because of his wheelchair, the question comes naturally, and I realize I must have known about his condition before. Diana gives me a quick, appraising glance. Yes. Alexei had everything customized for maximum accessibility. We reach a door at the end of the hallway, and Diana knocks gently before pushing it open. The space beyond is unlike anything I expected bright. Airy, filled with books and technology. Large windows offer sweeping views of the estate grounds, and the walls are covered with star charts and scientific posters. In the center of it all, a small boy sits in a wheelchair, his face lighting up when he sees us. Stella, he exclaims, wheeling himself toward me eagerly. You came. Something inside me melts at the sight of him. Despite my fractured memory, I feel an immediate connection to this child. His dark eyes shine with intelligence and warmth. Of course I did. Sigh, smiling as I move to meet him. How could I stay away? Diana watches our interaction with careful attention, her eyes missing nothing. I'll leave you two to catch up, she says after a moment. Bobik, remember what your father said about tiring yourself out. He rolls his eyes good-naturedly. I know. I'll be careful. when Diana leaves, closing the door softly behind her. Bobek gestures toward a comfortable armchair near his desk. Sit down. Tetya Didi says you've been sick, so I mustn't tire you. I lower myself into the chair, touched by his concern. How are you feeling? I heard you just got back from the hospital. 2. His smile dims slightly. I'm okay. The operation didn't work like it was supposed to. But Dr. Malhotra says they can try again later with better technology. My heart aches for him. I'm sorry. Bobik. He shrugs with a casualness that doesn't quite mask his disappointment. It's fine. I'm used to this chair anyway. He wheels himself to a shelf filled with books. Want to see what I've been reading? There's this amazing new book about quantum entanglement that explains it so even kids can understand for the next hour. Bobik chatters enthusiastically about science concepts that I struggle to follow. Before my memory loss, I must have been able to keep up with his brilliant mind, because he keeps referencing conversations we apparently had discussions about neuroscience, astronomy, theoretical physics. Don't you think that's fascinating, he asks, after explaining something about black holes that went completely over my head. I hesitate, not wanting to disappoint him. I'm having a little trouble with my memory right now. Bobik. Some things are still fuzzy. His brow furrows with concern. Tetya mentioned something about that. You got hurt? Yes. I touch the back of my head where a faint tenderness still lingers. I hit my head, and now I can't remember some things. But the doctors say it will get better with time. He considers this with the seriousness of a much older person. The brain is incredible at healing itself, he says confidently. Did you know that neurons can form new pathways when old ones are damaged? It's called neuroplasticity. Despite my confusion, I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Is that right? Absolutely. We talked about it when you were helping me with my science project. Remember about how the brain adapts to injury? I don't remember. Of course. But I nod anyway, not wanting to see disappointment in those intelligent eyes. It'll come back to me. I can help, he offers earnestly. I'm really good at explaining things. Diana returns shortly after, bringing snacks and reminding Bobek about his medication schedule. As she guides our conversation, I notice how she carefully steers us away from topics that might highlight my memory gaps. She's protecting both of us, Bobek, from confusion, and me from embarrassment. Before we leave, Bobek reaches for my hand. You'll come back soon. Right, I'd love to. I tell him, meaning it completely. Despite my fogginess, his being with him feels right comfortable in a way. Few things have since I woke up in that hospital bed. As I leave with Diana, I think back over the time I spent with the boy. The sense of familiarity appeals to me. Maybe it will spark something. I'll take you back to your room, says Diana, but I shake my head. It's fine. I know my way, I assure her. Besides, I'd like to take a walk. She eyes me for a moment before nodding. I'll see you later, she says before heading off down the hallway. I watch her leave. Then, on impulse, turn in the opposite direction, toward Alexei's study. I find him there, surrounded by paperwork. He looks up when I enter, his dark eyes unreadable. There's been a cautious sense of ease between us since that night we spent together. We haven't spoken about it, but I've been back there since then, of the connection leaving me more relaxed in his presence. Yet still, I'm not sure how he'll respond to my next request. I spent some time with Bobek today, I say without preamble. His eyes narrow. I wish he'd spoken to me about that first. My eyes narrow too. Is it a problem? He pauses before responding. No. There's another pause. You remembered him, yes. Isai. Well, not entirely, but enough to know he's brilliant. He must be bored being confined to his room all day. And frankly, Suonwai, I think it would be good for both of us if we spent some time together. Alexei's expression remains carefully neutral, but I see the way his fingers tighten slightly around his pen. His immune system is compromised after the surgery. He says, "We need to be careful about exposure." I understand that. I persist. But surely with proper precautions, it's not just about physical health. He interrupts. Bobik is sensitive. He's been through a lot. I understand the unspoken concern. Bobik might become attached to me. Depend on me. And what happens if my memory returns and I decide to leave? What if I remember why I should fear this man who watches me with such intensity I'm not going to hurt him? I say softly, I may not remember everything, but I know how I feel when I'm with him. He's special to me. Something shifts in Alexei's expression, a softening around the eyes. Perhaps. Fine, he concedes after a long moment. But with precautions. And only for short periods until we're sure he's recovering well. Thank you. Usai. Relief washing through me. Can I see him again today? He nods once. Decisively. After his afternoon rest, I'll have someone let you know when he's awake. I return to my room feeling lighter than I have in days. Having a purpose, even a small one, makes the fog of my memory loss seem a little less oppressive. I lie on my bed, one hand resting on my swollen belly, feeling our daughter's gentle movements beneath my palm. My eyelids grow heavy, and I drift into that strange twilight state between wakefulness and sleep. Images flash behind my closed eyes, disjointed. Frightening. A building that looks like a warehouse. Concrete floors, stained with something dark. Two people, a man and a woman, standing over me. The woman's face twists with hatred as she spits words. I can't quite hear. Fear washes through me. Cold and paralyzing. No, I won't. My own sharp words rouse me, and I jerk awake with a gasp. My heart pounding. Sweat beads on my forehead despite the cool air of the room. The fragments of memory, if that's what they were, slip away before I can grasp them fully, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. Desperate to shake off the unsettling feeling, I get up and begin straightening my already tidy room. I open drawers at random, seeking distraction in mundane tasks. In the bottom drawer of the nightstand, I find a small box labeled Discovery Deck Science Conversations for Kids. Curious, I open it to find a set of beautifully illustrated cards, each featuring a scientific question on one side and a child-friendly explanation on the other. I flip through them, reading questions aloud to myself. Why do some animals hibernate during the winter? And how do they survive without eating? Why do stars twinkle in the night sky, but planets don't seem to twinkle as much? Perfect. This is exactly what I need for my time with Bobik. Something structured that won't highlight the gaps in my knowledge while still allowing us to connect. When the message comes that Bobik is awake and ready for visitors, I gather the cards and make my way to his apartment. I follow all of Alexei's precautions, meticulously sanitizing my hands, leaving my shoes in the hallway, keeping a careful distance. Bobik's face lights up when he sees the deck in my hands. The discovery cards, I love those. We spend 2 hours working through the deck, taking turns, reading questions, and discussing the answers. With the cards as a guide, our conversation flows naturally. I don't have to pretend to know things I've forgotten. Instead, we explore the questions together. Bobik often expanding on the printed explanations with additional facts he's learned from his extensive reading. By the time we finish, we're both tired, but happy. The tension that's been my constant companion since waking up in the hospital has eased slightly, replaced by a genuine contentment that feels like a small victory. Thanks for coming, Stella, Bobik says as I prepare to leave. This was the best day since I got home. For me too. I tell him, and I mean it. Back in my room, I place the Discovery deck on my nightstand, intending to return it to the drawer. As I do, a particular card catches my eye. I pick it up. Reading the question printed in elegant script, how does the brain help us remember things? And why do we sometimes forget important details? I stare at the card for a long moment, my finger tracing the embossed letters. The irony isn't lost on me. Here I am, surrounded by a life I can't remember. People who know me better than I know myself. And secrets I can sense, but not access. I turn the card over, hoping for answers. But the simplified explanation meant for children offers little comfort to someone whose entire identity has been fractured. I set the card down with a sigh. I wish I knew. I whisper to the empty room. Races when he moves too suddenly. In the chill that occasionally runs down my spine when his expression darkens. What am I not remembering about him? The question exhausts me further, and I feel my eyelids growing heavy. The phone in my pocket presses against my hip, a small weight that feels somehow significant. Hannah? I'll think about her tomorrow. Decide what to do. For now, sleep calls to me with irresistible force. As consciousness begins to slip away, I keep one hand protectively spread across my belly. My daughter kicks once more, gently this time, as if saying goodnight. A smile curves my lips as sleep claims me, pulling me down into darkness where fragmented dreams await, dreams of evening wear and champagne, of money-filled suitcases and whispered Russian endearments, of a faceless woman named Hannah who seems to be calling my name from a great distance. Somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, a thought forms with strange clarity. I am safe here. Protected. But from what? And by whom? The questions follow me. Into sleep. Unanswered.
Chapter 10, Alexei. I drive through the hospital gates. Hands tight on the steering wheel. The Bentley purrs beneath me, but I barely notice the smooth ride. My thoughts are fixed on one thing, bringing my son home. We will have him up and running. Mr. Tarasov, trust me. Malhotra's words echo in my head, his voice confident and reassuring when we spoke yesterday. But today, as I park in the private section reserved for VIPs, I'm not exactly optimistic. Running. Right. I stop myself from snorting in disgust. The hospital's gleaming facade looms before me. All glass and steel and false promises. I've spent too many hours within these antiseptic walls, waiting for miracles that never materialized. My jaw tightens as I exit the car, straightening my suit jacket out of habit rather than necessity. Inside, the staff recognize me immediately. They should. I've paid enough to own a wing of this place. A nurse leads me through corridors I know by heart now, her shoes squeaking against the polished floor. The sound grates on my nerves, but I keep my expression neutral. Kontrol etovse. Control is everything. When I reach Bobik's room, Dr. Malhotra is already there, clipboard in hand, speaking quietly to my son. They both look up when I enter, and something in Bobik's smile makes my chest tighten painfully. The raw hope in his eyes hits me hard. He's so small against the white hospital sheets. Dark hair, tousled, his thin arms resting on top of the blanket. For a moment, I see his mother in the curve of his cheek, and the memory claws at me. Papa. His voice brightens the sterile room more effectively than the fluorescent lights overhead. The sound reverberates through my chest, cutting through the antiseptic smell and medical machinery hum. I nod curtly to Malhotra before moving to Bobek's side, my footsteps heavy against the polished floor. I adjust my cuffs, a tense habit I despise but cannot seem to break. My father's hands used to fidget the same way before his rages. The comparison makes my jaw clench. Papa, his face lights up. Pale, but animated. The shadows under his eyes have lessened since yesterday. Dr. Malhotra says I can go home today. He's hopeful and expectant, waiting for my reaction like it's the most important thing in the world. That's right. Isai, moving to his side and ruffling his dark hair gently. Everything's ready for you. Sinok. I force my voice to remain steady, businesslike. The relief flooding through me at his improved condition is an unfamiliar weakness I refuse to display. My hand lingers on his head a moment too long, betraying me despite my best efforts. I withdraw it quickly, adjusting my cufflinks again as I straighten to my full height beside his bed. Malhotra nods at me, his expression carefully composed beneath the fluorescent lights of the room. We've prepared all the medications and instructions for home care. The follow-up appointment is scheduled for next week. His voice maintains that clinical precision that both reassures and irritates me. I appreciate his thoroughness. It's why I hired him. But his detachment sometimes makes me want to grab him by his pristine lab coat and demand he acknowledge what this means. My son is coming home. Bobek is finally well enough to leave this sterile prison. I pay little attention to Malhotra. My focus is entirely on Bobek, still confined to the wheelchair that was supposed to be temporary. The experimental treatment was meant to be his liberation, his chance to run, to play, to live like other children. Instead, we're right back where we started. I swallow the lump in my throat. Vulnerability isn't something I'm used to, but between Bobek and Stella, I'm turning into some kind of pussy. Pizdets, let's get you home. Sinok. I manage. My voice comes out rough, so I clear my throat. The discharge process passes in a blur of paperwork and medical jargon. I sign where directed, listen to instructions I already know by heart, and focus on keeping my expression neutral. Inside, rage simmers at the doctors who promised miracles, at the technology that failed, at myself for believing. As I push Bobek's wheelchair out of the hospital, I grasp the handles too tightly. Each step is a reminder of his shattered hopes. The sun is too bright, the air too fresh, mocking the heaviness in my chest. All the fucking money in the world, and I can't give him the one thing most people take for granted. I struggle to keep my emotions and my anger in check, conscious of my son's presence. Keep it together. Dolboyop. Not here. Not now. I help Bobek into the car, folding his wheelchair and stowing it in the trunk. The routine is familiar too. Familiar. It wasn't supposed to be like this anymore. Once we're on the road, silence fills the car. I adjust the rearview mirror, catching glimpses of my son gazing out the window. He looks tired, his eyes shadowed, but there's still that spark in him, that stubborn light I've always admired. "Dad." Bobik's voice breaks the silence. Small but steady. "It's okay. I'm fine. Really." I meet his eyes in the mirror, surprised by the strength I see there. My son, my brave boy, is trying to console me. Biad. I should be the one consoling him, not the other way around. He's been through hell surgery, recovery, the crushing disappointment, yet here he is, worried about me. I know you are. Isai, you're the strongest person I know. He smiles at that, a genuine smile that reaches his eyes. Stronger than you, much stronger. I confirm, and I mean it. This child has faced more challenges in his 10 years than most men face in a lifetime, and he's done it with a strength that humbles me. As we turn onto the private road leading to Blackwood Manor, Bobik perks up visibly. His eyes brighten as the familiar landscape comes into view, the manicured gardens, the symmetrical buildings of the estate, the long rectangular pool glittering in the sunlight. Finally, he exclaims, pressing his face closer to the window, "I've missed home so much." Home. The word hits differently when spoken by my son. This place, this fortress I built with blood, money, and brutal negotiations becomes something else when I see it through his eyes. Something almost sacred. I park near the entrance to the left wing, where Bobik's rooms are located. As I help him into his wheelchair, he's already chattering excitedly about his plans. "Can we stop by the library first? I want to see if the new astronomy books came. And I need to check my computer. I was in the middle of a simulation when we left for the hospital. Oh, and I want to show Stella my new telescope model." His enthusiasm is infectious, lifting some of the weight from my shoulders. One thing at a time. Sinok. Isai, unable to suppress a small smile. "Let's get you settled first." Inside, the manor is quiet and cool, a contrast to the sterile brightness of the hospital. Diana has prepared everything meticulously, fresh linens on Bobik's bed, his favorite books arranged on the nightstand, a small vase of sunflowers brightening the room. My sister understands what my son needs, even when I struggle to articulate it myself. I settle Bobik in his specially designed apartment in the attic of the left wing, making sure he's comfortable. The space has been customized for his needs. Wider doorways for his wheelchair. Ramps instead of steps. Technology within easy reach. Despite being hidden away for his safety, the rooms are filled with light and color, a sanctuary rather than a prison. "Chess," he suggests, gesturing toward the ornate board set up by the window. "It's our ritual. One of the few normal father-son activities we can share." Inod, settling into the chair across from him. We play in companionable silence, the familiar rhythm of the game soothing us both. I watch his face as he considers each move, his brow furrowed in concentration. He's brilliant. My son, his mind sharp and quick despite all the limitations his body had imposed upon him. He captures my queen with a move I should have anticipated, his eyes lighting up with triumph. "Checkmate in 3. He announces. I examine the board, recognizing The trap he's set. Well played. I concede. Knocking over my king in surrender. He wins most of our games these days. His strategic thinking outpacing mine. Pride swells in my chest, alongside a twisting ache. Hours pass as we talk about everything and nothing, his science projects. A documentary he watched in the hospital. A new theory about black holes he's been reading about. We carefully avoid discussing the failed operation or what comes next. Today is about being home, about finding our footing again. Eventually, I notice his energy flagging, exhaustion creeping into his pinched features despite his attempts to hide it. You should rest. Sinok, Isai, rising from my chair. The fact that he doesn't argue is proof enough that he's reaching his limits. I help him wheel his chair from behind the chess table, and then accompany him to his bedroom. The hallway feels longer than usual as I guide him, one hand resting protectively on the back of his chair. When we reach his room, I carefully maneuver him beside the bed and lift him into it. I can do it. Papa, he says, straining to get beneath the covers. I stand silently as I watch his thin arms trembling as he struggles to lift his legs up, first one, and then the other, a hand beneath each calf. Finally, he looks up at me, his lips pursing. Okay, maybe a little help. He says it with a smile, but I can see the sadness behind his eyes. This homecoming was supposed to be different. You're tired. Melush. I lift him in my arms and rest him back against the pillows, hating how small and fragile he feels. You've been through a lot. You need a bit of time to rest. That's all. He gives a nod, but says nothing as I straighten his pillows, making sure they support his small frame properly. As hard as he's working to hide his disappointment, I can feel it radiating from him. I lean down and brush my lips over his forehead. As I turn to leave, he catches my hand, his small fingers wrapping around mine with surprising strength. Papa, he says softly, his eyes meeting mine directly. We'll be okay. This isn't the end. Something shifts in my chest, a tightness I've carried since the operation loosening slightly. I squeeze his hand gently, marveling at his resilience. This child, who has every reason to be bitter and angry at the world, chooses hope instead. You're right, Melush, I manage to say. We'll be okay. He hesitates, then asks the question that's clearly been on his mind. Where is Stella? I consider my answer. She's been resting, but you'll see her soon. I'd like that. He smiles. I'd like to see her all the time. Papa. She is staying with us for good. Right. The question gives me pause. Stella's situation is complicated. Her memory loss. Her discovery of her parents' fate. The tentative truce we've established. I don't want to burden Bobik with these complexities. Not when he's just returned home and needs stability. Yes, I say simply, meeting his hopeful gaze. She is. That's good, he says softly. I like her. His expression is hopeful. And I'm reminded that it was only months ago that he lost his mother. He's faced so much in his short life. Too much. Don't worry, I say firmly, injecting confidence into my words. Stella's not going anywhere. I just hope she feels as pleased about this as Bobik does.
Chapter 11, Stella. A soft knock on my door pulls me from the hazy limbo between sleep and wakefulness. I blink against the afternoon light streaming through the curtains, momentarily disoriented. Come in. I call, pushing myself up against the pillows. A woman stands at the door, and I recognize her as Alexei's sister Diana, partly from the photo in his study and partly because a memory flickers at the sight of her. The two of us are sitting at the pool. We're friends, of sorts. Diana enters, immaculate as always in a cream-colored pantsuit that makes her look like she's stepped out of a fashion magazine. Her dark hair is swept into a sleek chignon, not a strand out of place. She carries herself with such composed elegance that I feel rumpled and disheveled in comparison. Even though I'm wearing one of the expensive maternity dresses I found in my closet. How are you feeling, she asks, her voice carrying that same slight Russian accent as Alexei's, though hers is softer, more refined, better, I think. I smooth my hand over my belly absently. The headaches are less frequent. Diana nods, her dark eyes assessing me carefully. Bobik is asking for you. He returned from the hospital yesterday. Bobik. I repeat, the name triggering a flash of warmth. A small face, intelligent eyes, a smile that could light up a room. The boy from the photo holding Alexei's hand. His son. Yes. I'd love to see him. Something in Diana's expression shifts, relief. Perhaps good. He's missed you terribly. She tilts her head. Alexei told me about your amnesia. How much do you remember? Not a lot. I say ruefully. But things are coming back to me in flashes. Some things more slowly. But I think I'll be fine. I say it with more confidence than I feel. She gives a nod. Then waits as I rise from bed and straighten my clothes self-consciously. It seems all I do is sleep these days. As we walk through the corridors of Blackwood Manor, Diana fills the silence with careful conversation, explaining the layout of the left wing, mentioning routines and schedules in a way that suggests I should already know them. I nod at appropriate intervals, trying to absorb as much as I can, desperate for any information that might trigger my memory. Bobik's apartment is on the upper level, she explains as we climb a gently sloping ramp. It was renovated specifically for him. Because of his wheelchair, the question comes naturally, and I realize I must have known about his condition before. Diana gives me a quick, appraising glance. Yes. Alexei had everything customized for maximum accessibility. We reach a door at the end of the hallway, and Diana knocks gently before pushing it open. The space beyond is unlike anything I expected. Bright, airy, filled with books and technology. Large windows offer sweeping views of the estate grounds, and the walls are covered with star charts and scientific posters. In the center of it all, a small boy sits in a wheelchair, his face lighting up when he sees us. Stella, he exclaims, wheeling himself toward me eagerly. You came. Something inside me melts at the sight of him. Despite my fractured memory, I feel an immediate connection to this child. His dark eyes shine with intelligence and warmth. Of course I did. Isai, smiling as I move to meet him. How could I stay away? Diana watches our interaction with careful attention. Her eyes missing. Nothing. I'll leave you two to catch up, she says after a moment. Bobik, remember what your father said about tiring yourself out. He rolls his eyes good-naturedly. I know. I'll be careful. When Diana leaves, closing the door softly behind her, Bobik gestures toward a comfortable armchair near his desk. Sit down, Taigu says you've been sick. So I mustn't tire you. I lower myself into the chair. touched by his concern. How are you feeling? I heard you just got back from the hospital. 2. His smile dimmed slightly. I'm okay. The operation didn't work like it was supposed to. But Dr. Malhotra says they can try again later with better technology. My heart aches for him. I'm sorry. Bobik. He shrugs with a casualness that doesn't quite mask his disappointment. It's fine. I'm used to this chair anyway. He wheels himself to a shelf filled with books. Want to see what I've been reading? There's this amazing new book about quantum entanglement that explains it so even kids can understand. For the next hour, Bobik chatters enthusiastically about science concepts that I struggle to follow. Before my memory loss, I must have been able to keep up with his brilliant mind, because he keeps referencing conversations we apparently had discussions about neuroscience, astronomy, theoretical physics. Don't you think that's fascinating? He asks after explaining something about black holes that went completely over my head. I hesitate, not wanting to disappoint him. I'm having a little trouble with my memory right now. Bobik. Some things are still fuzzy. His brow furrows with concern. Techa mentions something about that. You got hurt, yes. I touch the back of my head where a faint tenderness still lingers. I hit my head, and now I can't remember some things. But the doctors say it will get better with time. He considers this with the seriousness of a much older person. The brain is incredible at healing itself, he says confidently. Did you know that neurons can form new pathways when old ones are damaged? It's called neuroplasticity. Despite my confusion, I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Is that right? Absolutely. We talked about it when you were helping me with my science project. Remember about how the brain adapts to injury? I don't remember. Of course. But I nod anyway, not wanting to see disappointment in those intelligent eyes. It'll come back to me. I can help. He offers earnestly. I'm really good at explaining things. Diana returns shortly after, bringing snacks and reminding Bobik about his medication schedule. As she guides our conversation, I notice how she carefully steers us away from topics that might highlight my memory gaps. She's protecting both of us, Bobik, from confusion, and me from embarrassment. Before we leave, Bobik reaches for my hand. You'll come back soon. Right. I'd love to. I tell him, meaning it completely. Despite my fogginess, being with him feels right, comfortable in a way. Few things have since I woke up in that hospital bed. As I leave with Diana, I think back over the time I spent with the boy. The sense of familiarity appeals to me. Maybe it will spark something. I'll take you back to your room, says Diana, but I shake my head. It's fine. I know my way. I assure her. Besides, I'd like to take a walk. She eyes me for a moment before nodding. I'll see you later, she says before heading off down the hallway. I watch her leave. Then, on impulse, turn in the opposite direction, toward Alexei's study. I find him there, surrounded by paperwork. He looks up when I enter, his dark eyes unreadable. There's been a cautious sense of ease between us since that night we spent together. We haven't spoken about it, but I've been back there since then, the connection leaving me more relaxed in his presence. Yet still, I'm not sure how he'll respond to my next request. I spent some time with Bobik today. I say without preamble. His eyes narrow. I wish you'd spoken to me about that first. My eyes narrow too. Is it a problem? He pauses before responding. No. There's another pause. You remembered him, yes. A sigh. Well, not entirely, but enough to know he's brilliant. He must be bored being confined to his room all day. And frankly, Suani, I think it would be good for both of us if we spend some time together. Alexei's expression remains carefully neutral, but I see the way his fingers tighten slightly around his pen. His immune system is compromised after the surgery. He says, "We need to be careful about exposure." I understand that. I persist. But surely with proper precautions, it's not just about physical health. He interrupts. Bobik is sensitive. He's been through a lot. I understand the unspoken concern. Bobik might become attached to me. Depend on me. And what happens if my memory returns and I decide to leave? What if I remember why I should fear this man who watches me with such intensity? I'm not going to hurt him. I say softly, I may not remember everything, but I know how I feel when I'm with him. He's special to me. Something shifts in Alexei's expression, a softening around the eyes. Perhaps Fine. He concedes, after a long moment. But with precautions, and only for short periods until we're sure he's recovering well. Thank you. Isai. Relief washing through me. Can I see him again today? He nods once. Decisively. After his afternoon rest, I'll have someone let you know when he's awake. I return to my room feeling lighter than I have in days. Having a purpose, even a small one, makes the fog of my memory loss seem a little less oppressive. I lay on my bed, one hand resting on my swollen belly, feeling our daughter's gentle movements beneath my palm. My eyelids grow heavy, and I drift into that strange twilight state between wakefulness and sleep. Images flash behind my closed eyes, disjointed. Frightening. A building that looks like a warehouse. Concrete floors stained with something dark. 2 people, a man and a woman standing over me. The woman's face twists with hatred as she spits words I can't quite hear. Fear washes through me. Cold and paralyzing. No, I won't. My own sharp words rouse me. And I jerk awake with a gasp. My heart pounding. Sweat beads on my forehead despite the cool air of the room. The fragments of memory, if that's what they were, slip away before I can grasp them fully, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. Desperate to shake off the unsettling feeling, I get up and begin straightening my already tidy room. I open drawers at random, seeking distraction in mundane tasks. In the bottom drawer of the nightstand, I find a small box labeled Discovery Deck Science Conversations for Kids. Curious. I open it to find a set of beautifully illustrated cards, each featuring a scientific question on one side and a child-friendly explanation on the other. I flip through them, reading questions aloud to myself. Why do some animals hibernate during the winter? And how do they survive without eating? Why do stars twinkle in the night sky? But planets don't seem to twinkle as much. Perfect. This is exactly what I need for my time with Bobik, something structured that won't highlight the gaps in my knowledge while still allowing us to connect. When the message comes that Bobik is awake and ready for visitors, I gather the cards and make my way to his apartment. I follow all of Alexei's precautions, meticulously sanitizing my hands, leaving my shoes in the hallway, keeping a careful distance. Bobik's face lights up when he sees the deck in my hands. The discovery cards, I love those. We spend 2 hours working through the deck, taking turns, reading questions, and discussing the answers. With the cards as a guide, our conversation flows naturally. I don't have to pretend to know things I've forgotten. Instead, we explore the questions together. Bobik often expanding on the printed explanations with additional facts he's learned from his extensive reading. By the time we finish, we're both tired but happy. The tension that's been my constant companion since waking up in the hospital has eased slightly, replaced by a genuine contentment that feels like a small victory. Thanks for coming, Stella. Bobik says as I prepare to leave. This was the best day since I got home. For me too. I tell him. And I mean it. Back in my room, I place the discovery deck on my nightstand, intending to return it to the drawer. As I do, a particular card catches my eye. I pick it up, reading the question printed in elegant script. How does the brain help us remember things? And why do we sometimes forget important details? I stare at the card for a long moment, my finger tracing the embossed letters. The irony isn't lost on me. Here I am, surrounded by a life I can't remember, of people who know me better than I know myself, and secrets I can sense, but not access. I turn the card over, hoping for answers. But the simplified explanation meant for children offers little comfort to someone whose entire identity has been fractured. I set the card down with a sigh. I wish I knew. I whisper to the empty room.
Chapter 12. Alexei. I lean back in my leather chair, eyes fixed on the bank of monitors, displaying feeds from throughout the manor. My attention is drawn to the screen showing Bobik's apartment, where Stella sits cross-legged on the floor beside his wheelchair. They're bent over what looks like a board game. Bobik's face animated as he explains something, hands moving expressively. Stella watches him with rapt attention, nodding and smiling at all the right moments. The sight stirs something unexpected in my chest. My son and the mother of my unborn daughter, forming a bond that seems to transcend her fractured memory. Bobik hasn't connected this easily with anyone since his mother died. Even with Diana, who loves him fiercely, there's always been a reserve. But with Stella, he's open, animated, unguarded. I zoom in slightly, studying their interaction. Bobik is demonstrating something with the game pieces, and his eyes bright with enthusiasm. Stella laughs at something he says, her head tilting back, exposing the elegant line of her throat. Even through the grainy security footage, her beauty is striking more. So now, with the flush of pregnancy softening her features, her condition is becoming more noticeable each day. The gentle swell of her belly is visible even through the loose dress she wears. I wonder if Bobik has noticed, if he's connected the dots. Probably not. For all his brilliance with scientific concepts, he's still a child in many ways, innocent to the complexities of adult relationships. Sometimes I envy him. I'll need to tell him soon about the baby, about his sister. The thought of a daughter still feels surreal, like something that's happening to someone else, someone more deserving of such a miracle. God knows I don't. Stella reaches out to ruffle Bobik's hair. The gesture, so natural, it makes my breath catch. She doesn't remember her life before the accident. Yet somehow, she remembers how to love my son. Malhotra's explanation plays in my mind her factual memory is compromised, but her emotional memory remains intact. She may not remember meeting Bobik, but she remembers how she feels about him. I switch to another camera feed. This one showing the corridor outside my office. Empty. Good. What I'm doing watching them like this feels invasive even to me. A man who has built his empire on knowing everything that happens within his domain. But I need to be certain. Need to see for myself that she's not just pretending, that her affection for Bobik is genuine. It is, even through the clinical lens of surveillance. That much is clear. My phone buzzes with a message from Diana Bobik's medication in 30 minutes. Should I interrupt? I type back quickly. No. Let them finish. I'll bring it up myself. Diana's response is immediate. Are you sure? You've been avoiding them together. I ignore this. My sister knows me too well sometimes. I turn back to the monitors, switching to the feed from Stella's bedroom. Empty now. Of course. But I find myself studying the space she occupies when alone. The bed is neatly made, pillows arranged with precision, books stack the nightstand, medical texts, neuroscience journals, a few novels, signs of an ordered mind trying to make sense of disorder. And when she makes sense of it, she's going to remember who she is. The daughter of Thomas Larkin, the man whose negligence crippled my son, the man whose death I ordered. Blythe. My hand tightens around the crystal tumbler on my desk. Will this secret torture me till the day I die, whatever the case? Stella must never know. Never discover that her father's accident was my retribution for what he did to Bobik. The thought of her finding out, of seeing the hatred in those green eyes that have finally begun to soften when they look at me, it's unbearable. I drain the vodka in one burning swallow, welcoming the heat as it blazes down my throat. The empty glass makes a heavy sound as I set it down on the polished desk. I must ensure there's no possibility of her uncovering the truth. The security system chimes, alerting me that Bobik and Stella's game has ended. On screen, I watch as she helps him gather the pieces, their heads bent close together in conversation. She says something that makes him laugh, the sound inaudible through the surveillance system, but clearly delightful from the way his whole face lights up. I switch off the monitor, suddenly unable to watch anymore. This stolen intimacy feels wrong. Even for me. I'm not a man who typically concerns himself with moral boundaries. But this spying on them in their unguarded moments crosses a line I didn't realize I'd drawn. I scrub a hand over my face, rolling my shoulders. The tension building in my muscles demands release. I head to my private gym, a state-of-the-art facility tucked away in the basement of the right wing. The space is filled with gleaming equipment and mirrored walls, designed for efficiency rather than comfort. No distractions. Nothing but the work. I change into my workout clothes and attack the treadmill first, setting it to a punishing incline. My feet pound against the belt as I push myself harder. Faster. Sweat already beginning to bead along my hairline. Physical exertion has always been my most effective form of meditation. The only time my mind truly quiets is when my body is screaming. Today, though, thoughts continue to circle like vultures. Stella, Bobik, Larkin's death, the fragile peace we've established in the manor, built entirely on her memory loss. What happens when, if she finds out the truth, I increase the speed? And my breath coming harder now. The rhythmic pounding of my feet against the treadmill drowns out everything but the most persistent thought. I cannot lose her. Not now. Not when I've finally found something worth protecting beyond my family. Beyond the Bratva. Beyond even my own survival. 20 minutes later, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, clarity strikes like lightning. I need to eliminate any possibility of the investigation being reopened. Need to ensure that all traces linking me to Larkin's death are erased permanently. I cool down, towel off, and reach for my phone. Vasya answers on the second ring. Brat. He greets me, his voice carrying the familiar background noise of keyboards, clicking. My brother. Always working. Always connected to his networks. Listen. Vasya. I need you to make sure there is absolutely no chance that Tomas Larkin's death will ever be investigated again. I say bluntly, Vasya and I have never needed social niceties between us. There's a pause. The clicking stops. What made you worried about it so suddenly? He asks. The investigation was closed and marked as an accident. He hesitate, reaching for my water bottle and taking a long drink while weighing how much to reveal. Vasya is the only person in my world besides Diana who knows about Bobik. About the real reason behind my vendetta against Larkin. But he doesn't know about Stella's connection to it all. It's complicated, I say finally, leaning against the mirrored wall of the gym. Complicated. How I found the woman I want to spend my life with. There's a choking sound. What he says. It's interesting to hear so much surprise in my brother's usually impassive voice. You heard me. I set my bottle down, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Yes, but he stops, as if considering what to say next. So soon after Sofia Bozemoy is he fucking serious? You think I cared about that stupid bitch? Mudak. I shake my head. Anyway, I knew her before the wedding. Isai. Drying sweat from my brow with a towel. Sofia was a mistake. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that Stella is here with me. Pregnant. Pregnant Vasya blurts. Da tichto. Do I need to explain to you what pregnant means? Vasya, I snort. She's having my child. Well, pozdravляю. Brat, he says. Congrats. I guess you can congratulate me when she agrees to marry me. I push away from the wall and move through the room. Skirting training equipment. Marry you, Vasya, is still incredulous. But what about Bobik? She's met Bobik. They're crazy about each other. Then what's the problem? Why are you worrying about the investigation, he asks. I rub my eyes, blinking as the sweat on my fingers stings them. Because she's Tomas Larkin's daughter. The silence that follows is heavy with implication. When Vasya finally speaks, his voice has dropped to a near whisper. Bayod, he says with feeling. That could be a problem. Exactly. I run a hand over the small bristles along my jawline, feeling the tension building at the base of my skull. This investigation into Larkin has been consuming my thoughts. But I can't afford mistakes. Not with Stella involved. Not with what's at stake for Bobik. I want every piece of information triple-checked. Nothing can tie back to us. Konechno. I'll go through the data again just to be on the safe side. Koroshi. Isai. Relief washing through me. If anyone can ensure digital ghosts stay buried, it's my brother. I need this to be airtight. Vasya. No loose ends. Consider it done, he says. And I can already hear the clicking resume. Faster now. I'll call when it's finished. I end the call and return to my office. Drawn back to the surveillance monitors. Stella is no longer with Bobik. The feed from her room shows her lying on her bed. A heavy science book propped on her knees. Her brow is furrowed in concentration, one hand absently stroking her belly as she reads. Something coils in my chest at the sight, a sensation I'm still not accustomed to. Desire. Yes, that's familiar enough. But this other feeling, this tenderness that borders on vulnerability, it's dangerous. Weakness, in my world, gets you killed. And yet, my feelings for her are stronger now than before her memory loss. Before, she was a challenge, a conquest, the mother of my child. Now, seeing her rediscover the world, watching her form genuine connections, despite her shattered memory, it's awakened something in me that I never thought I'd feel. I switch off the monitor and move to the window, gazing out over the manicured grounds of the manor. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the symmetrical gardens. In the distance, the lights of Los Angeles begin to twinkle to life. My empire, my domain, everything I've built through blood and cunning, and my greatest fear, that I'll destroy it all myself. And worse, that I'm going to be like my father. Rodion. The thought surfaces unexpectedly. Another demon I can never fully exorcise. I see him in my nightmares, sometimes stumbling drunk through our childhood home in St. Petersburg. Fists raised, eyes wild with rage. I hear my mother's muffled cries, feel Diana trembling against me as we hide in the closet, praying the bastard won't find us. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window, eyes closed against the memories. The chill seeps into my skin, grounding me in the present when the past threatens to drag me under. My breath creates a small fog on the smooth surface proof that I'm still here, still breathing, still fighting the ghosts that haunt me. Behind my eyelids, I see flashes of that cramped closet, Diana's small hand clutched in mine. Both of us shaking in the darkness while our father's roars echoed through a home that should have been a safe haven. No, I will never be like him. I could never do to Stella what he did to my mother. Couldn't inflict that kind of terror. That systematic destruction of spirit. I may be a monster in many ways. A killer. A criminal. A man who's built his life on violence and control, but not that kind of monster. Never that kind. I straighten, rolling my shoulders where muscle fatigue is starting to set in. There's work to be done. A son to protect. A woman to win. A child on the way. And secrets to keep buried. No matter the cost.
Chapter 13, Stella. I sit down by the window in my bedroom and look at the vast gardens outside. Groundsmen are pruning roses in the immaculate grounds that I'm still getting used to, even after weeks have passed. My reflection in the glass shows a woman I'm also still getting used to hair longer than I remember keeping it. Face fuller, and of course, the unmistakable swell of my belly, stretching the fabric of my dress. 8 months pregnant. The thought still catches me off guard sometimes, even as I feel my daughter's insistent movements within me. My hand rests on the taut curve, feeling the rhythmic hiccups that Dr. Malhotra assured me are perfectly normal. "You can expect your baby any day now," he'd said during my last checkup, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. Though most first pregnancies tend to go full term or even a bit over, I'd nodded, both terrified and exhilarated by the thought. A few more weeks, and I'll be holding my daughter in my arms instead of just feeling her somersaults inside me. Some memories have returned over these past weeks, fragments of my life before the accident, like pieces of a puzzle slowly being fitted together. I remember growing up in Russia, though the details remain hazy. I remember being passionate about neuroscience, my fascination with how the brain works. I remember loving the smell of old books and the taste of dark chocolate with sea salt. But large gaps remain, particularly around my family and how I came to be here. In this magnificent house, with this complicated man who watches me like a hawk. Alexei told Bobik about the baby last week. I smile, remembering how the boy's face had lit up at the news. A sister, he'd exclaimed, his eyes widening with delight. I'm going to be a big brother, Alexei had nodded, one hand resting protectively on my shoulder. Yes, Sinok, you'll have a little sister soon. Bobik had immediately launched into plans, books he wanted to read to her, science experiments they could do together when she was older, constellations he would teach her to identify in the night sky. His enthusiasm was infectious, cutting through the fog of uncertainty that still clouds much of my existence. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. Come in, I call, turning from the window. Diana enters, carrying a tray laden with food. I thought you might prefer to eat here tonight, she says, setting the tray on the small table near the window. You seem tired at lunch? Thank you. Isai, genuinely touched by her thoughtfulness. I am a bit worn out today. She arranges the dishes with quiet efficiency, a bowl of steaming borscht, freshly baked bread, a small salad, and what looks like some kind of chicken dish. The rich aromas make my stomach growl appreciatively. How are you feeling? She asks, pouring water into a crystal glass. Any more contractions? Just the practice ones, I reply, moving to sit at the table. Braxton Hicks. Doctor, Malhotra called them. Diana nods knowingly. Mama used to say they were the body's way of rehearsing for the main event. I pause, my spoon halfway to my mouth. Your mother, I trail off. I'm not sure how to put into words what I already know. Her mother disappeared and was never heard from again. I've never spoken to Diana about her family, aside from the occasional joke about her brother. She's gone, Diana says simply, her expression carefully neutral. You can say it. I'm sorry, I say softly. It must be difficult. I know it is for me. I want to ask more, but hesitate, sensing her reluctance to elaborate. Instead, I taste the borscht, which is rich and flavorful, exactly how I like it. Another fragment of memory eating this same soup as a child, though I can't recall who made it for me. This is delicious. Isai, your mom's recipe is wonderful. Diana's expression softens slightly. I gave it to the cook. She makes it almost the same way. She smiles. Almost. We talk as I eat, our conversation flowing more naturally than it did in those first awkward days after my return from the hospital. Diana has a dry wit that emerges when she's relaxed, and I find myself laughing at her deadpan observations about the staff and her subtle mockery of some of Alexei's more intimidating mannerisms. He thinks that scowl terrifies everyone, she says, rolling her eyes. But really, he just looks constipated. I nearly choke on my water. Please don't tell him I laughed at that, I say when I've recovered. Your secret is safe with me, she promises, a rare smile playing on her lips. Besides, he's different with you here. Softer. Somehow. Her words send a flush of warmth through me. It's true that Alexei has been attentive, almost gentle. In the weeks since my memory loss, the intensity is still there. I don't think that's something he could ever fully suppress, but it's tempered by a tenderness that seems to surprise even him sometimes. After Diana leaves, taking the empty dishes with her, fatigue washes over me like a wave. I lie down on the bed, not bothering to change out of my dress. Just a little nap. A few minutes. My eyes are already growing heavy, and I drift into that strange twilight state between wakefulness and sleep, where reality blurs and memories surface like bubbles in still water. Nick. My brother's name is Nick. I see his face clearly now, younger than mine, with the same green eyes but sharper features. A crooked smile that could charm anyone. Where is he now? Why isn't he here? I try to remember the last time I saw him, but the memory won't solidify. And what about our parents? I know they're dead, Alexei confirmed that much, but the details, they still escape me. When did they die? How? Why? The questions swirl in my mind. Frustrating in their persistence, and my inability to answer them. Perhaps Nick could provide answers, if only I could reach him. But how I don't even know where he is, let alone how to contact him. The memory shifts, and suddenly, I'm a child again. Sitting at a kitchen table, a man with my mother's eyes is speaking in slurred Russian, his breath heavy with the smell of vodka. Your sister, he's saying, leaning in conspiratorially. Boyena. They gave her away. You know, not supposed to tell you. Secret. Uncle Igor. The name comes to me suddenly, along with a flood of disconnected images, a shabby apartment in St. Petersburg, the smell of cigarettes and cabbage, a collection of colorful stamps he used to let me look at but never touch. Boyena? My sister, given up for adoption before I was born. But that can't be right. I remember her. I can feel her presence. Real, and yet not. I shift onto my side, curling into myself, as details trickle back. Boyana isn't real. She's the imaginary friend I created as a child. The one I used to talk to in my head when I was lonely or scared. I remember those conversations vividly, sharing secrets, asking for advice, finding comfort in her imagined presence. Yet, I haven't spoken to her since returning from the hospital. It's like I've forgotten about my imaginary sister, as well. This constant companion, who was once so important to me. Tears start rolling down my cheeks as my mind becomes a jumbled mess once again. Time seems distorted. I struggle to pinpoint exactly when certain events took place. Did we leave Russia when I was 12? Or 16? Did my parents die last year? Or 5 years ago? The timeline shifts and blurs, refusing to turn into anything coherent. I don't tell anyone about these flashbacks. Not Diana, with her careful concern. Not Bobik, who would try to explain the neurological processes behind memory recovery with innocent enthusiasm. And certainly not Alexei, whose dark eyes miss nothing, who seems to be waiting for something I can't identify. I just want to be on my own with these fragments, these puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. Alexei seems to sense this need for solitude and respects it, leaving me to my thoughts. He's gotten used to my mood changes, adapting to them with a patience I wouldn't have expected from such a formidable man. He's so patient. Rolling onto my back again. I crack my eyelids and stare out into the darkness gathering beyond the windows. A gentle thump in my belly has me cupping a hand there. 2 more thumps, and I shift position. That's my bladder. Baby. I smile, although the mild discomfort has me shifting again. Bump. Bump. I roll onto my back, then huff out a breath. No rest for the wicked. Huh. Bump. Sighing. I push myself up, slip out of bed, and pull on a long-sleeved top over my nightgown before heading out to the pool. The night air is cool against my skin as I make my way across the manicured lawn. The pool's surface is perfectly still, reflecting the stars above like a mirror. I ease myself onto one of the recliners, adjusting a cushion behind me to support my back. The night is quiet, except for the gentle lapping of water against the pool's edge and the distant chorus of crickets. Above me, the stars shine with remarkable clarity, far from the city's light pollution. I tilt my head back, losing myself in the vast expanse of the night sky. I find Orion's belt, the Big Dipper, Cassiopeia's distinctive W-shape constellations. I somehow remember, though I can't recall who taught them to me. The peacefulness of the night begins to lull me, my eyelids growing heavy, despite my earlier insomnia. He's gone. Suddenly, I'm looking into the eyes of a man I'm sure is Nick, his face pale and drawn. We're standing outside a comfortable suburban home, and somehow, I know it's my parents' house. No, I insist, grabbing his arms. He can't be. They're wrong. Nick shakes his head, tears streaming down his face. They say it was an accident. He says, the car went off the road. Stella. No, I'm screaming now, the sound tearing from my throat. No. 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 My own screams surround me, the sound pressing in on me as I try to claw myself free from the overwhelming grief. A hand strokes my hair, gentle but firm, pulling me from the nightmare. I'm being lifted, cradled against a solid chest. The transition from dream to reality is disorienting. My sobs, still echoing in my ears. Shh. Zaychik. Alexei's deep voice murmurs against my hair. You're safe. It was just a bad dream. I blink, trying to orient myself. We're moving across the lawn, away from the pool. Alexei is carrying me as if I weigh nothing, despite my pregnant belly. His arms are secure around me, his body warm against the night's chill. Alexei, my voice is hoarse from crying. I'm here, he says simply, his stride never faltering as he carries me back toward the house. You fell asleep by the pool. I'm taking you back inside. I press my face against his shoulder, breathing in his familiar scent, that warm male smell that I've grown to love. My tears wet the fabric of his shirt, but he doesn't seem to mind. His hand strokes gently down my back, the rhythmic motion soothing. You are safe, he repeats, his voice a low rumble I can feel against my cheek. You just had a nightmare. I want to tell him it wasn't just a nightmare, it was a memory. A terrible. Real memory of learning about my father's death. But the words stick in my throat, held back by some instinct I don't fully understand. Instead, I let him carry me back to his room, let him lay me gently on the bed, and pull the covers over me. His hand lingers on my cheek, thumb brushing away the remnants of tears. Sleep now, he says softly. I'll be right here. He settles onto the bed, just his weight, creating a comforting dip in the mattress. As my eyes grow heavy again, I feel his fingers gently stroking my hair, the sensation both familiar and new. In this moment, despite all the uncertainties, all the gaps in my memory, I feel safe. Whatever demons lurk in my past, whatever truths remain hidden, they can wait until morning. For now, I let myself be anchored by Alexei's quiet presence beside me. I know he'll take care of me.
Chapter 14. Alexei, I carry Stella into the bedroom, to her body light. Despite her advanced pregnancy, her skin glows silver in the moonlight streaming through the windows as I lay her on the bed. Even in sleep, worry lines crease her forehead. These nightmares haunt her almost every night now. You are safe. Zajcik, I whisper, stroking her hair gently. When I'd seen her wander out to the pool, I'd expected that this might happen, so I'd kept an eye on her. I've learned to recognize the signs, the slight twitch of her fingers, the way her brow furrows, the soft whimpers that escape her lips. These episodes have become a pattern insomnia, followed by emotional turbulence, ending with the terrors that grip her in sleep. I slide into bed beside her, gathering her against my chest. Her body fits perfectly against mine, her rounded belly pressing into me, a constant reminder of what's at stake. My hand moves to her back, tracing slow circles through the thin fabric of her nightshirt. Shh, I murmur against her hair. I'm here. Her breathing gradually slows, synchronizing with mine. The tension in her shoulders eases. This is where I want her to stay in my bed, in my arms, where I can protect her. My mind drifts topobik, sleeping peacefully in his room. My son, my daughter growing inside Stella. My family, a concept I never thought I'd embrace. The word sits uncomfortably in my mind, loaded with both promise and danger. Stella shifts slightly, pressing closer. Her warmth seeps into me, and I tighten my hold. The fierce possessiveness I feel surprises even me. I've spent my life avoiding attachments, seeing them as weaknesses to be exploited. Yet here I am, unable to let go of this woman who remembers nothing of our complicated past. It's for the best. Mudak. Her memory loss is both blessing and curse. It shields her from truths that would destroy what we're building, but leaves her vulnerable, dependent. Her breathing settles as she nuzzles up against me. I press my lips to her hair, inhaling her scent. There's something sweet and helpless about her that makes me want to cradle her close and keep her safe. Ja pozabochus o ciebie, I whisper. I'll always take care of you. She makes a small sound, murmuring something against my chest that I can't make out. I put a fingertip beneath her chin and tilt her head back so I can look into her face. There is nothing to worry about. Krasivaya. I murmur, I've got you. Alexei. She whispers, her voice small and broken. It was him. I was there. He's dead. She makes a choking sound. He's dead. I stare at her silently, not sure how to respond to this. There's no sense in denying what she says because it's true. But anything I say to comfort her might only lead to more questions I can't answer. Instead, I lean forward and press my lips to hers. It's a gentle kiss, almost chaste, but it sparks something between us, that same electric current that's been there since the beginning. Her lips part on a sigh, and I deepen the kiss, one hand sliding into her hair to cradle the back of her head. She responds immediately, her arms wrapping around my neck, pulling me closer. I can taste the salt of her tears, feel the warmth of her breath against my face. When I finally break the kiss, her eyes remain closed, her lips slightly parted. No more bad dreams. I murmur against her mouth. I'll help you forget them. Her eyes open, searching mine. Whatever she sees there must satisfy her. Because she nods once, her fingers tightening in the fabric of my shirt. I stand, pulling her with me, and begin to undress her with deliberate slowness. The oversized shirt she wears slides easily over her head, leaving her in just her nightdress. My breath catches at the sight of her full breasts, the curve of her belly, the flush spreading across her skin. Tu krasivu, I tell her, meaning it completely. She's never been more beautiful to me than she is like this, with my child in her belly and desire in her eyes. I need you, she murmurs. She reaches for me then, her fingers working at the buttons of my shirt with surprising dexterity. Il est untres me, watching her face as she reveals more of my scarred, tattooed skin. There's no disgust in her expression, only appreciation and growing need. When we're both naked, I guide her back onto the bed, arranging pillows to support her back and belly. Her hair fans out across my pillows like spilled ink, her skin pale against the dark sheets. I take my time exploring her body, relearning every curve, every sensitive spot that makes her gasp and writhe beneath my touch. The moonlight touches her skin, highlighting the flush that spreads across her breasts as my fingers trail between them. Her nipples have darkened during pregnancy, more sensitive now when I brush my thumb across one. She bites her lip to stifle a moan. Don't silence yourself, I command softly. I want to hear what I do to you. Zajczyk. I lower my mouth to her breast, circling her nipple with my tongue before drawing it between my lips. The sound she makes half gasp, half sob sends blood rushing to my cock, already hard against her thigh. Her body is different now. Fuller, softer in some places, tighter in others. I explore these changes with my hands, memorizing this new landscape of the woman carrying my daughter. Yes, she gasps as my fingers drift down over her stomach, caressing the taut skin there before sliding lower, through the trimmed curls between her thighs. She's already wet, her slick heat coating my fingers as I part her folds. I watch her face as I circle her clit, applying just enough pressure to make her hips buck against my hand. Bayad, you're soaked for me, I murmur, voice rough with need. So fucking ready. You slide one finger inside her, then another, feeling her inner walls clench around me. Her head falls back, throat exposed as she pants my name. The sight of her sprawled across my bed, legs spread for me. Taking my fingers so greedily makes me throb with want. Alexei, she breathes. More, please. I'm careful with her, mindful of her condition, but she's having none of it. Her nails rake down my back, urging me closer, deeper. Blood rises under her scratches, little marks of possession that make me growl with satisfaction. She's marking me as I've marked her, claiming ownership in her own way. I need to feel you. She whispers against my ear, her breath hot and desperate. All of you. The last of my restraint shatters at her words. Something fierce awakens in me, the need to possess, to claim. I grip her hips, positioning myself at her entrance. the head of my cock sliding through her wetness. "Tell me you're mine," I demand, voice barely recognizable, even to myself. Her eyes fly open, locking with mine. "I'm yours," she whispers. "Only yours." I claim her mouth in a bruising kiss as I enter her in one smooth thrust. The tight, wet heat of her cunt nearly undoes me. It's like coming home, like claiming territory that belongs exclusively to me. She cries out, her body arching beneath mine, taking me deeper. Her walls pulse around me, adjusting to my size, drawing me in further. "Fuck," I groan against her neck. So tight, so perfect. I withdraw, almost completely, before driving back in. Each thrust pulls a moan from her lips, each withdrawal a whimper. We find our rhythm quickly, bodies moving together with the familiarity of longtime lovers, despite the strangeness of her memory loss. Some things, it seems, go deeper than memory. Some connections are written in the body itself. I hook one of her legs higher over my hip, changing the angle to hit just the right spot inside her. Her breasts bounce with each thrust, her hands gripping the sheets beside her head. I want to wreck her, to make her forget every man who came before me. Mine. I grunt, punctuating the word with a particularly deep thrust. "Say it again." "Yours," she gasps, her inner muscles clenching around me. "God." "Alexei, I'm yours." Her eyes lock with mine as we move, and something passes between us, something deeper than physical pleasure, more complex than desire. Her face is flushed, her lips parted, her breathing ragged. "Alexei," she gasps, her voice breaking on my name. "Who are you? To me, why do I feel this way?" The questions cut through me, sharper than any blade. In this moment, joined as intimately as two people can be, she still doesn't know me, doesn't remember us. "I'm yours," I tell her, the words torn from somewhere deep inside me. "And you're mine. That's all that matters." Her eyes widen, something like recognition flickering in their depths. "Why do I feel like I love you?" she whispers, her voice trembling. How can I love someone I don't remember? The word love hits me. No one has said that to me since my mother disappeared. Not even Olga, Bobik's mother. Certainly not Sophia, with her cold calculation. Only this woman. This impossible woman, who should hate me, but doesn't remember why. Tai Moya Dusha. I growl against her throat, unable to say the words in English. "You are my soul." "Mine." She stiffens as I say it. But it's not in objection. I can feel her muscles spasming around my shaft as her pleasure begins to peak. Her climax takes her suddenly, her body tightening around mine, pulling me over the edge with her. "Oh God. God. Alexei. I'm coming," she pants out the words. "Yes, fuck. Yes, Stella." I groan low in my throat and bury my face in her neck, my release shuddering through me with an intensity that leaves me breathless. For a moment, everything else falls away. The bratva, the blood on my hands, the secrets between us. There's only this, only her. As my cock finally stops twitching, I sink down carefully, withdrawing from her warm body and pulling her against my side. We're both breathing heavily, chests rising and falling rapidly. The aftershocks of pleasure still ripple through me as I wrap my arm around her, feeling her skin slick with sweat against mine. I brush my lips over her forehead, tasting the salt there, inhaling the scent of sex and sweet woman that surrounds her. My heartbeat gradually eases, but the intensity of what just happened between us remains, settling into something deeper that I don't quite understand. Bus hemoi. I breathe out. It amazes me that even after all these months, the woman can still affect me this way. I hold her close, cupping her belly. Her breathing begins to slow, exhaustion finally claiming her. I brush damp strands of hair from her forehead, studying her face in the dim light. You're going to sleep here with me tonight. I tell her, though she's already half asleep and probably doesn't hear me. She murmurs something unintelligible, nestling closer to me. I pull the covers over us both, my arm tightening around her. Her skin is soft and smooth against mine, her body fitting perfectly against my larger frame. I breathe in the scent of her hair. It still smells of flowers, even though it's damp with sweat. There's something satisfying about holding her this way, knowing she's safe with me, completely mine. It's a possessiveness I've never felt before her, and it both unsettles and pleases me. In sleep, her face loses that wariness. She sometimes carries around me now she looks peaceful, trusting. I allow myself this quiet moment of contentment before the world inevitably intrudes again. Tomorrow, everything might change. Her memories might return, unleashing a tide. I'm powerless to stop. But tonight, she's here, in my bed, in my arms, and for now, that's enough.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
La pelota jugada atrás, se juega la posible
La
pérdida.
recupera Ezequiel Luna, que puede empatar el partido. ¡Luna! ¡No te creo nada! La ha tirado fuera Ezequiel Luna.
Balón que tiene Brasil, la juega Lipao, abriendo para Leleti. Leleti, la saca Herrera. Tiene Lipao Piñeiro, le va a acompañar Kelvin por la derecha y Leleti por la izquierda. Lipao le puede pegar, abre para Kelvin, al palo. La ha tenido Brasil. Si antes se salvó Brasil, ahora el que es...
Conduce Vidangosi, entrega para Nacho Herrera, jugando nuevamente para Matías Vidangosi, se la vuelve a ceder a Herrera, es Saúdo Nascimento, córner.
Luego Donoso iba a tener esta situación en la que pedía penalti, pero no habría nada. Y aquí un buen remate que se los tapa muy bien Brasil. Minuto 31 y Brasil pierde este balón. Y tendríamos esta jugada.
La pelota con la conducción de Araya, le secunda también Herrera, no hay fuera de juego. Herrera.
Chapter 15. Stella, I drift into sleep wrapped in Alexei's arms. His warmth enveloping me like a cocoon. It feels right. Everything feels right when we're like this. Safe. Secure. Until it happens again. Another nightmare. His steady breathing against my neck should be comforting. But as consciousness slips away, I'm pulled not into peaceful darkness, but into something else entirely. This dream is different. My mind knows it the moment it starts. Unlike the jumbled pictures that have haunted me since waking in the hospital, disjointed images and half-formed memories, this feels crystal clear. Movie-like. Real. Too real. In this dream, I'm sitting on the edge of my bed, a phone pressed to my ear while I listen to words that I don't want to hear. The voice on the other side is familiar. It's Hannah's voice. She's my friend. The name from the missed calls on the hidden phone. With the name comes the memory of a face expressive and animated, surrounded by wild red curls. Recognition hits like a tidal wave, leaving me reeling. Your father's death was staged. A professional hit. She's saying, keeping her voice gentle but firm. Your father was running from men who'd been sent for him. I'm so sorry to tell you this. Stells. I argue with her because it makes no sense. Why? Why would someone do this to him? Who would want to hurt my dad? He was no one. I try to process what she said, but my mind is resisting. And then she says the words that flip my world upside down, Stella. The hit was organized by Alexei Tarasov. Alexei Tarasov. Even in sleep, I feel the shock ripple through my body, the denial rising in my chest. I envision my father's broken body trapped in a cage of twisted metal, blood pooling on asphalt. I see my mother's lifeless hand curled around a vial of poison. She took her own life. My mother killed herself over my father's death. And it was all Alexei's fault. I feel the grief of knowing that I would have to bury both of them just weeks apart. I remember how I did it all alone because Nick had been hiding from the man who would kill him for the money that he owed. And that man was also Alexei. The man who shattered my entire family is sleeping beside me after making love to me. Alexei Tarasov. In another flash, I can feel the cold tiles of the bathroom floor where I'd sat after emptying the contents of my stomach. Because I'd known with absolute certainty that I couldn't stay with my father's killer. I had to run. So, I did. The scene shifts, and suddenly I'm on a crowded street, surrounded by protesters holding signs and chanting. The noise of the crowd swells around me, anonymous faces pressing in from all sides. I don't know where I'm going to go. All I know is that I have to get as far away from my father's killer as possible. I'm anxious, hiding among a throng of people as I slip away from the guard assigned to me, acting on impulse. One of many who'd watched my every move. I'd been a prisoner in this place. Not a lover or even a guest. Alexei was forcing me to stay here until I had my baby. Alexei Tarasov did it. I toss in my sleep as more memories assail me. Now, the taste of greasy burger and salty fries lingers on my tongue, junk food Alexei had forbidden during my pregnancy, but that I'd defiantly consumed after fleeing Blackwood Manor. Then, in my dream, they find me. 2 men appear, and I'm disoriented as they drag me to a waiting car, convinced that Alexei has found me. Except it's not Alexei. This is even worse. So much worse. I marched into a warehouse. Cold concrete beneath me. 2 figures loom ahead, a man and a woman, their features coming into sharp focus. Gianni, my ex-fiancé. The sight of him brings back a flood of information that feels surreal. I'd loved him once until he cheated on me with the woman beside him. Sophia. Beautiful. Cold Sophia. Watching with detached interest. A hint of satisfaction in her icy eyes. Memories cascade through me now, Uncle Igor's drunken confession about a sister given up for adoption before I was born. Boyana, who I'd talked to in my head throughout my childhood. Sophia hates me. You and that fucking baby got in the way of me and Alexei and ruined everything. You stupid cunt. Her words are pure venom, knocking me back a step. And then Gianni takes it further. I've always wanted to fuck a pregnant woman, with someone watching. It's all too much. Too much to comprehend. My head feels like it's going to implode as I try to take it all in. The scene dissolves, replaced by pure madness gunfire. Shouting, the smell of blood and torn flesh. Alexei bursting through the door. At his face, a mask of cold fury as he sees me. The sickening crack of his fist connecting with Johnny's jaw. More gunfire? Then, something or someone appears behind me. Pain explodes at the back of my head. Sharp, unforgiving pain. Darkness takes me. And through it all, Hannah's voice echoes on a loop, Stella. It was organized by Alexei Tarasov. Alexei Tarasov. I jolt awake, gasping. My pulse pounding. Drenched in sweat. For a moment, I'm disoriented. The luxurious bedroom unfamiliar until reality settles back in. Blackwood Manor. Alexei's bed. The silk sheets cling to my damp skin as I struggle to separate nightmare from memory. The phantom sensation of hands on my body still crawling across my flesh. My throat feels raw, as though I've been screaming. But the room remains silent except for my ragged breathing echoing in the darkness. I turn my head slowly, finding him asleep beside me. In sleep, his face loses its hardness, the sharp angles softened, the perpetual wariness gone. He looks almost vulnerable, one arm still draped possessively across my waist. My mind is a clusterfuck of confusion. Memories have returned in a flood, overwhelming and undeniable. I remember everything now: who I am, who he is, what brought me here, all of it. The fragments of my past clicking into place like jagged puzzle pieces, each one cutting deeper than the last. The truth feels like ice water in my veins. My father's broken body in a black bag. My mother's vacant eyes when I found her. My brother's terror. And the things I had to do to save him, all because of the man sleeping peacefully beside me. The man whose bed I've shared, whose body I've craved, whose child grows inside me. The monster himself. I should feel only hatred, should be desperate to escape. Yet as I look at him, other emotions, war within me, desire, connection, even a twisted form of gratitude for how he's protected me, cared for me, since my injury, the gentleness of his hands when he bathed me, the fierce protectiveness in his eyes when threats emerged, the way his voice softens when he speaks to me in the darkness. These contradictions tear me apart, making me question everything I thought I knew about good and evil, about vengeance and forgiveness. How can I reconcile the man who destroyed my family with the one who makes my heart race when he enters a room? The same hands that orchestrated my father's death have cradled my face with such tenderness that it makes me ache. Oh, my God, what kind of freak am I? I shift carefully, sitting up against the headboard. My hand moves instinctively to my stomach, feeling our daughter's gentle movements beneath my palm. She could arrive any day now. Doctor, Malhotra said, I have nowhere to go. No plan. No resources. The baby needs stability. Needs a father. A father who murdered her grandfather. But did he? Hannah said he was responsible. What does that mean? Exactly. Did he pull the trigger himself, order someone else to do it? And why? What possible reason could Alexei have had to target my father? A simple doctor. There must be more to this story. There has to be. The intense energy between us is impossible to ignore. Even now, despite everything I've remembered, I cannot deny the magnetic pull I feel toward him. As I watch him sleep, it dawns on me. I am strangely comforted by the fact that I cannot escape him. I should want to run far away from this dangerous man who is so fixated on me. Yet deep down, where my true feelings lie, I don't want to leave. Have I lost my mind? Beside me, Alexei stirs, his eyes open, immediately alert in that way. That's always unnerved me. No gradual awakening. Just instant consciousness. His gaze finds mine, and something in my expression must alarm him because he sits up, the sheet pooling around his waist. "What is it?" he asks, his voice rough with sleep. I open my mouth, but no words come. My body has gone rigid, frozen in place as conflicting impulses war within me. Part of me wants to scream accusations, to demand answers. Another part wants to pretend I remember nothing, to preserve this fragile peace between us. He reaches for me, his hand warm against my cheek. "Stella, talk to me." I flinch away from his touch, unable to help myself. His expression flickers with concern. "Another bad dream," he says gently, and my body responds instantly to the warmth of his voice. Still, I can't speak. My throat feels constricted, my lungs struggling for air. "He is your father's murderer." "Is he?" Hannah said he's responsible. What does that mean? What really happened? Did he kill him? If yes, why? Finally, when the silence feels like it's gone on too long, I nod my head. "Yes," I whisper. "A bad dream." And then I let him pull me up against his chest, and I melt there. I squeeze my eyes shut as I do it, willing the images away, wishing the memories hadn't returned. Because, God help me, I've fallen in love with my father's murderer, and I don't know what to do about it.
Chapter 16. Alexei. The call ends with Dr. Malhotra's careful, measured voice still ringing in my ears. The brain heals at its own pace. "Mr. Tarasu, these episodes of memory loss could persist for weeks, possibly months. A recent trauma has exacerbated the condition. I'd recommend I disconnect before he can finish." Another fucking recommendation. Another clinical explanation that tells me nothing I can use. I slide the phone into my pocket, standing motionless in the dim light of my bedroom. The curtains remain drawn against the early morning sun, casting the room in shadows. Stella lies curled on her side, one hand tucked beneath her cheek, the other stretched across the space where I should be. Her breathing comes slow, and even the first peaceful sleep she's had in days. Last night's screams still echo in my head. The way she thrashed against invisible enemies. Eyes wide, but seeing nothing. The way she didn't recognize me when I tried to calm her. I move closer, studying the curve of her shoulder, the wave of chestnut hair across my pillow. The bruise on her temple has faded to a dull yellow, but the sight of it still makes me want to kill the fucker who hurt her. Lucky for him, he's already dead. My hand hovers above her hair, fingers spread. I want to touch her, to feel the silk of those strands between my fingers, to wake her and see recognition in her eyes. I curl my fingers into a fist and pull back. She needs rest more than she needs my touch. I back away, careful to make no sound, as I leave the bedroom and close the door behind me. The hallway stretches before me, silent and empty, as I make my way to my office. I must get my shit together. Control. Distance. Focus. I've built an empire on these principles. I won't abandon them now. Not even for her. Years of blood and sacrifice have cemented my position. Men fear me. Families respect me. The Bratva follows, because I never waver. Never show weakness. One woman with green eyes and the smile that haunts my dreams won't change that. No matter how her presence makes my chest tighten. No matter how much I want to claim her. Some lines can't be crossed, shouldn't be crossed, if I want to maintain what I've built and protect my family. Reaching my desk, I sink into the tall executive chair and rub the stubble on my jaw as I scowl down at the latest figures. The financial reports spread across my desk tell a story I can't believe. Numbers don't lie. But these must be mistaken. I scan each page again, searching for an error that isn't there. Cert etogo nemos hedbit. I growl. This can't be right. 3 major weapons contracts canceled within a week. 2 European distributors suddenly refusing shipments. 4 offshore accounts frozen. 6 shell companies under investigation. I reach for my coffee, find the cup empty, and set it down with enough force to crack the bottom. The numbers blur before my eyes. Not from emotion, but from sheer disbelief. Maranzano's death was supposed to solve this. The Italian's betrayal had cost me millions. But eliminating him should have stabilized my position. Instead, the bleeding has accelerated. This isn't random market fluctuation. This is coordinated, surgical. I pull up the security feeds on one monitor, scanning the grounds of Blackwood Manor out of habit. The property remains secure, high walls, armed guards, surveillance covering every approach. My fortress stands untouched while my empire crumbles. I reach for my phone and dial Vasia's number. He answers on the first ring. I was about to call you. Tell me you found something. A pause. The sound of typing. It's not Maranzano's people. I checked every angle. Then who more typing? The contracts with Germany and Turkey, they went to Novikov. My jaw locks tight enough to crack teeth. The name burns like acid in my veins. Novikov has been circling my territory for years. But this level of infiltration is unprecedented. James Whitmore's daughter suddenly received a full scholarship to Oxford. Vasia continues. Coincidentally, the day after he canceled your Pentagon contract, Novikov bought him. Pizda. I slam my fist against the desk, sending a jolt of pain up my arm. My most valuable American connection, turning against me for what his cocaine-addicted daughter's education. The pathetic simplicity of his betrayal makes it all the more infuriating. Duh. The typing stops. Alexei. This is systematic. Novikov's been planning this for months. The banking records show a pattern of show me later. I cut him off. Already calculating. What else your Swiss accounts were frozen after an anonymous tip about money laundering? The signature matches previous Novikov operations. I stemmed, unable to remain still. Pacing to the window, I look out over the grounds, seeing nothing but Sophia's face on our wedding day. The shock when I walked away. The hatred in her eyes. The enraged screams of her family. He's still angry about Sophia. Isai. Vasia makes a sound, not quite a laugh. You left his daughter at the altar. In our world, that's worse than killing her. As far as he's concerned, you humiliated his entire bloodline. It was a business arrangement. Nothing more. To you. Maybe. To Novikov. It was the merging of 2 families. The creation of a dynasty. You made him look like a fool in front of every major family in Russia. My fingers tighten around the windowsill. Months since I walked away from that farce of a wedding. And still, Novikov can't accept that I refuse to be a pawn in his stupid game. The man's pride is more fragile than eggshells. He should have known better. I mutter, more to myself than to Vasya. You don't build empires on marriages. You build them on blood and loyalty. Vasya is silent for a moment. I can picture those sharp eyes of his narrowing, calculating, always calculating. My brother may look like a bear, but he thinks like a chess master. Still, he says, the wedding was a shitfest. A man like Novikov won't let that go easily. I rub the back of my neck, remembering. The church packed with Moscow's elite. Sofia in white lace. Diamonds at her throat. The weight of tradition and expectation. The sudden, suffocating certainty that I couldn't do it, couldn't tie myself to a woman I didn't want, to a family I didn't trust, especially not while another woman was carrying my child. So, I walked away, broke the arrangement, destroyed years of careful negotiation with 6 strides back down the aisle. He's making his move now because he thinks I'm weak. Sigh. Turning back to my desk. Maranzano's betrayal. The issues with the Mexican cartel. The DEA investigation, he sees vulnerability. And he's right. Vasya says bluntly, you've lost 30% of your liquid assets in 3 weeks. Another 2 months like this, and the Tarasov Bratva becomes a footnote in history. I sink into my chair, mind racing through options. Each path leads to the same conclusion. What about Sofia, I ask. Is she involved? No sign of her. She's been in Monaco for months. At least there's that. I may have taken her for just another social climber when we were together. But it's clear to me now that Sofia was always the more dangerous of the two, calculating where her father was merely brutal. After what she did to Stella, though, the urge to have her taken out has been building like a volcano about to erupt. The thought of her hands on my woman makes my blood run cold, then boil with rage. Sofia's precision makes her lethal. She doesn't waste moves or emotions like her father did with his drunken rages. She waits, watches, then strikes exactly where it hurts most. But keeping her at a distance in Monaco might be the one thing preventing me from putting a bullet between those cold gray eyes of hers. For now. And Whitmore, I ask, can we recover him? Doubtful. Novikov offered his daughter the scholarship, a position on some humanitarian board, and probably a few million in an offshore account. You know how Whitmore feels about his daughter. I do. The man would burn down the world to give Catherine what she wants. Spoiled little rich girl out of her head on crack cocaine half the time. His one weakness, the same weakness, Novikov has now exploited. Whitmore may be a shark in Washington, ruthless in politics and business alike. But mention his daughter, and he becomes putty in anyone's hands. I've seen him cancel meetings with senators to take her calls. Novikov knew exactly where to press to make him fold. The powerful politician brought to his knees by a father's love, a vulnerability I understand all too well. Though I'd never admit it aloud. We need to move quickly. Vasya says, his voice dropping lower. I wouldn't be merciful with him if I were you. The other families are watching. If they sense weakness, he doesn't need to finish. In our world, weakness invites predators. Already, the lesser families will be circling, wondering if the Tarasov Empire is ripe for dismemberment. I'll handle it. Isai, my voice carrying a cold edge. I know what to do. I cut the call before he responds, then close my eyes, thinking of Stella asleep in my bed, off Bobik, in his room, unaware of the growing danger, of Diana, who trusts me to keep our family safe. When I open my eyes again, something has shifted inside me. The businessman recedes. The Pakan emerges. I call Sasha. Tell Kostya to prepare the car. Isai. My voice cold even to my own ears. And get me everything on Novikov's current location and security detail. You planning a meeting? Boss, he asks. Something like that. I feel cold determination, unfurling. He's messing where he shouldn't. He needs to learn a lesson in humility. You're going after him personally. Sasha sounds surprised. Alexei. We could send... No. The word falls like a stone. Novikov made this personal. I'll end it personally. I'm a month of silence. Then it will mean war. Open war between the families. He declared war when he touched what's mine. I stand again. Moving to the wall, safe hidden behind a painting of the St. Petersburg skyline. I'm just accepting his invitation. The safe opens with a soft click. Inside passport sets. Bundles of cash in various currencies. 2 handguns. And a file containing contingency plans in case of emergency. Sasha exhales a breath. I guess I should be ready for the fallout. Then, he says. He knows better than to question me. Koroshi. I pull out the first gun. Checking the chamber. That's what I pay you for. You don't have to pay me. Himotas. Sometimes, loyalty is its own reward. The call ends. I set the phone down and continue my preparations. Mind clear for the first time in days. There's comfort in this, in action. In vengeance. This is the world I understand. The rules I know how to play by. I load the second gun and tuck both into shoulder holsters. As I work, my thoughts return briefly to Stella, to the softness of her sleeping form, to the peace on her face that will vanish if she ever learns who I am. I push the image away. Sentiment is weakness, and I cannot afford weakness now. Novikov wants war. I'll give him war. Chapter 17. Alexei, I know where to find him. The Capitol Lounge in Silver Heights. Not the most obvious choice for a confrontation, but perfect for my purposes. Exclusive. Controlled. And according to Sophia's bitter ramblings during our engagement, her father's Friday night ritual. Today's Friday. I'll never have a better opportunity. I study my reflection in the bathroom mirror, applying the final touches to my disguise. The beard sticks perfectly to my jawline. Dark and full enough to change the shape of my face without looking theatrical. Tinted glasses obscure my eyes. A custom-tailored suit different from my usual style completes the transformation. Not unrecognizable, but enough to buy crucial seconds if needed. This isn't an assassination, just a warning. A conversation with consequences. Sasha waits by the car. Expression neutral as I approach. He opens the door without comment, though his eyes linger on my disguise. The Capitol Lounge. I tell him, sliding into the back seat. Wait outside. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, come in after me. Sûr. Boss. He nods. Starting the engine. Weapons check. I pat my jacket. Just the Glock. And the PSM. This isn't a war. Not yet. Anyway, the drive through Los Angeles takes us from downtown to the hills, where mansions hide behind gates and privacy hedges. Silver Heights sits at the summit, a neighborhood where wealth whispers rather than shouts, where power moves quietly through handshakes in private clubs. The Capitol Lounge occupies a colonial-style building set back from the road. Its exterior understated, aside from a small brass plaque beside the door. No signs, no advertisements. Those who belong know where to find it. Sasha pulls to the curb half a block away. 30 minutes. He confirms. Enod, stepping out into the cool evening air. The neighborhood hums with quiet money. The soft purr of luxury engines. The clinking of ice and crystal glasses from hidden patios. A place where men like Sergei Novikov feel safe. A mistake I intend to correct. The doorman recognizes neither my face nor my name, but the black card I present speaks a language he understands. He steps aside with a deferential nod, gesturing toward the interior. I enter the sanctum of America's elite. Dark wood paneling, leather upholstery in deep burgundy, crystal decanters catching light from discreet fixtures. The scent of aged whiskey and Cuban cigars hangs in the air, both technically illegal, both readily available to those who matter. My first stop is the men's room. I need to understand the terrain. The bathroom matches the lounge's opulence marble countertops. Individual hand towels. Attendant conspicuously absent. Perfect for my purposes. Except for one detail. A small security camera mounted in the corner. Its red light blinking steadily. I retreat to a secluded alcove and dial Vasya. I'm in position. I tell him when he answers, I need you to prepare for a power cut in Silver Heights. When I signal, specifically, the Capitol Lounge. Wait. Vasya's voice crackles through the connection. Their system is isolated from the main grid. I can't override it remotely without access. How long, fuck knows? An hour to hack it. Maybe more. I suppress a curse. What the fuck am I supposed to do in this fucking costume for an hour? I don't fucking know. Brat. His keyboard clicks rapidly in the background. Get inside. Get a drink. Flirt with a waitress. Just hurry. I end the call. Irritation simmering beneath my skin as I shoot a text to Sasha. Change of plans. Give me an hour. An hour is a long time to maintain a disguise in hostile territory, especially for a man my size. I move into the main lounge, scanning the room methodically. 23 patrons, 4 staff, 2 exits, 1 target. Sergei Novikov occupies a corner booth, looking every inch the Russian oligarch. A woman half his age sits beside him, her hand resting possessively on his arm. Young, blonde, expensive, the type of woman Men like Novikov collect to prove they still can. I catalog the threats surrounding him. 2 men at the bar, positioned for optimal sightlines. Another at a nearby table, shoulders too broad for his tailored suit. Bodyguards posing as patrons. Amateur work, but effective enough. I select a table with a clear view of Novikov's booth, while keeping my back to the wall. A waiter approaches immediately. Just water. I tell him, and perhaps the charcuterie board, served slowly. Hendots, disappearing silently. I settle in for the wait, keeping my posture relaxed, despite the tension coiling inside me. Novikov laughs at something. His companion says, his hand sliding up her thigh in a practiced gesture. The same hand that signed contracts with my former clients. The same hand that shook James Whitmore's after stealing my Pentagon deal. Pizda. I'd like to take that hand off at the wrist. I force my attention elsewhere, cataloging the room's occupants. A senator with a woman, not his wife. A tech billionaire drinking alone. 2 studio executives arguing quietly over financing. Powerful men creating the illusion of privacy in a place designed to be seen. My thoughts drift to Stella, to her face before I left. The confusion in her eyes. The questions I couldn't answer. I have to handle something. I'll be back soon. Ali by omission. She deserved better. But the truth is something she doesn't need to know. Better she think me cold than know I'm hunting. The waiter returns with water and a carefully arranged board of meats and cheeses. I have no intention of eating. I thank him with a nod, forcing my mind back to the present. To the mission. Stella is a distraction I can't afford right now. 50 minutes crawl by. I watch Novikov order another drink, whisper something in his companion's ear that makes her giggle. His bodyguards maintain their positions, occasionally scanning the room with cool indifference. I call Vasya again. Almost done, he says before I can speak. Give me 15 more minutes. 15, I repeat. No longer. The connection ends. I check my watch, counting down the seconds. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. 29. 28. The longest 15 minutes of my life. Novikov drains his glass. His companion excuses herself, heading toward the ladies' room. One bodyguard shifts position slightly, maintaining visual contact with his principal. 13 minutes. 12. I sip water, keeping my movements unhurried. The beard itches against my skin. The glasses press uncomfortably against my nose. Small discomforts. Easily ignored. 2 minutes. 9. Novikov checks his phone, frowning at whatever he sees. He types a response. Movements sharp, with annoyance. Business. Perhaps. Or another woman demanding his attention. Or maybe stealing another one of my contracts. The cunt. 7 minutes. 6. His companion returns, sliding into the booth gracefully. She says something that makes him laugh. His irritation forgotten. His hand returns to her thigh. Possessive. 4 minutes. 3. I signal the waiter for the check, preparing my exit. Timing is everything now. If Novikov doesn't move soon, I'll need to create a reason for him to visit the restroom. 2 minutes. 1. Novikov stands abruptly, murmuring something to his companion. He moves toward the back of the lounge, toward the restrooms. Alone. Fucking perfect. I wait until he disappears from view, then send a text to Vasya now. 30 seconds later, I follow Novikov's path to the men's room. I hear the sink running as I push the door open. He stands at the counter, washing his hands, his back to me. I count silently. 3, 2, 1. The lights cut out. Darkness swallows the room. Chat foots me. Novikov curses. I move before his eyes can adjust to the darkness, crossing the distance between us in 2 strides. My hand finds his throat, pushing him against the wall, with enough force to startle but not injure. His eyes bulge as recognition dawns. Tarasov. He chokes out. You fucking thief. I keep my voice low, controlled. Did you think I wouldn't figure it out? He struggles against my grip, face flushing. Posel, nahui. The Spitz. What the fuck did you expect after you walked out on my daughter at your wedding? And what the fuck did you expect for stealing my business? I push harder against his throat, punctuating my words. Fear flickers across his face, quickly masked by defiance. What do you want? He forces out. The question strained through my grip on his throat. Cancel the contracts with Whitmore. Fuck you, he snaps, spittle misting my face. I twist my grasp, knuckles pressing into his carotid artery. His eyes start to roll back before I ease up a little. I can do this all day. I growl. All right. All right. He wheezes, hands raised in surrender. Just let me go and let's talk. Okay, I release him, stepping back just enough to maintain control of the situation. A mistake. His fear vanishes, replaced by something worse, confidence. He moves with surprising speed for a man his age. One hand reaching inside his jacket. Metal glints in the dim emergency lighting as he pulls a gun, pressing it against my ribs. Not so tough now. Are you? He hiss, forcing me back against the wall. His breath reeks of expensive whiskey and cheap triumph. You think I came unprepared. You think I haven't been waiting for you to make your move. I keep my expression neutral, calculating angles. A distance. Risks. The gun presses harder into my side. I know about your freak, son. Tarasov. His voice drops lower, vicious with satisfaction. And if you don't want me to air your dirty laundry, you'll leave me alone and let me continue my business. Something breaks inside me. Not control, something deeper. The world narrows to a single point, his knowing smile, his knowledge of Bobik, the thread hanging between us. I move without conscious thought. Years of training, taking over. My hand knocks the gun sideways before his finger can squeeze the trigger, the weapon clattering across the floor. But it comes at a price. Novikov may be aging, but he fights with the desperate strength of a cornered animal. His fist connects with my jaw, splitting my lip. I dust copper, feel the adhesive of my fake beard loosening. We grapple in the near darkness, crashing against stalls, sinks, walls. His knee drives into my stomach. My elbow connects with his temple, neither of us willing to yield. I'll destroy him. You hear me, Novikov Pants? blood streaming from his nose. I'll tell everyone about your crippled boy. How the great Alexei Tarasov hides his fucked-up kid Tai Umresh Pervim. Isnarl. I grab him by the lapels and slam him backward. His head connects with the porcelain sink with a sickening crack, and he falls to the ground. His body goes instantly limp. He slides to the floor, eyes open, but seeing nothing. A dark pool spreading beneath his silver hair. Silence fills the bathroom, broken only by my ragged breathing. Biod. This wasn't the plan. It was to give him a scare. I kneel beside him, checking for a pulse I already know isn't there. His skin cools beneath my fingers, life draining away with his blood. The emergency lights flicker, then stabilize. The main power will return soon. I have minutes, perhaps seconds, before someone investigates. Trachni mnie aisten. Mind racing through scenarios. Consequences. Solution. Novikov's death will trigger a war between our organizations, regardless of how it happened. But an assassination carries different implications than an accident. Decision made. I move quickly. First, the gun, I wipe it clean and place it back in his jacket, careful not to disturb the position of his body. Next, the scene, I adjust the angle of his fall to make it appear as if he slipped on the wet floor. Finally, the evidence, I remove my fake beard, glasses, and bloody jacket, stuffing them into the trash beneath several paper towels. The bathroom window is narrow but serviceable. I force it open, wincing at the scrape of metal on metal, and pull myself through the opening. The alley beyond is empty, shadowed by the building's bulk. I drop to the ground, straightening my shirt and retrieving the backup jacket I'd stashed in my messenger bag. The transformation from disguised assailant to respectable businessman takes less than 30 seconds. My phone vibrates. Sasha. It's done. I tell him before he can speak. But there's been a complication. What kind of complication? His voice sharpens. He's dead. A pause. Fuck. Alexei. That wasn't the plan. He knew about Bobek. Another pause. Longer this time. How, I don't know. But I intend to find out. I end the call, already moving toward the street where the car waits. My mind catalogs the immediate threats: security cameras outside the lounge, potential witnesses, the investigation that will follow, all manageable problems. The larger issue, how Novikov knew about my son, remains. Someone close to me has betrayed my trust. Someone with access to my most closely guarded secret. The list of possibilities is short and deeply troubling. I reach the car, sliding into the back seat. Sasha meets my eyes in the rearview mirror, noting my split lip, my missing disguise, the tension in my shoulders. Drive. I tell him, we're leaving. He pulls away from the curb without question, merging smoothly into traffic. Only when we're several blocks away does he speak. Should I be concerned about pursuit? Not immediately. I wipe a smear of blood from my chin. It will appear to be an accident. For now, Sasha nods, accepting my assessment without further questions. His loyalty is one of the few certainties in my life. As we drive through the darkening city, my thoughts return to Bobek, to his vulnerability, To the fact that someone, perhaps someone I trust, has placed him in danger. And to Stella, waiting for me at Blackwood Manor. I didn't come to the Capitol Lounge intending to kill Sergei Novikov. But intentions mean nothing in the face of results. He threatened my son. Now he's dead. And anyone else who makes the same mistake will meet the same fate. Chapter 18, Alexei. The punching bag swings wildly as I land another blow. My knuckles burn despite the wraps. Skin splitting beneath the protective layers. I welcome the pain. It's clean. Simple. Unlike the mess I've created. I throw another punch. Harder this time. The chain creaks overhead, threatening to give way. In my mind, I see Novikov's face again, the shock in his eyes as his head hit the porcelain sink. The sound. That wet, final crack that ended his life and started a war. My fist connects again with the punching bag. Again. And again. Sweat pours down my face, stinging my eyes. My lungs burn. My muscles scream. Still not enough to drown out the thoughts. I grab the bag to steady it, resting my forehead against the leather for a moment. The gym's silence wraps around me, broken only by my ragged breathing. 6 hours since Novikov died. 4 since I returned to Blackwood Manor. Almost 3 since I started punishing my body in this room. My phone vibrates on the nearby bench. I check the screen cleanup crew. Time to be the Pakan again. Speak. I answer. Voice clipped. Scene is clean. The voice on the other end is equally terse. Security footage wiped. Witnesses handled. Police ruling it an accident. Slipped and hit his head. Medical examiner confirmed. Inod. Though he can't see me. The staff paid off and silenced. No one saw anything unusual. Good. Double the usual payment. I end the call without waiting for acknowledgement. 1 problem managed. A dozen more to go. I dial Sasha next, unwrapping my hands as the phone rings. It's done, he says immediately. To anyone who asks, you were at dinner with the Mexican attaché when it happened. 3 witnesses will confirm if needed. And the body being processed now. The family's been notified. Sophia is flying in from Monaco. Sophia, the daughter I left at the altar. The woman whose hatred started this chain of events. Of course she's coming home. Now that Daddy's gone. Watch her. I tell him. She's smarter than her father. Already on it. And Alexei, he hesitates. Novikov's people will suspect. Let them. They can't prove anything. They don't need proof to start a war. I toss the bloodied hand wraps into the trash. Then we prepare for war. The call ends. I stand in the center of my private gym, surrounded by equipment worth more than most people's homes. Machines designed to push the human body to its limits. To create the illusion of control, I head to the shower, stripping off sweat-soaked clothes as I go. The water hits my skin, scalding hot, washing away the physical evidence of my exertion. It does nothing for the weight in my chest. Novikov knew about Bobik. Someone close to me betrayed that secret. Someone I trust. The list is short, Diana. Vasya. Sasha. Doctor. Malhotra. And Stella. No, not Stella. She couldn't. But the doubt lingers as I dress in fresh clothes. Black track pants, gray t-shirt, bare feet against the cool floor. Casual attire for a man who committed murder hours ago. I leave the gym, heading toward the left wing where Stella has been staying. The manor feels emptier than usual as my footsteps echo in the long corridor that connects the two buildings. The staff have been given the night off, fewer witnesses to my state of mind. Fewer eyes to notice if something's wrong. I knock on Stella's door. No answer. I knock again. Harder this time. Stella silence. What the fuck? I shove the door open and look inside. The room is dim. Curtains pulled shut. Stella lies on the bed, still dressed in the loose cotton dress she wore this morning. Her eyes are open, fixed on the ceiling. She doesn't acknowledge my presence. I move closer, studying her face for signs of distress. Her expression is blank. Is vacant. The only sign of life is the slight rise and fall of her chest with each breath. I sit on the edge of the bed. Stella. Nothing. My gaze drops to her swollen belly. The curve pronounced beneath the thin fabric of her dress. Our child. Due any day. According to Dr. Malhotra. My daughter. I place my hand gently on her stomach, feeling for movement. Is the baby? She pushes my hand away. The first sign of awareness since I entered the room. What's wrong? I ask. Frowning. No answer. Just that vacant stare at the ceiling. Blythe. Is she sick? The silence stretches between us. Heavy and uncomfortable. I try again, leaning closer. Stella. What's going on? She doesn't respond. Doesn't even look at me. Her stillness is unnerving. I touch her arm, but she flinches as if my touch burns her. This is fucking bullshit. Are you feeling okay? Is it the baby? I ask, pushing down a surge of anxiety. Finally, she turns her head to look at me. Her eyes are cold, distant. There's something in them I can't quite read. Fear, anger, confusion, whatever it is. I don't fucking like it. I have to get out of here, she says, her voice flat and emotionless. Cranye the hell she is. That's not an option. It's not safe for you or the baby. She could come any moment. She doesn't respond, just turns her gaze back to the ceiling. I sit there, mind railing. What the fuck happened? Everything was fine last night. And now, last night, her warm body pressed against mine. Her sighs in my ear as I moved inside her. The way she whispered my name. And then, in the early hours, her screams as she woke from a nightmare she couldn't or wouldn't describe. Had something happened then? Some memory resurfacing Stella. I keep my voice gentle, though every instinct is urging me to shake the truth out of her. Did you remember something about your past? Nothing. Not even a flicker of recognition. Her eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, as if the answers are written there in a language only she can read. I stand up, running a hand through my hair in frustration. I'll come back later, I say softly, trying not to sound as anxious as I feel. Try to rest. As the door clicks shut behind me, my mind races through possibilities. She was fine yesterday. And now she's a stranger. A shell. I pull out my phone again. Dealing Dr. Malhotra. He answers on the third ring. Voice clipped and professional. Mr. Tarasov, what can I do for you? It's Stella. I pace the hallway outside her room. Something's wrong. She's not responding. Barely speaking. When she does, she says she needs to leave. Has she experienced any physical symptoms? Pain, meme, bleeding, contraction? No. Nothing like that. She's just gone. Mentally. He sighs. The sound crackling through the connection. As I explained this morning, Ms. Fermont's condition est complexe. The brain doesn't heal in a linear fashion. She may experience periods of dissociation or withdrawal. This isn't withdrawal. Ich schnapp. This is like she's become a different person overnight. Memory loss can manifest in unexpected ways, especially as pregnancy hormones fluctuate. The approaching delivery could be triggering subconscious anxieties. His clinical tone grates on my nerves. So, what do I do? Be patient. Give her space. Monitor for any physical symptoms that might indicate complications with the pregnancy. If those occur, bring her to the hospital immediately. That's it. Wait and see, I'm afraid so. Mr. Tarasov, the mind heals at its own pace. Bjot. Stozautivit. What the hell kind of answer is that, always talking in fucking circles? I end the call, resisting the urge to throw the phone against the wall. Useless. All of it. I can handle a murder cleanup. I can handle the Russian mob. I can handle million-dollar weapons, deals with dictators and warlords. But I can't handle my pregnant woman not fucking talking to me. The helplessness burns like acid in my chest. I head to my office, unlocking the cabinet where I keep the good vodka. The bottle is heavy in my hand, beluga. Gold line. Imported directly from St. Petersburg. I pour 3 fingers into a crystal tumbler and drink it in one swallow. The fire in my throat matches the one in my chest. Distracts me a little, but not for long. The second glass I take to the window, staring out at the darkening grounds of Blackwood Manor. Security lights illuminate the perimeter, creating pools of harsh white light against the shadows. Beyond the walls, Los Angeles sprawls, oblivious to the war brewing in its midst. The old man's death might seem like it's been handled, but Sasha's right. His people don't need proof to confirm their suspicions. Novikov's men will move soon. They'll start with questions and then investigations. Eventually, they'll come to the correct conclusion. I need to be ready. But how can I prepare for war when my own home feels like enemy territory? I pour a third glass, drinking more slowly this time. The alcohol dulls the edges of my anxiety, though it does nothing for the core of it. Something's happened to Stella. Something beyond the physical trauma, beyond the memory loss. Something that's turned her against me. If someone hurt her while my back was turned, I'll find them. I'll make them suffer. But what if the enemy is inside her head, where I can't reach? I've seen men beg for their lives before I killed them. That felt like power. This feeling, watching Stella slip away without understanding why this is true helplessness. The bottle is half empty, by the time I sink into my desk chair. My thoughts circle like vultures, searching for weakness, for answers. Could she have learned about Novikov Impossible? No one knows except Sasha and the cleanup crew, and they wouldn't talk. Could she have remembered something about her past, about my connection to her father's death? Or is it simpler than that? Is she finally seeing me for what I am, a killer? A criminal. A man whose hands are stained with blood. Fuck. I pour another drink, staring at the clear liquid, as if it holds answers. The silence of the manor presses in around me, emphasizing my isolation. Stella in her room, lost in her own mind. Bobik in his suite, unaware of all that's happening below. Diana at her apartment, oblivious. All my family under my protection, yet none of them truly with me in this moment. My hand tightens around the glass. This is fucking bullshit. God damn it. I'm the motherfucking Pakon. For fuck's sake. I don't do helpless. Yet here I sit, drinking alone, while the woman carrying my daughter stares at the ceiling and plans her escape. The irony doesn't elude me. For years, I've kept people at a distance. Relationships were liabilities. Emotions were weaknesses to be exploited. I built walls and surrounded myself with weapons and guards. Then Stella arrived. And somehow, she slipped past every carefully constructed defense I've erected. Made me feel things I'd forgotten were possible. Made me want things I'd never allowed myself to want. And now, when I finally let someone matter, truly matter, she's slipping away without explanation. I drain the glass. The vodka no longer burning. My phone remains silent. No updates from Sasha. No calls from the cleanup crew. No answers about what's happening with Stella. Just silence and questions, and the unfamiliar weight of helplessness settling into my bones. Tomorrow, I'll be the Pakon again. I'll prepare for war with Novikov's organization. I'll protect what's mine with ruthless efficiency. But tonight, I'm just a man watching his world unravel, powerless to stop it. The bottle empties, the night deepens, and somewhere in the left wing, Stella stares at the ceiling, a stranger in the body of the woman I've come to need. But she's slipping away from me.
Chapter 19, Stella. I'm not crazy. Despite what Alexei must have thought as he watched me stare at the ceiling, despite the concerned looks and gentle touches, despite Dr. Malhotra's clinical assessments of my dissociative state, my mind is painfully, perfectly clear. The pieces have finally locked into place. The fragments of memory that haunted my dreams for weeks have formed into a truth so devastating I can barely breathe around it. I shift uncomfortably against the pillows, my enormous belly, making any position feel impossible. My due date looms just days away. Our daughter kicks against my ribs as if protesting my stillness. It's okay, little one, I whisper, my hand stroking my belly. Our daughter. The thought sends a fresh wave of nausea through me. I am days away from having my first child with the man who stole my parents from me. The irony is unbearable. For months, I've been drawn to him, unable to resist his gravity, despite every warning, every red flag. Even now, knowing what I know, my body betrays me with memories of his touch. The tenderness in his hands as he bathed me. The concern in his eyes when he checks if I've eaten properly, or if I'm resting enough. The way he speaks to our unborn child through my skin. his voice dropping to a softness no one else would believe possible. How can one person be so caring and so ruthless at the same time? I close my eyes, remembering the dream that started it all. Not a dream, a memory. The car wrecked beyond recognition. My father's body trapped in it. The paramedics' pitying expressions. And then the newspaper headline that surfaced in my mind this morning. Prominent doctor dies in car accident. The funeral. My mother's hollow eyes. Her body. Weeks later. Dead in her bed after a handful of poison released her from her grief. Both gone. Both because of him. The baby kicks again. Harder this time. I press my hand against the spot, feeling the firm push of a foot or elbow. She's strong. Like her father. The thought brings fresh tears. What will I tell her when she's old enough to ask about her grandfather? How do I explain that her father ordered the death of mine? And the question that burns most fiercely, why? What could my father, a doctor, a healer, have done to deserve Alexei's vengeance, Hannah? Perhaps she knows. After weeks of silence, of existing in this luxurious prison with only Alexei and occasionally Diana for company, I need to hear a friendly voice. I need answers before this baby comes. Before I become tied to him forever through our child. Moving is a production now. I roll to my side first, using my arms to push my swollen body upright. My center of gravity has shifted so dramatically that even standing requires calculation. I waddle to the closet, where I've hidden my secret phone beneath a stack of maternity clothes Alexei had delivered from the finest boutiques. The phone feels forbidden in my hand. Alexei and I haven't discussed my boundaries in this world. That's clearly his until now. I've been content to let him take care of me. But now, I know that I was a prisoner here. Outside contact wasn't permitted. He locked you up, Stella. I glance at the security camera in the corner of the bedroom. Its red light blinks steadily. It's a constant reminder of his watchful presence even when he's physically absent. The bathroom is the only place without surveillance, a small concession to privacy. I lock the bathroom door behind me, though it's a meaningless gesture. Nothing in this house is truly locked to Alexei. Still, it gives me the illusion of security as I perch awkwardly on the edge of the marble tub. Phone clutched in trembling hands. Hannah answers almost immediately, her voice sharp with surprise. Stella. Oh my God. Is that you? Yeah. It's me. I whisper, though there's no one to overhear. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. It's been weeks, and Hannah... I take a deep breath. I lost my memory. I'm only now starting to piece things together. What? How are you okay? I don't know. My voice catches. There was an incident. Incident. Her voice grows tight. I can almost see her eyes grow wary. What kind of incident? Did he hurt you? Stella, because if he did, no. I interrupt. No. Not him. Gianni. She's incredulous. I thought that dickhead was out of your life for good. He was... I tell her. But I pinch my lips together, wondering how much to reveal, and then deciding to go all in. He abducted me. His men grabbed me and took me to a warehouse. Are you fucking kidding me? She blurts. What the actual fuck? Stella, why am I only finding this out now? I told you. I lost my memory. I've literally just figured it all out. Up till now, I've been in a complete fog. Oh, honey, that's unbelievable. You must have been living a nightmare these past weeks. Where are you? Still with him? Yes. I'm at Alexei's manor. I'm about to have the baby. There's a sharp intake of breath on the other end. Stella, Are you sure that's a good idea? I don't know. Damn it. Because right now, I'm confused. About him. About me. About all of it. She heaves out a deep breath. Stells, do you remember what I told you about him? Her voice is low. I close my eyes, fighting back tears. That's why I'm calling. Hun, I need to know. What really happened? Did he have my father killed? The silence stretches between us, heavy with implication. Please. Hun, I urge. I need to know. Because I've been having dreams, awful dreams, and last night was the worst of them. If this is all real, then I need to know. I have to know if it's true, or if it's just my mind playing tricks on me. When Hannah finally speaks, her words confirm my worst fears. Yes, Stella. It's true. All the evidence points to that. Though I've already come to this conclusion, hearing it spoken aloud sends a wave of physical pain through me. I press my free hand against my mouth, stifling a sob. But why, I manage after a moment, my throat almost too constricted to speak. Do you know why he did it? I'm sorry. Stella. I couldn't find out the details. The official report says it was an accident. Case closed. Her voice hardens. It's likely that Alexei paid for that cover-up. Ibicemelip. Tears flowing freely now. So we still don't know the whole truth. No, we don't. Hannah's voice turns urgent. But Stella, you need to be careful. If you're with him, I know. I cut her off, suddenly aware of how long I've been in the bathroom. I don't know what to do. Hun, I'm confused. He's been so caring. But knowing what he did, listen to me. The agent in her takes over. Voice clipped and professional. He's a monster. Stella. A killer. Get out while you can. A sound in the hallway outside my bedroom startles me. I have to go. I interrupt. I'll call you when I can. I end the call before she can protest. Quickly wiping the number from the recent calls list, I flush the toilet to explain my extended bathroom visit, then wash my hands and face, trying to erase the evidence of tears. By the time I return to the bedroom, hiding the phone once more beneath my clothes, my thoughts are racing faster than my heart. Why did Alexei have my father murdered and then pay for a fake report? Obviously. He never wanted the case to be investigated. But what is the whole truth behind this? I lower myself carefully back onto the bed. Arranging my body among the specialized pregnancy pillows Alexei ordered from Sweden. The sheets are Egyptian cotton. The comforter filled with eiderdown. Even my prison is exquisite. I stare at the ceiling again. But now with purpose. Pretending withdrawal buys me time to think, to plan, to understand. My father was an obstetrician, respected in his field. We fled Russia when I was 17, changing our name from Larkin to Fairmont. My mother never explained why, only that we were in danger. Was it because of something that happened with Alexei? Some connection I've yet to discover. But what I whisper into the silence of the room, the baby shifts inside me, settling lower in my pelvis. The pressure increases. A reminder that my time is running out. Once she's born, everything changes. I'll be a mother. Alexei will be a father. Our lives will be intertwined through her, regardless of what truths I uncover. Each gentle touch from him now feels like a betrayal, both of my parents and of myself. Yet I can't deny the care he's shown me throughout this pregnancy. The genuine concern in his eyes whenever I've shown the slightest discomfort. The way he memorized every instruction from Dr. Malhotra. the nursery he had prepared, filled with everything our daughter might need. Oh God, what a nightmare. I rub my eyes, which are aching, a headache forming that settles like a dull, pounding throb in my overworked brain. How can I love the man who destroyed my family, yet how can I not love the father of my child? The contradiction tears at me. In the silence of this beautiful room, surrounded by evidence of his wealth and power, I make a decision. I need the whole truth. Not just the fact of my father's murder, but the reason behind it. Not just what Alexei did, but why he did it. Only then can I decide what to do. Whether to run, as Hannah Urges, whether to confront him, whether to find some impossible path forward that honors both my parents' memory and my daughter's future. My hand rests on my belly, feeling the strong, steady life beneath my palm. We'll figure this out. I whisper to her. I promise, for now, I'll maintain this facade of withdrawal. I'll watch. I listen. I'll gather whatever information I can from within these gilded walls. And when the moment is right, when I have enough pieces to see the complete picture, then I'll decide who Alexei Tarasov truly is to me, protector or destroyer. Lover or enemy. Father of my child or murderer of my father. Until then, I'll keep staring at the ceiling, my mind clear and focused while he believes me lost. It's the only advantage I have. Chapter 20, Stella. I don't get a chance to come to any conclusions because later that day, the first contraction catches me mid-step, a tightening band across my lower back, wrapping around to squeeze my belly with unexpected force. I freeze, one hand braced against the bedroom wall, the other instinctively cradling my belly. It can't be. Not yet. Not today. I've been pacing this room for hours, trapped in my thoughts, avoiding Alexei. My due date is in 3 weeks. 3 weeks early is too soon. Doctor, Malhotra said, first babies usually come late. We're not ready. I'm not ready. The pain recedes, leaving me breathless but unconvinced. False contractions. Braxton Hicks. That's all this is. I resume pacing, one hand still protectively curved around my stomach. I focus on the sunlight dappling the floor. I've been keeping track of time by these shadows, watching minutes stretch into hours as I avoid decisions I can't face. 20 minutes later, the second contraction hits harder than the first. I gasp, doubling over as the pain radiates through my pelvis. This time, there's no denying what's happening. Our daughter is coming. Today. Now, fear floods my system not of the pain, but of what comes after. Of decisions I'll have to make once she's here. Of the man who will be her father. The man who killed mine. A warm trickle down my thigh confirms what I already know. My water has broken. The clock is ticking. Shit. I need help. I need him. The irony isn't lost on me as I stand there. Fluid pooling at my feet. Pain building again in my lower back. After days of avoiding his touch. His voice. His presence. Now I need him more than ever. You don't have an option. Stella. Alexei. I call. My voice too weak. I clear my throat and try again. Louder. Alexei. His name changes into a low groan as another spasm takes me. He appears in the doorway so quickly that I wonder if he's been waiting just outside. His eyes take in the scene, my hunched posture. The wetness on the floor. The panic written across my face, and understanding dawns immediately. The baby, he says. No te cuestión. Y not. Another contraction building. It's too early. Something shifts in his expression concern, replacing his usual guarded look. He crosses the room in 3 long strides, one arm encircling my shoulders while the other reaches for his phone. 3 weeks is nothing, he says, his voice steady as he dials. She'll be fine. You'll both be fine. The certainty in his tone offers strange comfort as pain crests again. I find myself leaning into his solid frame, accepting his support despite everything I know about him. Despite Hannah's warnings. Despite the blood on his hands. He speaks rapidly into the phone, Russian. Then English, arranging whatever a man like Alexei Tarasov arranges when his child is about to be born. I catch fragments, the private suite. Full security protocol. Doctor. Malhotra and his team. His free hand rubs slow circles on my lower back. The pressure somehow easing the worst of the contraction. The gentleness of the gesture nearly undoes me. How can these be the same hands that could kill another man? Can you walk? He asks when the call ends. Another contraction answers for me. Stronger than before. I clutch his arm, nails digging into expensive fabric, as I fight to breathe through the pain. That's a no. Fait murmure. More to himself than to me. In one fluid motion, he lifts me into his arms. I should protest, should maintain whatever distance I can, but self-preservation wins over pride. I loop my arms around his neck as he carries me from the bedroom, down the corridor, toward the main entrance where I know his car will be waiting. The pain ebbs for a moment, giving me clarity to observe him. His jaw is tight, eyes focused ahead. But there's something else in his expression. I've rarely seen fear. Not for himself. Alexei Tarasov fears nothing for himself but for me. For our daughter. Once more, the contradiction tears at me. How can the same man who destroyed my family now show such concern for the family we're creating? You're going to be fine, he says again as we reach the car. Sasha already holding the door open. Both of you. Is he saying it for me? Or for himself? He settles me in the back seat with surprising care, sliding in beside me rather than taking his usual place up front. As Sasha pulls away from Blackwood Manor, another contraction builds. I grip the leather seat, trying to breathe through it. Alexei takes my hand, placing it against his chest. Like this, he says, exaggerating his breathing. Slow. In through your nose, out through your mouth. I find myself following his lead, matching my breaths to his. The pain remains, but somehow becomes manageable. When it passes, I don't pull my hand away. His heartbeat is strong and steady beneath my palm. Where did you learn that, I ask? Curiosity temporarily overriding my fear. A shadow crosses his face. Olga? When Bobik was born. The mention of his son's dead mother reminds me of all I still don't understand about this man. All the secrets still between us. Before I can respond, another contraction begins. They're coming faster now. More intense. Alexei checks his watch. Bysтрее. Чёрт побери snapshot, Sasha. Who responds by stepping on the gas. I close my eyes, focusing on survival, on breathing, on the tiny life inside me preparing to enter the world. A world where her father is both protector and predator, where her mother is caught between love and vengeance, where nothing is as simple as Hannah painted it. He's a monster. Stella. A killer. Get out while you can. Hannah's words echo in my mind as the car speeds through Los Angeles traffic, as Alexei's hand supports my back, murmuring encouragement in my ear. Is this tenderness an act, or is this the real man behind the monster, Hannah described as we pull up to the hospital? I find myself praying more and more that it's not true, that it's all a mistake. Because I want to put my faith in this man who is barking out orders that has people rushing to help me. I barely get a chance to see the emergency entrance before I'm being whisked through the wards. The private suite looks more like a luxury hotel than a medical facility. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of the city. Artwork hangs on walls, painted in soothing tones. Fresh flowers fill crystal vases on every surface. I notice these details in fragments between contractions, which now come relentlessly, barely giving me time to recover before the next begins. Dr. Malhotra arrives minutes after we do, already gowned and gloved. He examines me with clinical efficiency while a team of nurses prepares equipment around us. 6 centimeters dilated. He announces, "This baby is eager to meet her parents." Her parents. The phrase hangs in the air between Alexei and me. Despite everything, we are about to be bound together by something more permanent than marriage, more powerful than any business arrangement. A child. Our child. An officious-looking sister turns to Alexei. "Sid, there's a waiting area outside where you might be more comfortable," she says. The look he gives her could freeze blood. "I stay," he says in a tone that has her visibly shrinking back. As another contraction builds, I find myself grateful for his presence. I hate needing him. But God, I need him right now. The next hours blur into a haze of pain and effort. The contractions intensify until they're nearly continuous. My body working beyond my control to bring our daughter into the world. Through it all, Alexei remains a constant presence, wiping sweat from my forehead, supporting my back when I need to change positions, speaking quiet words of encouragement that sound strange in his usually commanding voice. "You're doing well, Milaya," he murmurs as I grip his hand hard enough to break bones. He doesn't flinch. "You're the strongest woman I know." The endearment slips out so naturally that I wonder if he realizes he's said it. Milaya. Dear one. The same word he whispered on many of the nights that he's taken me to his bed. During one particularly brutal contraction, I find myself thinking of my mother. Did my father hold her hand like this when I was born? Did he wipe her brow and tell her she was strong? The thought brings tears that have nothing to do with the physical pain. It hurts. I gasp, meaning more than just the labor. I know. Alexei's eyes hold mine. And for a moment, I wonder if he understands the double meaning. But you're not alone. That's the cruelest part. I'm not alone. But in a way, I am. The man I should hate more than anyone is the one person I can't push away right now. Time loses meaning as my body works to bring our daughter into the world. The sun sets outside the windows. City lights, replacing natural glow. Monitors beep steadily. Tracking 2 heartbeats. Mine racing. The baby's strong and consistent. When Dr. Malhotra announces it's time to push, fear and anticipation surge through me in equal measure. This is it. The moment that changes everything? I can't. I whisper, suddenly terrified. Not of the pain, but of what comes after. Of being a mother. Of decisions I'll have to make. Alexei leans close, his forehead almost touching mine. "You can," he says firmly. "You will. For here." Something in his voice centers me. The certainty. The faith in my strength that I don't feel myself. I push when told. Retreat when instructed. My world narrowing to these simple commands and the overwhelming pressure building inside me. Alexei never leaves my side. One hand gripping mine. The other supporting me as I bear down. The head is crowning. Dr. Malhotra announces, One more big push. Stella. I gather whatever strength remains, focusing everything on this final effort. The pressure peaks, then releases in a rush of sensation too complex to be called simply pain. It's a girl. The doctor confirms as a thin, indignant cry fills the room. Our daughter enters the world at 8:47 p.m. 3 weeks early, but perfect in every way. They place her on my chest immediately, her tiny body slick and warm against my skin. She's so small, smaller than I imagined, with a shock of dark hair and a fierce expression as she protests this new, cold world. Paulina. I whisper, the name we'd chosen suddenly feeling right as I look at her face. Hello, little one. I glance up at Alexei, expecting to see his usual controlled expression. Instead, I find him transformed. Tears, actual tears, shine in his eyes as he looks at our daughter. His hand, when he reaches to touch her cheek, trembles slightly. The gesture is so gentle it takes my breath away. Moi adore, et murmure. My daughter. The words come out choked. In this moment, he isn't the man I've been afraid of these past days. He isn't the man who's left me so conflicted. He's just a father, seeing his child for the first time, overcome with an emotion I never thought him capable of feeling. After the necessary medical procedures are complete, after I've been cleaned up and moved to a recovery bed, after Paulina has been measured and swaddled and returned to us, Alexei has here for the first time. Paulina, he whispers as he gazes at her scrunched-up features. Jav sigda budu, o tebe saboticha. Malishka, I will take care of you always. My little love. His large hands cradle her tiny body with such care that it makes my throat tighten. When he places her back in my arms, his fingers brush my cheek in a touch so tender it brings fresh tears to my eyes. Thank you, he says simply. Fahia. I sink back into the downy pillows, feeling exhaustion settling in. Thank you for staying. I exhale a long breath. Where else would I be but by your side? Zajic, he says. I don't know. I'm sure you have important things to do. I say feebly. Nothing as important as this, he responds. The three of us remain like this as evening deepens into night. Alexei pulls a chair close to my bed, one hand resting lightly on my arm, the other occasionally reaching to adjust Paulina's blanket or touch her tiny fingers. Guards stand outside our door. Nurses come and go quietly. The city glitters beyond the windows. But in this room, time seems suspended. We exist in a bubble of strange peace. This new family formed from such complicated beginnings. As exhaustion pulls me toward sleep, I find myself watching Alexei's face as he gazes at our daughter. The hardness is gone, replaced by something I've glimpsed only in rare, unguarded moments. Something, Chapter 21, Stella. The gentle tug of Paulina's mouth against my breast anchors me to this moment, to this room, to this impossible new reality. Her tiny fist rests against my skin, curled like a seashell, while her dark lashes flutter with each pull of milk. I trace the perfect curve of her ear with my fingertip, marveling at how someone so small can contain my entire world. 3 days old, and she's already mastered the art of destroying and rebuilding me with each breath. The nursery glows with amber light from the Tiffany lamp Alexei insisted on importing from New York. Everything in this room speaks of his meticulous preparation, the hand-carved mahogany crib with its silk bedding, the cashmere blankets folded in precise squares, the antique rocking chair where I now sit, worn smooth by generations of mothers before me. A room designed for a princess, because that's what Paulina is to him. Those. My body aches in places I never knew could hurt. Still recovering from becoming a mother. My emotions swing wildly between extremes, fierce love for Polina. Bone-deep exhaustion. Unexpected tears that come without warning. Baby blues. My dear, normal, all normal. The midwife had said, "It's your hormones messing with you. They'll settle." She didn't mention how these hormones would sharpen every other feeling until they cut like glass. My grief for my parents, my rage toward Alexei, my confusion about what comes next. I shift Polina to my other breast, wincing at the tenderness. She latches on with surprising strength, her need uncomplicated and pure. I envy her that simplicity. Feed me. All me. Love me. No moral quandaries. No impossible choices. That's right. Little bird. I whisper, stroking the dark fuzz on her head. Mama's got you. Mama? The word still feels foreign on my tongue. My own mother has only been gone months. Her face still clear in my memory. Would she recognize me now? Milk-stained and exhausted. Cradling her granddaughter in the home of the man who killed the man she loved. The irony doesn't escape me. The greatest joy of my life, born from connection to my greatest sorrow. How strange that my heart can hold such contradictory truths, that I can love so fiercely the child of someone who caused me such pain. In her innocent face, I see nothing of the darkness that brought us together. Only possibility and light. Sometimes when I look at her, I wonder if this is the universe's way of balancing accounts, offering sweetness from bitterness, life from death. A floorboard creaks outside the nursery door. I don't need to look up to know who stands there. My body has developed a sixth sense for his presence, a prickling awareness that registers his proximity before my conscious mind can catch up. Alexei enters quietly, his large frame somehow diminished in this soft, feminine space. His eyes find us immediately. His expression transforming from the hard mask, he shows the world to something vulnerable and raw. "How are my girls doing?" he asks, voice gentled to avoid startling Polina. I glance up briefly, then return my attention to our daughter. Good. It's impossible to disguise the ice in my voice. But he doesn't react. He moves closer, kneeling beside the rocking chair with a grace that belies his size. The position brings him level with Polina, his face inches from where she nurses. He reaches out, one finger gently stroking her cheek with a tenderness that makes me swallow hard. "She's perfect. Isn't she?" he murmurs. "Just like her mother." I stiffen involuntarily. The compliment, landing like a stone in still water. Murderer monster, I want to scream the words. But I don't, pinching my lips together instead. He notices my reaction. Alexei notices everything, and sighs. A soft exhale of frustration. "Is there anything I can do? A blanket for her, maybe something for you to eat?" I shake my head, focusing on Polina's rhythmic suckling, the warm weight of her against my chest. Safer territory than meeting his eyes. He exhales another breath, and I can practically feel the frustration radiating from him. Alexei Tarasov is not a tolerant man. I can feel the toll this is taking on him. I don't care. Though, this isn't about making him feel comfortable. I don't understand what's upsetting you. Stella. His voice holds genuine confusion, as if my distance is a puzzle he can't solve. If you won't speak, how can I help? There's nothing. I tell him. It's a lie. There is so much I could say, except I can't. Not without screaming abuse and throwing things at him. "You're angry with me," he says. Why, perhaps because you had my father murdered, the accusation burns in my throat. Unspoken. Instead, I adjust Polina slightly, using the movement as an excuse to turn away from him. I'm not angry. Isai. Which is true. Because what I'm feeling goes beyond mere anger into something raw and rabid that defies description. So, I keep my mouth shut because it's safer that way. Safer for all of us. The silence descends. Heavy withal. I won't say. All he doesn't know, I know. I can feel his patience wearing thin. The controlled breathing that signals his frustration. This has to stop. Stella. He says, finally, we can't go on like this. We have a baby. We are family. His voice softens on the last word. Talk to me. Family. The word twists in my chest. My family is dead. The family Alexei offers is built on their graves. Yet when I look at Polina, at her tiny fingers and rosebud mouth, the word feels right. She is my family. Undeniably. Completely. And she is his. This is the impossible equation. I can't solve how to hate the father but love the daughter so completely. How to protect her from the truth without living a lie. Alexei watches me. Waiting for a response. I can't give. Not yet. Maybe not ever. My jaw tightens with the effort of holding back words that would shatter this fragile peace we've built around Polina. He stares at me for what feels like an eternity. Then stents. His movement fluid despite the tension radiating from his shoulders. I feel his gaze like a physical weight. Assessing. Calculating. I'll be here when you're ready to talk. Zaitchik. He says finally. The Russian endearment, a reminder of intimacies we once shared. As he leaves, he doesn't fully close the door, a symbolic gesture that matches his words. An opening left for when I'm ready. I look down at our daughter, now milk-drunk and drowsy against my breast. Her tiny lips part in a sigh of contentment, oblivious to the massive rift between her parents. She knows only that she is warm. Full. Level. Loved by both of us. Without reservation. That's the cruelest truth of all. Each time Alexei touches Polina with such tenderness, I wonder how those hands can truly be capable of such love. The evidence is before me, his gentleness with her. His fierce protectiveness. The way his voice softens when he speaks her name. I lift Polina to my shoulder, patting her back gently until she releases a surprisingly loud burp for someone so tiny. Oh, my goodness. Baby girl. I coo at her, feeling a rare smile form. The familiar action centers me, reminding me that whatever else is happening, I am, first and foremost, her mother. My decisions now affect her more than me. What terrifies me most isn't the thought of confronting Alexei about my parents, but the possibility that I might forgive him for Polina's sake, that I might choose this new family over justice for my old one. The nursery feels both sanctuary and prison as I settle deeper into the rocking chair, cradling Polina against my chest. Her breathing slows as she drifts toward sleep. Her complete trust in me both a gift and a burden. What am I supposed to do? I whisper to her. The question hanging unanswered in the soft lamplight. Outside the partially open door, I hear Alexei's footsteps pause, then continue down the hallway, giving me space. But not forever. Soon, I'll have to face him. Face the truth. Face myself. For now, I hold our daughter close, memorizing the weight of her in my arms, the scent of her skin, the perfect curve of her cheek. In these quiet moments with Polina, the path forward seems almost clear. Protect her. Love her. Be worthy of her. But when I close my eyes, I see my father's face, my mother's grief, and the man who caused both now calls me family. How long can I live in this limbo between hatred and love, between past and future, between the family I lost and the one I've found? Polina sighs in her sleep, her tiny hand splayed against my collarbone. For her sake, I need to find answers. For her sake, I need to discover the whole truth. Not just what Alexei did, but why that looks remarkably like love. Could Henna be wrong about him? Not about what he did, the evidence seems clear enough, but about who he is, or is this tenderness reserved only for his blood for Polina? 4. Bobik. Perhaps for Diana, a selective humanity that doesn't extend to those who cross him. I don't have answers. Not yet. But as I drift toward sleep, Polina secure in my arms and Alexei keeping watch over us both, I allow myself to wonder if there's more to this story than I know. For tonight, in this room, with our daughter between us, I'll let myself pretend we're just a normal family. Tomorrow will bring decisions. Question. The weight of the past. But tonight belongs to Polina. To her new life. Even as old wounds continue to bleed beneath the surface. Chapter 21, Stella. The gentle tug of Polina's mouth against my breast anchors me to this moment. To this room. To this impossible new reality. Her tiny fist rests against my skin, curled like a seashell, while her dark lashes flutter with each pull of milk. I trace the perfect curve of her ear with my fingertip, marveling at how someone so small can contain my entire world. 3 days old, and she's already mastered the art of destroying and rebuilding me with each breath. The nursery glows with amber light from the Tiffany lamp Alexei insisted on importing from New York. Everything in this room speaks of his meticulous preparation. The hand-carved mahogany crib with its silk bedding. The cashmere blankets folded in precise squares. The antique rocking chair, where I now sit, worn smooth by generations of mothers before me. A room designed for a princess, because that's what Polina is to him. My body aches in places I never knew could hurt, still recovering from becoming a mother. My emotions swing wildly between extremes. Fierce love for Polina, bone-deep exhaustion, unexpected tears that come without warning. Baby blues. My dear, normal, all normal. The midwife had said, it's your hormones messing with you. They'll settle. She didn't mention how these hormones would sharpen every other feeling until they cut like glass. My grief for my parents. My rage toward Alexei. My confusion about what comes next. I shift Polina to my other breast, wincing at the tenderness. She latches on with surprising strength, her need uncomplicated and pure. I envy her that simplicity. Feed me. Hold me. Love me. No moral quandaries. No impossible choices. That's right. Little bird. I whisper, stroking the dark fuzz on her head. Mama's got you. Mama. The word still feels foreign on my tongue. My own mother has only been gone months. Her face still clear in my memory. Would she recognize me now? Milk-stained and exhausted, cradling her granddaughter in the home of the man who killed the man she loved. The irony doesn't escape me. The greatest joy of my life born from connection to my greatest sorrow. How strange that my heart can hold such contradictory truths, that I can love so fiercely the child of someone who caused me such pain. In her innocent face, I see nothing of the darkness that brought us together. Only possibility and light. Sometimes when I look at her, I wonder if this is the universe's way of balancing accounts, offering sweetness from bitterness, life from death. A floorboard creaks outside the nursery door. I don't need to look up to know who stands there. My body has developed a sixth sense for his presence, a prickling awareness that registers his proximity before my conscious mind can catch up. Alexei enters quietly, his large frame somehow diminished in this soft, feminine space. His eyes find us immediately. His expression transforming from the hard mask, he shows the world to something vulnerable and raw. "How are my girls doing?" he asks, voice gentled to avoid startling Polina. I glance up briefly, then return my attention to our daughter. "Good." It's impossible to disguise the ice in my voice. But he doesn't react. He moves closer, kneeling beside the rocking chair with a grace that belies his size. The position brings him level with Polina. His face, inches from where she nurses. He reaches out, one finger gently stroking her cheek with a tenderness that makes me swallow hard. "She's perfect, isn't she?" he murmurs. "Just like her mother." I stiffen, involuntarily, the compliment landing like a stone in still water. Murderer, monster, I want to scream the words, but I don't, pinching my lips together instead. He notices my reaction. Alexei notices everything and sighs. A soft exhale of frustration. "Is there anything I can do?" "A blanket for her, maybe something for you to eat." I shake my head, focusing on Polina's rhythmic suckling, the warm weight of her against my chest. Safer territory than meeting his eyes. He exhales another breath, and I can practically feel the frustration radiating from him. Alexei Tarasov is not a tolerant man. I can feel the toll this is taking on him. I don't care. Though, this isn't about making him feel comfortable. I don't understand what's upsetting you. Stella. His voice holds genuine confusion, as if my distance is a puzzle he can't solve. "If you won't speak, how can I help? There's nothing." I tell him, "It's a lie. There is so much I could say, except I can't." Not without screaming abuse and throwing things at him. "You're angry with me," he says. "Why? Perhaps because you had my father murdered." The accusation burns in my throat. Unspoken. Instead, I adjust Polina slightly, using the movement as an excuse to turn away from him. I'm not angry. Isai. Which is true. Because what I'm feeling goes beyond mere anger into something raw and rabid that defies description. So, I keep my mouth shut because it's safer that way. Safer for all of us. The silence descends. Heavy withal. I won't say. All he doesn't know I know. I can feel his patience wearing thin. The controlled breathing that signals his frustration. "This has to stop. Stella," he says finally. "We can't go on like this. We have a baby. We are family." His voice softens on the last word. "Talk to me. Family." The word twists in my chest. My family is dead. The family Alexei offers is built on their graves. Yet when I look at Polina, at her tiny fingers and rosebud mouth, the word feels right. She is my family. Undeniably. Completely. And she is his. This is the impossible equation I can't solve: how to hate the father but love the daughter so completely, how to protect her from the truth without living a lie. Alexei watches me, waiting for a response I can't give. Not yet. Maybe not ever. My jaw tightens with the effort of holding back words that would shatter this fragile peace we've built around Polina. He stares at me for what feels like an eternity. Then stands, his movement fluid, despite the tension radiating from his shoulders. I feel his gaze like a physical weight. Assessing, calculating. "I'll be here when you're ready to talk." "Zaychek," he says finally. The Russian endearment, a reminder of intimacies we once shared. As he leaves, he doesn't fully close the door. a symbolic gesture that matches his words. An opening left for when I'm ready. I look down at our daughter, now milk-drunk and drowsy against my breast. Her tiny lips part in a sigh of contentment, oblivious to the massive rift between her parents. She knows only that she is warm, loved by both of us, without reservation. That's the cruelest truth of all. Each time Alexei touches Polina with such tenderness, I wonder how those hands can truly be capable of such love. The evidence is before me: his gentleness with her, his fierce protectiveness, the way his voice softens when he speaks her name. I lift Polina to my shoulder, patting her back gently until she releases a surprisingly loud burp for someone so tiny. Oh, my goodness. Baby girl. I coo at her, feeling a rare smile form. The familiar action centers me, reminding me that whatever else is happening, I am, first and foremost, her mother. My decisions now affect her more than me. What terrifies me most isn't the thought of confronting Alexei about my parents, but the possibility that I might forgive him for Polina's sake, that I might choose this new family over justice for my old one. The nursery feels both sanctuary and prison as I settle deeper into the rocking chair, cradling Polina against my chest. Her breathing slows as she drifts toward sleep. Her complete trust in me, both a gift and a burden. What am I supposed to do? I whisper to her, the question hanging unanswered in the soft lamplight. Outside the partially open door, I hear Alexei's footsteps pause, then continue down the hallway, giving me space. But not forever. Soon, I'll have to face him, face the truth, face myself. For now, I hold our daughter close, memorizing the weight of her in my arms, the scent of her skin, the perfect curve of her cheek. In these quiet moments with Polina, and the path forward seems almost clear. Protect her. Love her. Be worthy of her. But when I close my eyes, I see my father's face, my mother's grief, and the man who caused both now calls me family. How long can I live in this limbo between hatred and love, between past and future, between the family I lost and the one I found? Polina sighs in her sleep, her tiny hand splayed against my collarbone. For her sake, I need to find answers. For her sake, I need to discover the whole truth. Not just what Alexei did, but why.
Chapter 22. Alexei. I've given her space. Time to heal. Time to adjust to motherhood. Time to overcome whatever the fuck is causing this wall between us. My patience is running out. A week since our daughter's birth, and Stella has barely spoken 10 words to me. She's attentive with Polina, a natural mother despite her inexperience, but turns to stone whenever I enter the room. The warmth I once saw in her eyes has vanished, replaced by something I can't decipher. Not fear, not exactly anger. Something much worse, indifference. I stand outside her door in the left wing, listening for any sound of distress. It's nearly 9 in the evening. Polina's feeding time. Stella keeps to a rigid schedule, refusing help from the nurses I've hired, insisting on doing everything herself until exhaustion has hollowed her cheeks and darkened the skin beneath her eyes. I knock softly, not wanting to wake Polina if she's finally sleeping. Yes, Stella's voice comes muffled through the wood. I open the door to find her sitting in the armchair by the window, hair piled messily on top of her head. Wearing a maternity shirt that hangs loose on her frame, dark circles shadow her eyes. She looks beautiful and fragile and utterly exhausted. Where's Polina, I ask, noticing the empty bassinet. Asleep. At last, she gestures vaguely toward the nursery door. What do you want? The bluntness of the question stings. Though I keep my expression neutral, you need rest. She laughs without humor. Tell that to your daughter. I've arranged someone for the night. Isai. Moving further into the room. A night nurse. Experienced with newborns. You can pump some milk, and she can handle the feedings. Stella stiffens immediately. I don't want a stranger with Polina. She's not a stranger to me. She worked for a family I trust. I don't mention that this family is that of a high-ranking government official who has been on my payroll for years. You need sleep. Stella. Uninterrupted sleep. I'm fine. You're not fine. I move closer, stopping when I see her tense. You've lost weight. You barely eat. You don't sleep, except when Polina does. I soften my tone. Let someone help. Just for tonight. She looks toward the nursery. Maternal instinct, warring with obvious exhaustion. What if she gets hungry? I'm sure you can pump enough for a couple of feedings. If she needs more, the nurse will wake you. I press my advantage. One night, Stella. 6 straight hours of sleep. The hesitation in her eyes tells me I'm winning. She won't take her from the room, no. She'll stay right here. You can check on them whenever you want. Stella runs a hand over her face. Fatigue finally overcoming resistance. Fine. One night. Victory. Small as it is. I pull out my phone and send a text to the nurse waiting downstairs. She'll be up in 10 minutes. You can show her Polina's routine. Stella notes, already looking relieved despite her reluctance. Thank you, she says stiffly. The words clearly difficult. I take a chance. When you've handed her over to the nurse, come to my room. I want you to stay with me tonight. Her head snaps up. Eyes suddenly alert. Vare. Why does she look at me that way these days? What not for sex? I clarify, noting how her body has tensed again. I know your body is still healing. Just to talk. To be together without a crying infant between us. Are you saying you have a problem with Polina? Her tone is sharp. Of course not. She is my life. As I say it, I realize, yet again, how true that is. But that shouldn't mean we can't spend time together without her. The silence stretches long enough that I think she'll refuse. Finally, she asks, why? Because I miss you. Because I don't understand what's happened between us. Because the distance is driving me fucking insane. Because we're parents now. I say instead, we should at least be able to have a conversation. She studies me, searching for some hidden agenda. Finding none. She nods once. After I've shown the nurse everything, I'll be waiting. I turn to leave, pausing at the door. Wear something comfortable. This isn't a formal invitation. Her expression doesn't change. But something shifts in her posture, a slight relaxation. Okay. I close the door behind me, exhaling slowly. Not exactly enthusiasm, but it's the first time she's agreed to be alone with me since Polina's birth. Progress, however small. Back in my wing of the manor, I make arrangements. Champagne on ice alcoholic for me. Non-alcoholic for her since she's breastfeeding. 2 glasses. Dim lighting. Not seduction, but not clinical either. A middle ground where we might find our way back to something resembling normal. Whatever the fuck normal means for a Bratva Pakan and the mother of his child. I shower and change into comfortable clothes, dark lounge pants, and a black sweater. Casual, but not sloppy. I check the security feed on my phone, watching as the nurse arrives at Stella's room. Stella greets her. Expression guarded but polite. They disappear into the nursery, presumably for instructions about Polina. 20 minutes later, there's a soft knock at my door. Come in. I call. Setting aside my phone, Stella enters hesitantly, hovering near the doorway, as if unsure of her welcome. She's changed into leggings and a loose sweater that slips off one shoulder. Her hair falls in waves around her face. Freshly brushed. She's applied a touch of something to her lips. The effort, small as it is, gives me hope. You came. Isai. Moving toward her. I said I would. Her breath catches as I lean in and graze my lips over hers. It's featherlight. Barely a fleeting touch. But it's enough to make my balls pull tight. She stands motionless. Not responding, but not pulling away either. You're beautiful. I tell her. She doesn't answer. Instead, her eyes scan the room, taking in the champagne, the dimmed lights. This looks intimate. It's a celebration. I explain, gesturing to the bottle. For Polina. For us surviving a week of parenthood. I pour 2 glasses, offering her the non-alcoholic version. Don't worry, yours won't affect your milk. She accepts the glass, keeping a careful distance between our fingers. Thank you for arranging the nurse. I didn't realize how tired I was until someone else took over. You push yourself too hard. I indicate the seating area by the windows. Sit. Relax. She chooses the armchair rather than joining me on the sofa. Another small rejection. But I let it pass. One battle at a time. How is Polina? I ask. Though I know the answer, I spend as much time as possible with her daily. As much time as I can fit in around the ice princess that Stella has become. Perfect. For the first time, genuine warmth enters her voice. She gained another 4 ounces. The doctor says she's developing exactly as she should. She has your determination. I sip my champagne, watching Stella over the rim of my glass, even exhausted, with her body still recovering from childbirth. She's lovely. The soft curve of her cheek, the fullness of her lips, the new roundness of her breasts, heavy with milk for our daughter. She has your eyes, Stella says, surprising me with the voluntary observation. And your temper. I smile despite myself. Poor Chilt. A ghost of a smile touches her lips before vanishing. Progress. We sit in silence for a moment. The space between us filled with unspoken words. I search for neutral topics. Anything to keep this fragile connection alive. Diana wants to visit you again tomorrow. Joffer. To see Polina. Stella nods. That would be nice. She's been very kind. She's excited to be an aunt. I lean forward slightly. And Bobik is curious about his sister. You must let us know when he can meet her. At the mention of my son, something flickers across Stella's face, an emotion I can't identify before it's gone. Son? Of course. They're siblings. He'll arrange it. Isai, taking control of the matter. I don't know why Stella has been so reluctant for us to integrate as a family. Overprotective. Perhaps that's something I can understand. The silence returns. Heavier now. She sips her champagne, eyes fixed on the windows behind me, looking at everything except my face. Her free hand plucks at a loose thread on her leggings. I want to reach out and still it. Stella. I set my glass down. What's happening between us, she stiffens. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. I keep my voice level despite my frustration. Since our daughter's birth, you've barely looked at me. Barely spoken to me. It's like living with a ghost. I'm just tired. The excuse sounds hollow. Bullshit. Too sharp. I moderate my tone. You were tired before. After the accident. Exhausted. Even. But not like this. Not cold. Her fingers tighten around the stem of her glass. I'm not cold. Then what would you call it? She doesn't answer. Just takes another sip of champagne. Eyes still avoiding mine. Did I do something? I press, needing to understand. Say something. Is it postpartum depression, doctor? Malhotra mentioned it could. It's not depression. She cuts me off. Voice suddenly firm. Then what? Because this? I gesture between us. This silence is worse than fighting. At least with fighting, I'd know what the problem was. Problems are things that I can deal with. This is simply nothing. She finally meets my eyes. Something resolute settling over her features. Setting her glass down. She straightens in her chair. The problem, she says slowly, is that I love you. Bose moi. I stare at her like a dumbass. The words should please me. Instead, they land like a warning shot. How is that a problem? Because she takes a deep breath, squaring her shoulders as if preparing for battle. Because I shouldn't love you. Not after what you did. Bayod. Could she mean, what exactly do you think I did? I ask carefully. She holds my gaze, unflinching now that she's found her courage. The next words come with terrible clarity. Is it true that you ordered my father's death? The champagne glass freezes halfway to my lips. My blood turns to ice in my veins. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. How? How could she know who told her? Who told you that I keep my voice steady? Low inside, I'm calculating every possibility. Every betrayal that could have led to this moment. Someone close to me has talked. Someone will pay. Does it matter? Her eyes are locked with mine. Unflinching. Demanding truth where I've only ever offered shadows. The green of her irises seems darker now. Hardened by suspicion. I want to know if it's true. Did you have my father killed? Alexei. The pieces suddenly align her coldness. Her withdrawal. Her reluctance to let me touch her. Since just before our daughter was born, she's known, or suspected, the truth I've hidden, the past I thought I'd buried. It all makes sense now. The champagne in my hand trembles slightly. the only outward sign of the shock coursing through me. Stella watches, her eyes never leaving my face, searching for confirmation. She's already found in my reaction. The silence between us stretches, filled with the weight of her accusation and the consequences of my answer. Whatever I say next will change everything. Unless it won't,